Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020. 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? The people is misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Or she found out?
Alrighty. I'm just trying to get everything organized. The nights are getting shorter and shorter. They're getting so short. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you so much for being here. It is another morning, and the manhunt continues in Pennsylvania. We are going to follow this every day. I will say first thing off. I was wrong. I will look you right in the eyes and say I was wrong. I made a mistake. I thought for sure that yesterday was going to be the day they were going to catch the dude. That this was going to be over, that the neighbors would finally get to have some peace and some normalcy restored to their lives. And
all
here
aboard
we are.
the train.
No, not that again. Oh, gee, Sean White. Although I am wearing my Weather Watch shirt in honor of the kindness he showed yesterday in starting an amazing train. We're going to try to focus on the pursuit today, on the manhunt. And I actually, I'll say this up front. I think I'm going to turn off the text to voice during this because although I appreciate it, and let me tell you from the bottom of my heart, thank you to everyone who supports the channel and makes this possible. I couldn't do this without you. Thank you. I think I'm going to turn off the text to voice.
I wasn't able to hop on the train last night, but I'm your conductor this morning.
Thank you, Debbie Wilson. I think I'm going to turn off this voice. I realize a lot of you like that and like to hear what it says, but as we're trying to get so much information, we're listening to the scanner. We've got Nick's input. We've got things happening on Twitter. We're watching what's happening up in the air with the planes right now. There's so much going on. I think I'm going to turn off the sound. So if that's okay, I would just apologize in advance. We've always had it on for super chats before, unless it was like during court, but it's going off now. So thank you. I appreciate that. My deepest thanks. For your generosity. All right. That being said, we've got a whole ton of stuff going on. The scanner has already been hopping. We've got reports of sightings. We've got reports of a possible camera capturing him. We've got Walmart in the mix. We're going to try to chase all these down this morning. Just looking at the flight path this morning in Western Pennsylvania. Oh, and by the way, sorry, I have to do this. We can't dispense with all traditions. Mayla's mom was first in chat, and first in chat always receives the internet as a gift. So Mayla's mom, congratulations! Thanks for being first in chat. You sort of like break the ice in the chat room and let everyone else know the water's fine. Come on in, and in return for that great kindness you do, and paving the way for everyone else, we make you take on all internet related service requests, maintenance, care for all the whole thing worldwide. So, congratulations, Mayla's mom. The internet is yours. You're a repeat offender in this case, and it does go on your permanent record. But we appreciate you anyway. Let's see. We have two planes and a chopper circling 3 different areas. Let me zoom out here just really quickly and show you what we've got. Man. I'm not seeing that right yet, Brianne. Where's the chopper at? I'll have to look for that, and it might be, we've got a chopper way north. That's not related. We'll keep an eye on this for right now. We'll take a closer look at the radar in just a minute. We're going to get the police scanner up and running. That's going to be running in the background pretty much all day today. But I am trying to just dial it way back in time-wise and see some of the things that happened overnight. Specifically, there was a whole bunch of activity around 5:30 this morning. And so we're going to listen and get caught up on that while I start building some of the views as we're putting together the assets that we have available to us today. Let's see where we need to pick that up at. I think, let's see, Brian, you sent me one. Let's see. That was 540 from West Police Dispatch. Let's see if we can pick up on that one. I think that was the first mention of Walmart. And my timestamps are all off. This little app, I love this app, but occasionally it just seems like it's off, like it just makes a mistake. Let's check the filter, talk groups. Let's see, West Police Dispatch, West Police Group, Central Police, Central Group. Let's put Westchester PD in there. Let's see, anybody else we need. I think we're going to start just with that to keep it not too hectic. As far as what's going on the scene on the ground right now, we know this morning that press were invited to I don't know what you call it, a meet and greet with they got a special invitation to a little tea party at the command center, and they're like, hey, check it out, we're going to show you all our toys at show and tell. We'll let you see all the technology and the cool assets we have here. By the way, refreshments will be provided, and if there's one way to get some people who have to wake up way too early in the morning to show up to your little mini meet, it's you offer food. And reporters are notorious for being able to sniff out some free food. I've been there. I know how it's like. You don't have time to grab breakfast in the morning sometimes, and you ate like a sorry excuse for a breakfast, and then somebody comes up and says, hey, not only do we have a news story for you, we've got some great video options. You can video and get some great footage, and we will feed you. They're going to be there. So we're going to hear a little bit about that as we proceed through the morning. That's not as pressing because we don't know. Honestly, we don't know if they're going to give any real useful information there. So let's see. Let's start. Why am I not getting West Police Dispatch 540? I'm showing 542. Okay, we're gonna start at 5 o'clock this morning with some audio.
17 call 37. Copy your traffic stop.
And we're gonna get caught up with today. We're listening to Central Police Dispatch.
Block South Niagara Street.
Yeah, so all our sound effects are off. There's some other commands that are working, but all the sound effects are off, including buffer. I apologize that I can't isolate that one. Okay, we need to turn on autoplay.
Paul 1, you can have fire. Free call. The tree is smoldering. It's going to be on a Pico line. It'll be close to pole number 58853.
So that's a little tree fire. It's not related to this.
Unit 67, Paul 50, okay?
Unit 47, Paul 4.
Trying to get back to 540. Sorry, it jumped to the current time. Let's start right here.
Unit 17, Paul 37, your status?
Where's that?
Copy. Unit 17, Paul 37, copy your traffic stop. This is on a block south down Pike. Unit 17, Paul 37, your status?
This particular plane is not involved. It's doing touch and goes at the airport. This is a trainer or a pilot, pilot's class. So even though it's close by, it's not involved in this.
Caller, she did not leave the name or anything. Someone left the dog for her. She doesn't know who left it. She doesn't want it and feels the police department should take care of it for her.
10-4.
Yeah, 11-5, come on.
10-4.
Yeah, 03 Sam 2, come on.
3 cars.
Unit 41 Sam 32, code 1. Yeah, 39 Paul 4, come on.
3244.
39 cars.
Unit 60 Paul 21, come on.
60 cars.
Unit 33 Paul 17, code 1. Unit 29 Sam 2, come on.
33 cars.
Unit 32 Paul
Everyone's
9,
just
code
checking
1.
in here. I'm going to skip ahead to the next
Paul
long
9, 32
call.
cars.
Come on. Unit 1. Unit 16, Paul 31. I sent an SPD at your MDC for PFAD notification. Unit 17, Paul 37 at 1460 Evans Road. 1460 Evans Road. Fire department's being dispatched for a fire alarm. Unit 11, Paul 30. Unit 11, Paul 30. I copy you got the call for the public service. Cornerstone Terrace Apartments, 1206 Cornerstone Boulevard. Apartment 214. Cars advising water is leaking from the air vent.
Okay, here we go.
Unit 62, Paul 4. I copy that you got the burglary 537 Schoolhouse Road. 537 Schoolhouse Road. Avondale was requesting that you respond. You get a call of somebody apparently broke into a mushroom house there, and then the subject ran off.
Mushroom house.
10-minute time delay. The car was struggling to give the address.
That's 622.
That was where Base 2 put it at.
Oh, 4 copy, I'm around.
Unit 62, Paul 4, okay. Avondale is responding. They're going to be travel time from the barracks, so. Unit 62, Paul 4. The state police are advising that the subject was last seen headed south towards Route 1. It's an unknown race male, no shirt on, and dirty brown pants.
Oh, 4 copy.
Unit 62, Paul 4. Supervised the state stating that the subject crossed the road and is behind the Walmart.
Okay, Walmart.
Oh, 4 copy. You can put me out of Walmart.
Walmart is included in this area they're searching out here.
Unit 62, Paul 4. They're now advising that the subject ran west, away from the Walmart into the woods.
Oh, 4 copy. Oh, 4, I'm good. I just checked the wood line between the fence and the road here. I got nothing showing.
Unit 62, Paul 4, okay. Unit 03, Paul 7. I sent a report to your MDC.
Unit
Unit 62, Paul 4. Command post is requesting that you switch over to WPG.
Oh, 4 copy.
Unit 15, Paul 11.
15 units.
Housing Authority at 300 High Street. Fire department being dispatched for a fire alarm.
Unit 11, Paul 30.
15 3 copy. Send it to the station and clear it out, please.
Unit 11, Paul 30. I copy you got the EMS call for the station. 606, I'll be in place. 606, I'll be in place. Patient's going to be a 3-year-old female.
Copy. Unit 14, Paul 7.
Awesome.
Unit 14, Paul 7. 320 Chestnut Street, 320 Chestnut Street. EMS is being dispatched for a fall.
Copy. Clear. Express.
Unit 16, Paul 30. Send a parking complaint to your MDC. Paul 30.
Unit 34, Paul 2. Check your MDC for a report.
Paul 2, okay.
Unit 32, Paul 6. I got your stop. Unit Block Highview Road. 32, Paul 6 status.
Paul 6, I'm good.
Paul 6 gun. Unit 41, Paul 62.
Paul 62.
Unit 41, Paul 62. Devereaux, Rose Villa, 1300 Chip Road on the ground floor, living room. Medics going out, unresponsive person.
Copy now.
Unit 11, Paul 40, MDC check. Police Department information.
40, okay.
Unit 41, Call 56. Unit 41, Call 56, copying route to the traffic complaint in the area of 1370 Grove Road for adults wandering in the road. 3, Paul 2.
Paul 2.
Unit 33, Paul 2. Eagle View Landed Assisted Living, 650 Stockton Drive. EMS is going out for a fall.
Paul 2, okay.
Unit 39, Paul 11. Paul 11. Unit 39, Paul 11. 11 Eye Care. 3000 Zinn Road. Audible alarm. Open activation. Paul 11, copy. Unit 11, Paul 40.
40.
Black Hawk Apartments, number 1, Black Hawk Circle. Apartment M. Mary 1. First person, 90-year-old female. Possible COVID.
40.
Unit 39 Paul 11. Reference to the alarm. The alarm company spoke to a key holder by the name of Rose. She verified the code and requested cancel. They did not say whether or not she was on location.
Full copy.
Unit 79 Adam 1 status 84 Foundry on traffic.
We're going to pull up a dynamic map here that's being updated here to show you the areas we're dealing with today.
Number 12 North First Ave.
30, you'll find her.
Unit 161230 status.
30, I'm good here.
Unit 161230, okay.
2812, I got the booking.
Unit 2812, okay. Northbound South Bonsall Road, north of Airport Road. Northbound South Bonsall, north of Airport. 2 children, a boy and a girl, walking along South Bonsall towards Route 340.
Okay, this is at 7:30 a.m. This could be going to school, but it does seem suspicious that they send your kids walking to school during a manhunt.
Okay.
Dynamic map. Grizzly True Crime. Thank you so much. Good to have you here. Welcome.
All of them. We're good. You can clear it.
Copy, okay. Unit 161230, your status still okay?
30, I'm fine.
Okay. Unit 33 Paul 15.
15.
33 Paul 15, 103 Cordell Court, 103 Cordell Court. You must go out for exam, okay?
So we're still catching up on the audio from this morning. We're just listening for some calls that might have something to do with this manhunt. We're audio-wise, we're about an hour and 15 minutes behind current time.
Delaware County. Subject speaking quickly, mumbling, cannot make out what they're saying.
40, okay. King 90, I'm in the area. Paul 2 as well.
28, okay. Unit 67, Paul 50.
67, Paul 50.
Unit 67, Paul 50, 1657 East Loop Road, 1657 East Loop Road. Fire department going out, automatic fire alarm.
50, okay.
67 units. Reference is still being checked. The caller could possibly be named George. He was saying something about 3 or 4 kids. They're now saying the emergency is going to be in Delaware County. We're going to transfer back to them.
7440, okay. Just keep me on it for now. I'm pulling up to the address here in a second.
Copy. Unit 08, Paul 4.
Paul 4.
333 Main Street. 333 Main Street. For a suspicious condition. Caller advises of a possible sighting of the escaped prisoner at 06:15 hours. Hispanic male riding a bicycle, unknown clothing, carrying a backpack. A neighbor at 330 Main Street has cameras.
It's a possible camera sighting. That's 7:40 a.m.
We're out at the address.
On a bicycle.
Unit 29, Paul 4. Your status, okay? Copy.
29, Paul 4, I'm good.
Unit 29, Paul 4, okay. 28 unit status.
28 King 90. Yeah, 28 King 90. Is your status okay there? We're good. The kids walking off to school. Yeah, 28 King 90, okay. 67 Paul 40.
Unit 67 Paul 40.
Grizzly True Crime. That is awesome. Thank you so much. Another just amazing content creator. If you're into true crime, you should be following Grizzly True Crime as well. Thank you so much for the kind words.
On call 2.
217 when you can log in, Will. What do you have?
Stand one, okay. The Veteran Center, number 1 Veterans Drive. You know, go out for a person.
Just looking at the map here while we got the audio going. We'll replay something if it's if it's really pertinent.
5 Paul 1. Unit 25 Paul 1.
Paul 1.
Paul 1 in the parking lot of the Wawa 1150 Pottstown Pike. Property damage accident. 2 vehicles not walking.
The search area has moved west.
Oh, copy.
Here's Longwood Gardens right here in the middle.
Paul 11, copy, stop 121 North Callan Road. Unit 39, Paul 2, your status?
I'm good.
I'm
39,
good.
Paul 2, okay. Unit 39, Paul 11, your status?
Hold on, I'm fine.
Unit 39, Paul 11, okay.
1 Paul 34.
Phone call 34,
34, fire department's going on to Spruce Court Apartments, apartment 9 for a gas leak inside.
10 4.
Unit 67, call 50, I copy your South Township Park at Haley Pike.
Full on, good day.
Call 110.
Unit 16, Paul 30. Unit 16, Paul 30, copy of the trespass complaint. 132 North 5th Avenue, 132 North 5th Avenue. There's an unknown female in the RP's house. RP advising someone let her in. RP wants her removed.
Unknown female. RP wants her removed. RP is a reported party.
Unit 67, call 50, okay?
Unit 39, Sam 4, copy your stop, 304 Township Drive. Unit 29, Paul 2, copy your stop, number 95, Ashley Drive. 16 units, the RP is now advising that everyone in the house is asleep, but she's unsure of how she got in. Female subject is downstairs eating cereal. RP does not sound lucid. Okay.
There's somebody in my house eating cereal, and I don't know who they are. Can you come in and have them leave?
Unit 39, Sam 4, okay?
Unit 9, Paul 2, still be fine.
Unit 29, Paul 2, okay? 21890. Unit 21890, proceed priority. 16 unit, your status.
We're going to jump over to the update, the last update we had from
Unit 16, Paul 30,
Nick
okay?
last
Unit
night.
21890, go ahead with your message.
Can you start me an assist card, please, for 102 Malott Lane, 102 for Upper Euclid? Should be okay.
We're about,
I'm sorry, can you
we're
repeat
about
that?
an hour behind on the calls here.
102
We're catching up. Give us just a minute here.
M-E-L-L-O-T-T Lane, Malott Lane.
Linda Sue 62, welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Greeners as well.
62 Paul 4.
4 months.
Paul 4, I
Thank you,
copy
Greeners. Greeners is a
62
great
Paul
document
4,
hound.
Copy has the fire alarm. Beacon Medical Center, 400 McFarland Road. From the...
I've learned many breaking news developments from Greeners as they happen.
Paul 4, copy. 21890. 21890.
Megan,
Run me a tag
thank you, Megan.
KCB
Appreciate it.
1000 when you get a chance. KCB 1000. And if you have a phone number for this place, the address, can you call them, please?
21890, attach that registration to your call. I have no information about a contact number for this location.
Okay, thank you. Name, address?
Unit 21890, that's affirmative. That registered owner comes back to the same address.
Unit 15190. Rin Building, 200 Lincoln Avenue, apartment 118, that's 118. Fire department going out for a video alarm going off. We have a 34-year-old female patient feeling sick and tired.
It's not related. Dangerous, though. Carbon monoxide alarms are very important.
PA, Lima John Papa, 9928, it's a red GMC Acadia, 1 occupant.
Unit 6740, I copy the stop. Southbound Route 22 in Martindale.
44, what's he supposed to be wearing?
44, a brown hoodie and maroon plaid pants.
Alright, I'll be out with him behind the playground. Go for it, we get out at 44.
Call for number.
Unit 09 Adam 1.
09 Adam 1, copy medical for Cornelia.
09 Adam 1, copy of that medical.
Okay, on your response. Flowing Springs Road and Janey Lane. Flowing Springs and Janey. For tree on wires, flames and smoke.
They've had lots of trees coming down the area. The storm
Paul 30 and DC check for an animal complaint.
branches are dropping like crazy.
Okay. 11234, 92.
94. 9291. He's 92, he's attached.
Number. 41 Paul 56, MDC check for the 7. Unit 41 Paul 65, I copy your route, the area of southbound Route 100, mile marker 2.2. Southbound Route 100, mile marker 2.2. For a 2-vehicle property damage accident, not blocking. Callers involved in a gray Mitsubishi Outlander.
April 4, can you just do that into suspicious? Clear it out, please.
Unit 0 Paul 4, okay.
Unit 41 Paul 34, at your stop, Hotstone Pike.
41 Paul 34, stops okay.
Unit 60 Tom, it is recopy your stop, 1014 Newark Road.
5 Paul 10, I got your stop. They are blocking.
Pulling copy.
You know why pull one, check them to see for
Okay, I'm not hearing anything else in the chatter here. We can go back and maybe play something we missed if we need to. I do want to get with Nick's update. I've got it on the screen here. You've probably been reading it over, and I've been ignoring it. I'll read that through to you if it's too small on your phone. With that, we are caught up with the dispatch. This is now live, anything in the background, so I'll keep a monitor on that. Okay, so Nick says last night, day 8, this was, let's see, when did this come in? Late last night, let's put it that way. It was very late. Nick was up late. Day 8, recap of the Danelo Cavalcante manhunt. Let's turn this off for a second. Confirmed sighting. Surveillance footage definitely places Danelo Cavalcante at Longwood Gardens overnight on Wednesday. Wall climbing. A damaged chunk of wall at Longwood Gardens located on the Longwood Road side of the property was discovered. Investigators believe Cavalcante may have scaled a wall to gain entry. They've got aerial sighting that is unconfirmed. During the 8-day manhunt, there were many reports suggesting Cavalcante was spotted in a tree, either by a helicopter or a drone. Working to confirm that. I would keep that in the possibility realm until he's able to confirm that. Nick will probably ask some questions of his law enforcement sources and find out if there's some truth to that or not. Additionally, the arrival of subsequent departure of Blackhawk assets has raised some eyebrows among those involved in the investigation. The general sentiment is one of confusion. After all, it's not like they're planning to bomb the forest. So the question lingers, why are they called in the first place? I have suspicions about this. We have a lot of military training and activities that goes on in this area of Pennsylvania, and it's possible that the arrival of BORTAC, which has been confirmed, and that's the Border Patrol Tactical Group, that happened to coincide with some military training on helicopters that were flying by, and so that there might have been an assumption there. I wish that that would be clarified, and hopefully that will, as the media has been talking with the command center about the assets they have available to them. Maybe that will be a little more clear, and that whole Blackhawk thing will play out, because we haven't seen, and no residents have reported having Blackhawks hover in the area, and it seems strange to have all those assets there and not up in the air. Let's see, mounted units. We have seen horses they've been using. They're being utilized again today. I think they're staging at the Walmart. They've been cited, the command center, leading residents to believe the authorities may integrate mounted police units into their search strategies, which they are doing. High-tech support from BORTAC, according to law enforcement sources, and this was also confirmed at the press conference yesterday. The U.S. Border Patrol Tactical Unit has joined the search, bringing state-of-the-art technology to the operation. As far as the media event, authorities have scheduled an unusual media gathering. Like, unusual is a great word for it. An unusual meeting event, gathering at the command center for tomorrow morning. The event aims to showcase the technological aspects of the manhunt. Refreshments will be served. You can't make this stuff up. Farm searches. Bailey's Dairy Farm at 1821 Lenape Road and other farms nearby are currently being searched. These locations fall within the original but fluctuating police perimeter. Now, this is on the north. Lenape Road is headed back up to where the jail was, the prison that broke out in the first place. This is sort of like an extension of where they were searching on, I think it was Folly Hill and Valley Road, up by the vineyard. There's some sightings up there. We heard reports of SWAT teams or people moving through the trees up there on that hill. Lots of specific areas. There were some barns searched. To our knowledge, nothing really turned up in those searches, but they're probably just responding to tips on that. You realize they've confirmed like over 100 tips, right? That was 2-3 days ago in the press conference, over 100 tips from the public on sightings, and they say they've checked them all out. We're only hearing about a couple of them. So when we look at our map and see, a handful, a dozen, 2 dozen maybe spots or confirmed or things we hear about, that's what just came through us. There are other tips that are going to the command center and they're checking out, and that's probably what's triggering all these little activities. We're not hearing every single tip. Otherwise, the map would just be covered with every suspicious tip that's called in. Ineffectiveness of perimeter. The defined perimeter has proven to be problematic, perhaps even aiding Cavalcante in his evasion tactics. The boundary seems to shift daily, much like Cavalcante's movements. This goes back to the tips again. The boundary is defined purely by the tips and the sightings that are coming in. And they're setting up perimeters based on those tips. So as tips come in, if it's a verifier or something that could be verified, or if it sounds right, if it's got a little truth to the matter and they can flesh it out, it seems to be something worth chasing, that boundary will fluctuate and say, hey, we have to consider this possibility, and if that's a possibility, we have to move back a little bit and contain this area as well. So it is very dynamic and it's still changing. Let's see, a third burglary unconfirmed. There's an unconfirmed report suggesting a third burglary in which food was stolen. The connection to Cavalcante has yet to be verified. If that's the case, I expect that would probably be talked about in the press conference. Today, we'll listen for that. Food sources. Authorities think the Cavalcante is foraging, potentially sourcing berries, fruits, and vegetables from local farms, including Longwood Gardens. I mean, why not eat from the best, right? If you're on the run. Longwood Gardens does have like a show vegetable garden. It's like, imagine... This is where all the state fair winners, the veggies are grown, and he's picking his. Well, I just completely unplugged my phone for a second. Let's see if it comes back. There it is. He's picking his choice of that fruit and veggies and eating it apparently. Let's see. So as far as Longwood Gardens' contribution, the gardens are shouldering a significant portion of the financial burden related to the search efforts. Don't know where this information is coming from. Usually. I've never seen this. I've seen companies that on a search effort like this or a large police thing might provide, say, like food or support. They might say, hey, we'd like to, if there's a huge wildland fire, we'd like to provide dinner for the wildland firefighters. We're going to bring in truckloads of water. We're going to pay for catering for XYZ company, or a company, a restaurant's going to say, hey, dinner's on us. We're bringing all the food. I've seen that, but as far as the actual paying for the cost, the checks that are going to be written to pay this bill, no one's even started writing those yet. Okay, the fees, they're going to all be added up, and it's going to be bounced around. Different agencies are going to have different amounts, and they don't even really know who all is going to pay for what. So it seems strange to say that Longwood Gardens is financially contributing. We'll see if any of that pans out. They might have to put up some money into the. Well, hey Amber, how's it going? Good thing I've got your name. Let's switch this over here. Just 1 second here. I'll take this one offline. Hold on just 1 second. I was going to say the Longwood Gardens might be contributing to the reward money. But let's see. Hey Amber, you're offline. What's up? Okay. Thank you very much. Who's got it? Who's got it? Well, is she there? Sorry, Amber's telling us. Amber is telling us that Sarah Boone's in court right now. Thank you very much, Amber. We'll see if we can sort of watch that with our other eye. Thank you. All right, we'll catch you later. Bye. Okay, Amber's one of our great mods. Is telling us that Sarah Boone is live right this very moment. Let me see if we can get this. Let's finish up this tweet if it'll load. Oh, I plugged in the wrong one. Hang on. Need to get the HDMI. All right, we're going to finish the report here from Nick, and then I'm going to take a quick peek at he said Fox 35 Orlando. So Longwood Gardens might be contributing to the reward money. The gardens are shouldering a significant portion of the financial burden related to the search efforts. Additionally, they're cutting down greenery on their property and around the area near Carco on the Lenape Road to limit hiding spots. They possibly also might do an early harvest of their cornfields to reduce that obstacle. That's a possibility. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. Future communication, trying to figure out a better way to organize chat. That's just the problems we've been having. Nick's been having personally with chat and all his contacts because X, the Twitter app, is making it difficult for people to contact him. And let's see. He's getting some more information. He's trying to figure things out. He's really dialed into the community. This is one thing that Nick has done really well. And he says the folks here are holding their breath, waiting for some kind of closure that will only come when the whole ordeal is finally behind them. For people not from around here, you might drop in and then move on. But for the locals, this isn't something they'll just forget. It's real life, and it's scary, and it's as serious as it gets. He does say he's going to be back in the morning, which means another night of very little sleep for Nick. Doing just amazing work. Thank you, Nick, for the update there. We'll keep an eye out for him for anything that he posts as well when he comes online. I think he's been on he posted like 3 hours ago was his update. So you can imagine he's hopefully getting a little bit of shut eye right now, but I doubt it. He's working himself to the bone. All right, so Sarah Boone, who is she? Let me jump over here really quickly. You said Fox, Orlando. Okay, we're going to see if we've got some video here we might be able to jump to. This is let's see, let's switch this. Give me just a second to have this up on the screen. Box 2 is going to be camera 2. This is Judge Wooten's courtroom in Florida. Sarah Boone is the accused murderer in Orange County, Florida. She sat in jail for 3-4 years. She thinks she's had like 5 birthdays in jail. I don't know how she does the math. But she is notable for, first of all, she admits that she zipped her boyfriend into a suitcase and left him there for 11 hours or so, and he died. But she thinks she's
can you hear me
not responsible.
Meeting room?
Sorry, the audio guys are testing it. The hearing that's happening right now should be a very brief one, and we're going to jump right back to the manhunt. But the hearing is involving her lawyer who wants off the case, and this is her 5th, 6th lawyer, and all of them have bailed for one reason or another. And this guy wants off the case ahead of when a month away from when this is supposed to go to court. And she's had enough of it. We read 2 of her letters yesterday. We did a live stream on that. If you want to know more about that, we'll keep an eye on that for just a minute.
For those of you appearing virtually, my apologies. We've been troubleshooting a system problem this morning. It appears that we have now resolved that. Let's go ahead and call up.
I'm going to keep
the Boone case.
Here we go.
State of Florida versus Sarah Boone.
This should be quick. We'll jump back to the manhunt.
2603, state.
Dave Cacciatore on behalf of the state.
Frank Bankowitz. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Can I have JAC announce themselves as well?
Yes, Audrey Moore for JAC.
All right. So we have multiple matters scheduled this morning.
Using a walker.
One of which is Mr. Bankwitz's motion to withdraw. My reading of the law is I feel like I have to address that motion first and rule on that before I can address any other motions that would be heard today. So, Mr. Bankwitz, I'll start with you. Tell me why you're moving to withdraw.
Judge, the letters that have been coming to your honor, the derogatory berating of my services in this case, I can't effectively represent her. She doesn't trust me. She calls me a dud, I think, a buffoon, on and on and on and on. And no one should have to endure
That's not a good
that
reason.
type of derogatory comments and expect to effectively represent someone, especially in a murder case.
Ms. Boone, I read your letter dated August 26, 2023, and your letter dated August 30th, 2023. And just so we're clear, I read all of the letters that you send to the court. Whether I respond or not is based on what's in the letter and whether I'm asked to actually do something that's within my purview as a judge or not. If I understand correctly, you have now decided that you think it would be best, in fact, if Mr. Bankowitz was allowed to withdraw. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you understand by him withdrawing, I have to appoint another attorney. Do you understand that?
I do.
And that attorney is not standing here, so we're not going to be able to address, and I'll give the state a chance to talk to me as well, but assuming I grant this, we won't be able to address the other issues that were docketed for today, which means I'm going to have to reset your case for a later date. Do you understand that?
I'm not sure what items it is you're speaking of. I haven't received a copy yet of the letter.
So we're having a hearing today in regards to authorization for payment for an expert that your attorney believes he needs to defend you and issue about the compensation of that expert, which is why JAC is participating today. I don't know if your next lawyer is going to think that that expert's the right person to use, or whether they're going to go a different route after consulting with you. And even if they did, they're not standing here. And once Mr. Banquets is out, he's out. He can't argue the motion. So do you understand that?
I fully understand.
All right. Mr. Cacciatore, normally the state takes no position in these issues, but there are limited circumstances when the state doesn't take a position. So are you taking a position on this motion to withdraw, Mr. Cacciatore?
No, this would be one of those times where we would be not taking a position.
All right. So I'm going to grant Mr. Banquets' motion to withdraw. I'm going to appoint
this is every
Attorney Winston Hobson to represent Ms. Boone.
Somebody just had a very bad day.
In regards to the other matters scheduled today, I'm going to take no action on them at this time until Mr. Hobson can, well, in regards to the motion involving JAC, I'm simply going to take no action on that motion at this point in time until Mr. Hobson has a chance to review it and determine whether he wants to proceed with that motion. I will address the pretrial because today was also supposed to be pretrial.
We were in the final
Here's
hour
what we'll do
for this trial.
Let me just get my calendar up.
It's going to push us into next year or at the very end of this year, the minimum. I mean, how can you get ready for a murder trial? You know, with no notice.
As far as pretrial conference,
it would be so bad, Grizzly. It would be
I'm going to
so
set
bad.
this case for pretrial conference on Tuesday, November 28th, and a trial period starting Monday, December 11th. I think any earlier period of time would be unrealistic for Mr. Hobson to get on board, get up to speed with the discovery, and determine how he wants to proceed in regards to any experts. But I will set a status hearing on the case prior to that.
Man, that is so quick. This guy better have no other caseload. Elizabeth, what happened is the lawyer asked to get released from this. He was assigned to this case. He didn't want this. He's tried to get off before. The judge said no. This time, Sarah said, I want him off the case. He said, I want to get off the case. And the judge granted it. So now we have a new public defender. This will be number, 7? And his name's Winston, Attorney Winston. So he's setting the dates right now, and they're sort of fluid. There's going to be some pretrial dates just to make sure the scheduling works, and they could move a little bit. The judge is frustrated, you can see, looking at his schedule, and that means that he's probably going to have to push this further and further out. The frustration on his face is that he can't get this done, and he wants this to go to court. He really does. It's just been dragging out for so long.
I'll set a status hearing on the case Monday, October 30th, 2023.
So Halloween Eve, we have a status hearing.
10 a.m. That'll be for the purpose of making sure that Mr. Hobson's on board, some sense of where he thinks things are, how realistic he thinks the November pretrial is, any other matters I need to address with him at that time. Now, Ms. Boone, in just a minute, they're going to take you back to the Orange County Jail. I'm going to suggest that you talk to Mr. Hobson about the various other issues you raised in your letter dated August 30th, 2023. One other thing I want to talk to you about, we had this conversation once in the past. Clearly, your working relationship with Mr. Banquets was such that it deteriorated to the point where the two of y'all just couldn't work together to defend your case. So I'm not going to try to referee how that played out, why that unfolded the way it did. But one thing I want to caution you about, if this becomes a problem on another court-appointed attorney, I'm going to look more closely at what the alleged disputes are. You have a right to a court-appointed lawyer. There are certain decisions a defendant gets to make in the defense of their case that are absolutely theirs, such as whether they go to trial or not, such as whether they testify or not. But there are many decisions in a case that a lawyer gets to make. And while you certainly have a right to consult with your lawyer and discuss with your lawyer, they don't automatically just do whatever you say they use their professional judgment and experience and look at the evidence, look at the law, and do the best they can. Also, you've got court-appointed counsel. As I've explained to you before, court-appointed counsel rarely have the luxury of representing one person and only having one case to focus on. I have concerns that your expectations of what any court-appointed counsel might do as far as spending time with you and the depth and degree of communication may be unrealistic expectations. You always have the right to retain a lawyer to represent you, and then that's between you and that lawyer. You can demand whatever expectations that you have as part of that agreement. But when it's a court-appointed lawyer, you have to accept and understand that they have other cases, other courtrooms, other responsibilities. And I'm cognizant of that when I'm addressing these types of issues about communication. So that's just food for thought, nothing to do today. I don't need a response from you. I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that.
I think
and
she
you were
wants to
thinking about
respond.
that as we proceeded forward. So again, the court minutes reflect that I'm court continuing pretrial. I have granted the motion withdraw. I have appointed Mr. Hobson to represent the defendant, and I'm taking no action on the motion, the ex parte motion for cost directed where JAC is responding. Ms. Boone will be returned to the Orange County Jail pending disposition of her case.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Am I able to say anything?
She says, am I able to say anything? And the judge said no. And there we go. All right. Let me turn this over. That was our update on Sarah Boone. We're going to head back to the manhunt here now. Yeah, it's a delay. It's a further delay, and unfortunately, we've got a new lawyer who, honestly, the judge is picking names out of a hat. Another letter incoming for sure. The judge is picking names out of a hat, and there may be a problem. Like, honestly, he's not able to look at the list and say, well, let me see all the lawyers who have ever had a case involving witnesses that might be testifying in here. And he may have just picked a name that literally says, Judge, I have a conflict. I have a conflict. I represented somebody that sued her in the past, or she sued my client. We sued her. It could be I have another case with one of her witnesses that she's called to test or is going to call to testify is my client. It can be all sorts of there's strings that go everywhere, and this lawyer has to now pick up the pieces on all this and say, okay, can I do this, and can it go on? That was our update for Sarah Boone. Thank you very much for the heads up on that. Okay, we're done with that part. Sorry, yes, Apple TV wants to use my keyboard, and I say no. All right, we're going to go back to the manhunt here as we're trying to pick up the pieces of where we are here. The plane this morning has left. That's been circling. We don't currently have another plane flying over it as far as I can tell. Let's see, we've got this guy. Looks like he's out on a pleasure cruise. We've got, wow, check this out. This is a commercial airlines, American Eagle, and it just made a big old U-turn. That doesn't look like a normal flight path. He's flying, clear across the country, takes off from Indianapolis. He's supposed to be going to Philadelphia. I guess he may be lining up for an approach. That makes sense. It just seems to have a U-turn right there. If you go into Philadelphia, that's okay. We'll give him a pass on that flight pattern. Anybody else? Let's see, this guy was doing the pleasure cruise. Nobody else really in the area. No helicopters in the air as well. And so we'll just keep an eye there and wait for some air traffic. Let's get back to the audio from our police scanner to see if we have anything this morning that's picking up. Let's see, we've got a few. Got one here from West Police Dispatch.
North Church Street, Wesleyan Highway, North Church Street, Wesleyan Highway. For a traffic complaint, there's a disabled green Toyota Camry blocking traffic.
That's not our guy.
37 Paul 315.
Sugar. Comedy 3, copy your stop. Number 4, Firehouse Way. Unit 16, Paul 90.
Okay, let me get our feeds back up and running the way we
Unit
want.
16, Paul 90. call 90, North 3rd Avenue, Lumber Street, North 3rd Avenue at Lumber Street. Disturbance, group of approximately 2 to 3 black males, unknown age, getting ready to fight. Females all screaming at each other. Unknown weapons, unknown talks. You know, 1-6 call 90, did you copy?
It's a great way to start a Friday morning with a fight.
Yep.
Here we go. All right. I will ask you this. I realize many of you are very active on several different social media platforms. We want to be aware of anything that posts up, specifically when it comes to images of the suspect that may be captured on camera. There are some questions. Everyone's question is he changed his appearance? Is he wearing different clothes? You know, has he stolen a bicycle? We want to know that. So if you can go ahead and let's see. Let me make focus here. Am I blurry? Is that better? Yeah, I was out of focus. I fixed my camera there, Kathy. Thank you very much for that. If anyone sees anything up there that's newer than what we have, and this has to be like an official image, I'm not looking for memes. I know there are plenty of them out there. We're going to try to focus just on the news today and stuff that's verified. Let me know. Point that to me. You can either tag me on Twitter. You can send it to my burner phone as well. I do have the ringer turned off on the burner phone. It's been going like crazy all night long. But we might turn it on for specific people here if we need some connections. We do have a couple. I know several of you are up there on the ground in the area. You live there. You're not here out of curiosity or anything else. You're here because this is your life and it's interrupting your daily life. And you know, because of that, if you've got any information as well that you'd like to share that might be helpful to other people in your same situation in the community, because I know how hard it is to spread information to get information in that community right now, feel free to reach out to me. We'll try to spread that as well. State Police chopper coming in, says Vinny 8. Let's take a look at where he's coming in from. Let's see, inbound. I believe this is a news chopper. Let's see. Oh, here's another one right there. Boom. There's your State Police chopper. So news is coming in from Philly, and the State Police is coming in as well. The small circles he's going to be flying, and they will be small circles, will indicate areas of the highest interest for their searches today. And showing you this on the map right now, this dynamic map that's been updated very well. I'm not sure who put this together. I think it's Andrew. I forget who built this and sent me the link and said, please use this and keep it refreshed. This area in green off to the left is the latest map. So here's where we used to be, and we've sort of migrated over here to the west. This is where we have this is where Nick was. Basically, he was down here right on this road, looking over at Longview Gardens. Actually, he was right here, looking over at Longwood Gardens. Excuse me, and it's just as the sightings come in, they change these borders, and that shows the area. We'll see if this is consistent with where the helicopter hovers today, especially this morning as we get started. So we'll keep an eye on him. He's over here. They spent a lot of time going over Chad's Ford yesterday.
08 Paul Ford.
Chad's Ford is.
Paul Ford.
I think it's right here. So let's see if this is the area that they're going to.
08 Paul Ford, 705 West 4th Avenue, 705 West 4th Avenue. For domestic, 20-year-old brother versus sister is difficult.
Man, okay. Can't we just get along, people?
3845.
Doesn't need to get physical.
Yeah, 38 Paul 5, okay. 16841, I dropped that phone and time back down to you. Copy, thanks. 29 Paul 4, copy your stop, 264 Swinehart Road.
The heli's come way down here on Brandywine Creek, way down south of this area, and made a loop.
08 Paul 4, the actor's name is Devin Jesus. No weapons, no attacks. Okay.
Sometimes the helicopter takes off and makes a couple quick passes, probably to get some overall imagery, and then we'll go and focus on an area. So we'll see if he now moves into a specific area of interest. Can I explain what they say on the scanner? Don't understand any of it. Dutchy, it's almost like learning a foreign language. Luckily, they're not using what they call 10 codes, which is a an abbreviation. It's a numerical short code for basically anything that police encounter. So it might be some, if I was listening in Utah, I might hear something like, Davis, Victor 28, can I get a 1028 by number? And you're like, what does that mean? And he says, well, that means that, Victor 28 is calling the Davis dispatch and asking for a license plate run by license plate number, a driver's license number. So they'll shorten that down to a little bit, and it makes it more difficult for people to follow what's happening, and it also it makes it very effective to share information in a little amount of time. You can communicate a lot with codes. We don't have a lot of that going here, thankfully, so I'll try to translate, especially if there's something that seems to be pertinent to the case at hand. When was the camera image? This camera image was one of the first ones we received. See if we can bring that up full screen. Right there. This was one of the first cameras. This was a trail camera, and this was the second image. This was at 10:30 at night. There was another image just before this at 9:30 where he was going the opposite direction in the same picture, wearing a hoodie, and then coming back, he looks like he has no shirt on. You need a phone?
I'm Paul 4. Your status?
Paul 4, good. Can you just send my other unit over here?
I need that on the screen here in just a minute.
John.
A lot of these short communications, the dispatch is checking on officers that are assigned to various calls, whether it's domestic, whether it's something suspicious, and they're just saying, "Are you okay? Is everything all right? Is everything okay there? Do you need more people?"
Physically fighting the father.
Okay.
Okay.
That's the domestic with the brother and sister that were fighting. Now it looks like the brother is now fighting with the father. Let me just say, family reunions are not going to be fun there. Okay. Let's see. Thank you, Brianne. It gives me an update on Twitter here. She says, "Here's where we got the map. I'm not sure if it's Sean or Andrew who created it, but it's a dual collaboration between Saverill 24 and Andrew Averill.
844 now.
I think S. Averill 24 and Andrew Averill. It sounds like a family team.
084, copy, right.
FYI, guys, thank you again for all the hard work and time spent. I know locals appreciate the info. It does help so much. This map in the top corner, basically, when a call comes in on the scanner, they're putting a pin on it, and they're documenting when it happened and where it was.
844, how my other units have help?
Sounds like they want another unit to come to that call.
5 I copy your route for domestic. 75 West 4th Avenue, 705 West 4th Avenue.
And they've assigned another unit to that one. Thank you, Future. Shout out to the amazing mods. They are wonderful. They've gone above and beyond this week. We appreciate them. They are absolutely incredible. Thank you for recognizing them, Future. They're wonderful. I could not do this without them. What's your take on what might be in his possession? Lindsay, here's what I was thinking last night. Nick pretty much wrapped up last night when we left him with some information saying that he just found out. I'm going to turn this down just for a minute. He just found out that the suspect may have a lot more assets at his disposal than he thought, and that suddenly he's several steps ahead of the game. I trust Nick. Okay, I trust Nick. I'm not sure if the source Nick got that from is verified, and I don't know where he got it. I'm just saying that the information we got last from Nick doesn't seem to fit with what's happened thus far in the manhunt. With the confidence that the sheriffs had, with everything, I don't think that this guy is Jason Bourne, and they're just there's no way they're going to catch him. I don't think that's the case, and some of the information that Nick received last night from his source, whoever that was, seemed to indicate that that's sort of the level they were dealing with. This guy is like, he's the next Jason Bourne. You can't catch him. So I'm waiting for some confirmation on that. As far as what's in his possession, it's not out of reason to think that he may have stolen or have possession of a phone of some sort. That would definitely aid him, but at the same time, it would also be a huge asset to law enforcement, because if you turn a phone on, they can find it. And trust me, in a situation like this, the ability to find all the phones in an area exists. And I know that sounds scary, Big Brother spying on you. Sorry, it exists. They do it. We've seen it here in North Carolina in cases where they were trying to find somebody. They can even go back in time and see what phones were turned on at specific areas and pinpoint locations that way. So that would, yes, it would help him, but it would also hinder him in that way because it would be helping authorities. Anyway, have there been any sightings during that? We've heard some reportings of them. We've got the stories of him being on a bicycle. We've got a possible video that a neighbor captured him on video. Police were responding to that. We haven't seen that video yet or heard if that's confirmed. Walmart's been in the mix. We've had just a lot. I would say so many sightings and so far apart that all of them can't be true, just logistically. And realize the whole community's on edge, and I would say 99% of the people in this area have never seen this dude. And so anything that looks suspicious and that might be a little bit similar to that, to them, it may seem like that's him, and it may be. And so, of course, they're going to call it in. The police have asked them to do that, and they're doing that. And so we've got a lot of calls of people who maybe behaving suspiciously or might just look similar to the guy. And all these sightings are coming in. And unfortunately, anyone who appears to be somewhat Hispanic and short and, maybe some facial hair is being reported to the police right now. He is from Brazil. We do know he's from Brazil. He's not Hispanic. I believe he changed his ID to say he was from Brazil for some reason. Plexus Gaming, I saw earlier today, they had 3 aircraft to the west of the area they searched yesterday. That would explain sort of why the green shaded area is sort of left of everything else. Let's see, we are expecting... You can understand 10 codes better than this. Yeah, but 10 codes, each area has their own set of 10 codes. They don't necessarily... 10-4 is pretty much universal across everything. But some of the other codes, 1098 in one area might be, a mental patient, and somewhere else it would be, somebody on drugs. Shannon K, enjoy your work. Thanks for popping in. Hopefully we can make your day go faster. It's Friday after all. Grizzly here too. Grizzly did pop in. So grateful for the support from her here and for the kind words as well. It's wonderful. Okay, I'm the guy who says 10-4 in normal conversation. Copy that. Copy. There's Grizzly. Thank you very much. So many Grizzlies in here. It's wonderful. It's another just incredible community that has some overlap here, and I'm thankful for you guys being here and sharing some time with us. Savas says he's in Cuba. He's smoking big cigars and watching our show here. Savas, I'm not poking fun at you at all. There have been many people. First of all, thanks for the comment. There have been many people who have shared a similar idea that say, at this point, let's look in. Look at this area they're going around. This is the same area they were at yesterday morning. There are many people who say that same sort of thing. It's like by now he's out of the country and he's laughing. He's living it up at wherever he wants to be. There's time for that to have occurred. But what we're hearing and what we're seeing from the law enforcement, the confirmed sightings, the confirmed sources, is that every time they say, we think he's still here, then the next day we're like, oh, we got a confirmed sighting, we got a picture of him. Or, we saw him here, yes, we can confirm that was him. He broke into this house, he broke into a mushroom farm. It seems that the authorities really do have a reason to believe he's still there, and I don't know how they have that. Okay, they haven't shared that bit of information. That they kept that close to the chest, so to speak, when they're playing their cards. But there's something that is telling them that he has not left the area, and because of that, I'm believing them. I really am. Saviscan, thank you, by the way, for the gifted memberships. Appreciate your support. Congratulations to those who won those this morning. Let's see. We've got a whole sleuth in here. You guys are great. Love the Bears. Worst day in Winston Hobson's life right now, appointed Sarah's attorney. J. Dodd, we did follow that just briefly. We popped in just in time to hear the judge accept Sarah Boone's lawyer's motion to withdraw after rejecting his previous one. This is his second time around on that. And man, Mr. Frank J. Bankowitz was walking up there with the walker, and he was barely moving. He has got to be dancing. He's doing he's doing dabs and everything out of the courtroom as he's just had the best news he's heard all year, getting off this case. Law enforcement can use horses. They do have horses there. We heard they were staging at Walmart, at the Walmart area this morning. It's been just immense, the force that they're using, the diversity of forces. We know there are drones in the air. They've got helicopters like they have here. The state police helicopter is up in the air. Let's see. We just had the arrival of the news helicopter. We were following all the way from over here by Philly. It just flew in as well. I don't know what channel this is. I wish I could see what channel. Possibly channel 2? Not sure, but he's flying the wide circles. He's up at 2,300 feet. The state helicopter is down at 1,500 feet, so almost 1,000 feet below him, and doing those tight circles around this property, which we believe is still owned by Longwood Farms. It's farmed, but it might be property owned by Longwood Farms, and they've been searching this area. If we go to, let's go to Google Earth really quickly. Right here. Where are we at? Here we are. We're going to look at the terrain, and I want to show you this. This is the same area right here that the helicopter is flying over, and this was an area of interest yesterday as well. Right, so we can take this and put it down on its side, look at it in 3D, and spin. We've got a nice big ravine here. We've got water, so it's a waterway. There might actually be a creek that runs along there, or just a series of ponds. We've heard confirmed from law enforcement that this fugitive does like to stick to waterways as a means of movement, and so that could put him in the area there. Heavy brush. This we had the helicopter hovering like 4 feet off the ground in this heavy brush area as well, trying to get the vegetation to flatten down from the prop wash to see if he was hiding in there. But just a tough environment. I mean, even on foot, on horses, dogs, all of that is very difficult to get in there. But it looks like that area is still an area of interest. We're going to go back to the helicopter live to see where it's at, and it's still circling at about 1,500 feet right there. So let's zoom out. Okay. All right. If they know he likes to stick to waterways, we know he moves by using waterways, like getting from one area to another through waterways. And they found that basically because we've seen how many times have we heard a call say that we found footprints by the creek, or down by the pond. We've got signs of somebody came through by the pond. The dogs have I guess picked up trails of people in that area, and so they think that he's really using that method. It doesn't mean he always stays by the water or stays in the water. He could still, I mean, he's broken into houses, and so he's ventured out a little bit as well. Louise says, I'm going to have to mute you shortly, conference call. If they do find him, can you please put a massive caption across the screen? We'll do the big captured. Let's see, Bite Me. Rebecca is here. Princess Buttercup's on lockdown. Apparently she had quite the time yesterday with the credit card. Thank you, Scott, for all you do. Rebecca, thank you very much. Give Buttercup a good pat for me. She's a good girl. And she's also like our unofficial mascot on the channel. Live news conference on News 18, says Sarah Bailey. Let's check if that's available here to us. Just 1 second here. I'm not seeing it. Don't see Fox 29 live either. We'll keep an eye on that. Where's Walmart in conjunction with the helicopter, says Rona McCaw. Helicopter is flying right here, these tight circles. This is over just next to Longwood Gardens, just east of it, of the main facility. And if you follow State Road 1 or Baltimore Pike down right here, Walmart is, I believe, this building right here. I think that's it. I may be mistaken on that one, but it's a big parking lot shopping center. I think that's the one right there on Schoolhouse Road. So distance-wise, we're talking maybe a mile. Yeah, probably less than a mile. Okay, I'm confused why nobody has boots on the ground before the afternoon. Surely they do, but they believe that he's more active in the evening or at night. It would be more advantageous for him to, avoid being spotted at that time, and that just coincides with when they do their big push. And it also it might help them. It disrupts his schedule. If they do a push when they want to, he has to move when they want him to. So. It's yesterday they were playing on their YouTube channel. Thank you for that. The news conference should be about 3 o'clock today. The press conference this morning showing the public the equipment they're using. That's the invite we talked about, that Nick mentioned, where they sent out an invite saying, hey, we have donuts. Come check out all the fun toys we're using to try to catch him. And we're going to hear about that a little bit. But I don't think they're going to be answering questions press conference style at that point about what's happening. Let's see. Kitty Bang Bang said, did you say the perimeter to the west is expanded? Can you show how close on the map to Avondale, southwest of Longwood Gardens, please? I'm not familiar with Avondale. The area that's expanded, if we go over to, let's see. Let's go over here. So I apologize. This is small on the screen. Hopefully you guys can see this. But Longwood Gardens is right here in the center of the screen where this mouse is. There's Longwood Gardens. The area the helicopter is flying over right now is right here. Okay, we've got those ponds. We've got the ravine here. This is the big cornfield or the big cultivated field. That's there. Walmart is down here. Walmart Supercenter. That's where we showed you right there off Schoolhouse Road. You said Avondale. Is it? I'm not familiar. We've got Willowdale up here. You've got Unionville. I'd have to do a quick Google search, and I don't want to mess up my map here, if that's all right. So if somebody could point me in the right direction there, that would help. Little Dippy, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Look at that blue courthouse. Thanks for your support. There's always a Walmart. Walmarts are everywhere. It's not that Walmart causes crime. They just happen to be everywhere, and they're an item of convenience as far as purchases go. Okay. Yes, from Kristen. Kristen, I think bad news for you, unfortunately. I think this search area has moved your direction yesterday, and I think if I remember correctly, you called in and shared a little bit of information, and this looks like he might be either in the perimeter or very close to it in this last area of interest. Now, the helicopter itself is still flying on the other side of Longwood Gardens, but it's stay safe. That's all I can say. Please stay safe. Let's see. Escaped Thursday. Today is Friday, so 1 week and 1 day. But he was gone all Thursday. So Thursday morning at like 8 a.m. Wasn't that when he escaped? I don't remember. I think we're at day 9. I might have my math wrong. If so, I've been wrong for several days in a row. Where could he have gotten other clothes? Everything from, this is not the sort of area you're going to find clotheslines in the backyard. But if there were, that would be an option. If he's been into houses, raiding somebody's closet is a possibility as well. We know he's raided their refrigerator. Why not go to their closet? It's possible if some of these Walmart sightings are check out that he's been to Walmart. If he's been to Walmart, it blows me away because first of all, they have more cameras per square foot than pretty much any other facility in there. I mean, there are more cameras in a Walmart than there are in a bank per square foot, and there should be video of that if he's there. So I'd be surprised if we went to Walmart, but from somebody else's house, raid their laundry room, raid their closet, raid their chest of drawers. That seems a possibility. Is Walmart open for business? Yes, Lois, they are. The only place that's really been closed has been a couple schools, which are now reopened and with heavy police presence around the perimeter after the interior has been cleared. Longwood Gardens was closed probably a couple times. I think they opened and then closed again after last night's big push in that area. Okay. It's unreal how long he's been running. Kathy, the thing is, look at the distance. Most of us could go for a walk the length of the whole area around this search area in a morning, and not really break a sweat. It's a few mile area, a few square miles, and it's not huge. He's not on the run. This is not a guy who's been sprinting for the last 2 hours and trying to catch his breath. He's moving much more slowly, much more methodically, I believe, and just trying to stay hidden more than anything else. Really hoping to catch him today. Can't believe they haven't. Dre, all I can say is that the police are confident that they still have him contained, that he's still in the area, and that they will catch him. Pennsylvania State Police has 5 horses on the ground that are used for the search, says B. They're out of the Hershey State Police Training Facility. And we saw some pictures on Twitter of those horses arriving, and they are being used today as well. Sandra Kennedy, fingers crossed that today is the day. Very hopeful there. Louise, welcome to the gallery. Thank you. And you've got a cat. You're one of us. Pets are welcome here. Why do you think he hasn't left the area, says Olive Oil. I don't give him so much credit as far as his smarts. I think he's scared of getting caught. He's really scared of being caught, and he's being very cautious. I don't think he has help on the ground because outside help would give him outside information, and that would change dynamically. I think the search area we'd have sightings, several cities away, or in other areas, or with known associates somewhere else. If he really had outside help. So I don't think it is. I think he's really just a scared rabbit right now, but a very cautious one, and just trying to stay away. He has been on the run before. So, I mean, this is not the first time he's done this, even as, trying to escape the authorities here in Pennsylvania. McFly says, this is a clothesline area, by the way. Some of the areas they were searching, just in response to that, when you look at like Folly Hill. Okay, let's see, where's Folly Hill? I think we're right up here. Where's the... Looking for the vineyard. There it is. Here's the vineyard. So here's Folly Hill right there. There's Valley Road. Just if you want a good idea of what things look like, first of all, pools in the backyard. That's a nice amenity. Usually you don't have an in-ground pool and a clothesline because you don't have a dryer to dry your clothes. It's a humid area. Drying clothes out here in the humid area doesn't work very well. At least it doesn't in North Carolina. A lot of these homes, you'll see homes in the range from $300,000 all the way up to $1.5 million in this area. So that's what I was referring to. I'm not saying that people can't have a clothesline. A lot of people do it just for the environmental. They don't want to waste the energy. Let's see, Amber, thanks for the message there. We'll pin that for you. We are watching the day 9 of the manhunt. Grizzly, we'll have to... I'd love to talk to you, Grizzly. I'm not sure if the burner phone is an option for you, but let me know what your schedule looks like, just to get your take on what's happening if you have time. I can make the burner phone available. If he ends up in Carhartt and Dickies, I'll check my property, says Ivan. Yeah, he's not going to be in Wisconsin anytime soon, Ivan. I think the police think that overall he's trying to go south, possibly even south out of the country. Evil Queen, we did follow the Sarah Boone update this morning. Her lawyer was granted his motion to withdraw. It's going to be another delay. It looks like it's going to be just before the end of the year before this goes to trial, if the dates hold. He does have family in the area. They could be dumping items for him to pick up later. It would require some coordination. Okay, so that's the point he needs. If there's people helping him, there has to be some communication. There has to be some way that he can reach out and say, "Hey, I need this," or where should I meet, or I'll be here, or this is the drop spot. You're not going to have people just randomly putting caches of goods in the forest in case he shows up. Sorry, they might be upstairs. Might have left them upstairs. Okay, red helicopter in the air right here. That is our state helicopter. We do also have a news helicopter following a little far outside of it. This plane is everywhere. He's just sightseeing. 2,000 feet as well. Sort of flew right through this area. That's interesting. Maybe just curious. See if anybody else is inbound right now. I haven't seen Sky 10 yet this morning, but we expect them to show up at some point. We'll keep an eye on these loops. Okay. Unplug this and go over here. Looking at some of the messages you guys sent me, I'm going to go back in time a little bit because there was a report of gunshots at 6:23 this morning. Let's turn the scanner back on as well. Let's see. Hang on, first this one.
1-1 unit, when he called back, spoke with a James Fonda with correct passcode for false alarm. Not on scene. Advised a new employee started. Unknown what's off the alarm.
Maybe Sam, so I copy your stop. 1800 block.
Okay, just 1 minute. Let's see if we can find, it was on County Dispatch, which I don't have turned on right now. Let me add them to the talk group. Okay, County Dispatch at 6:23 a.m. Okay, let's listen to a few of these County Dispatch or West Police. I think we listened to these before. This is West Police Dispatch. I'm not seeing County at that time.
Unit 6244, I copy that you got the burglary 537 Schoolhouse Road, 537 Schoolhouse Road. Avondale was requesting that you respond. You get a call of somebody apparently broke into a mushroom house there, and then the subject ran off.
Yeah, we heard about this one.
The car was struggling to give the address. That was where Base 2 put it at.
Oh, 4 County on the rail.
Julie, thank you so much.
Yeah, 6244, okay.
Appreciate the super
Avondale
chat.
is responding. They're going to be travel time from the bear. So.
Deb as well. Thank you.
Yeah,
I love the ninja emojis.
The state police are advising that the subject was last seen headed south towards Route 1. It's an unknown race male, no shirt on, and dirty brown pants.
4 County.
So that sounds like a credible sighting.
Yeah, 6244.
That was at 6:30 this morning.
The subject crossed the road and is behind the Walmart.
And that's what got us to Walmart. And we did hear that initially this morning. We're going to keep listening.
Can you show me en route to 2025 2025 Sheck Road? Homeowner called into the station indicating there's a suspicious male walking around the property.
Copy.
Okay, this is live right now. And that was Central Police Dispatch. And somebody's going through on this app and starring every single communication, which makes it hard to pick out the ones that are important.
1-1 unit, C-Long, when you called back, spoke with a James Fonda with correct.
Yeah, we got
You know what's on 1243? Could you repeat the street?
2025 Schenkel Road.
Copy, thank you.
I'm going to check that really quickly.
Unit 1571.
1571.
The only hits I'm getting on Schenkel Road are way on the other side of the state. Doesn't look like the right place.
Unit 1571. In the area of 1041 West Bridge Street. 1041 West Bridge. Location based, also phase 2 only. For well-being check, the call taker heard sounds of heavy grunting, then silence, and then some buttons pressed. Phone disconnected. There was no answer on callback.
1571, okay.
Heavy grunting. That is suspicious as well. Yeah, it's sad that that this has to happen this way, but honestly, that's what the police need right now. They need every tip that could possibly be him to be forwarded to them. So, okay. Callie says he's caught on camera last night in Longwood Gardens. I think what I heard from that one, Callie Ron, was that Longwood Gardens last night was looking at their footage from previously in the day,
41.
and they saw him on the
You get a
camera
moment, check your current
in the morning.
RP callback information.
Copy, I'm en route to that.
Copy.
I probably should do that, some malicious. I haven't set that up. I probably should do that a lot. Let's see. The other way we could do it, I could use StreamYard, which is anyone can connect from anywhere, but it gets tricky to send that out. And the way I stream, I don't go through StreamYard. I use hardware. Just to give you an idea, I'm using all this equipment. Sorry, pardon my water. I use this equipment, and this is actually going straight to the internet. So it encodes everything and sends it out. And StreamYard likes to use software and encode it and send it out. So I can either use my switcher, or I can use StreamYard. If I use my switcher into StreamYard, it really taxes my computer, and it makes it difficult to use that as another source. So it's just a challenge technologically to make it work. I love Macs, but they don't do well with a lot of video sources at the same time for live streaming. Caught on camera Wednesday night at Longwood Gardens.
Unit 3246.
Hollis, I think, yes, he did grow up in
Can I
Brazil.
get one from Eagle Service for a Nissan Altima, no keys?
Copy.
He grew up in Brazil and also committed murder there
MVT check for report.
before coming to the U.S.
Copy.
I'll see if I can get a... The only problem I have with WhatsApp is right now I do have WhatsApp, and it's linked to some of the other stuff I do outside of YouTube. And it would be a little bit tricky
for report at your station.
to have separate numbers and everything. I have to look into that. We could do Zoom as well.
Unit 2171.
Nanar, I saw that Brandy's taking a day off. She's been working really hard on a really cool case that's coming up, the Karen Reed case, putting together a podcast on that. Looking forward for that release from Brandy Churchwell. Good friend of the program, another fantastic person here on YouTube. Dr. G as well.
Unit
Hope he gets better.
2171, number 7 White Horse Lane, 7 White Horse, You must be going out for a heart problem.
I need more burner phones. I need one burner phone that's local to Europe.
65, check your MGC for a phone assignment.
65 copy.
Okay, let me see if we can go full screen. I'm going to turn this camera off for just 1 second while I talk. I'm still here. We're not going anywhere. What do you need? It's scratched. Sorry. Yeah, my back camera, my wife came in, and she said, this camera right here is really dirty. I actually had to switch to another camera because my first one overheated. First one's right here, and it's the one that has the good lens, which you cannot change on this. My other one, the scratch lens, is what we're looking through right now. So we'll just add that to the list. A grizzly to true crime. Don't do phone calls. Introvert. I'm also an introvert. Let me tell you, I went to school for communications, electronic media. So basically, I went to school for this. So I was working in the media at the time as well, in the news, and always behind the camera. And in this major, they require you to do all sorts of presentations, be on camera, be the anchor persons for newscasts, and I managed to weasel my way through the entire education process and graduate with only being on camera like 2 or 3 times, like 5 to 6 minutes total. I hated the sound of my voice. I hated how I looked on camera, and now here I am going live every day. I don't know what changed, but I will say that if you ever even wanted to do just voice only, just a quick call, this is the most chill place to ever do that. Every single person who calls in is treated with respect, and just it's fun. It's fun, but no pressure. Thank you. We'll just watch your great work on your YouTube channel remotely. Skip eats cake, allegedly. Welcome to the gallery. I eat cake, and I'll confirm that. Appreciate that.
Can I copy your stop? 1000 Block Mauer Road.
Jeff says...
Unit 1510, your status?
1510, okay.
Jeff lives 20 minutes outside of the search zone. Very eerie vibe all around the area. I appreciate you. Jeff, how much is this going back to normal? I mean, we have kids still going back to school. We have, businesses really aren't being closed. Last night, we had a lot of reverse 911 calls that went out to the area that probably put everybody on edge, as they just said, hey, this area, it's part of the search, and it's dark. It's 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, and your phone rings, and it's a recording from the police department saying, heads up, murderer in your area. Sleep well. See you tomorrow. I don't know how anyone can be like, oh, that's cool. Thank you. I appreciate the information, and go back to bed. People are ready for this to be over. Oh, man.
17 call 43 status.
Is Nick finally sleeping? He should be, but at the same time, he said he wants to be up and early. He might. Let's see.
Let me check the area right now.
Let me check his feed
Copy,
really quickly.
checking the area.
79 Paul 1.
9 Paul 1.
Sorry, it's taking just a second to get him. He might be trying to go to the show and tell.
Middle School for a suspicious condition. Landscapers are reporting that they found a firearm.
79 Paul 1, okay.
I'm going to listen to that one more time. We need to see what school that is. That's West Police Dispatch. That's the right area.
I'm en route to Scott Middle School for a suspicious condition. Landscapers are reporting that they found a firearm.
79 Paul 1, okay.
Scott Middle School is, let's see, is that the 6th grade center? Hang on, I'm trying to find it first. This is well outside of the area. Let me show you on the map here. We've got our search area down here. Scott Middle School is going to be all the way up here.
I'm on my way up there as well.
By Westwood. So it's right up here.
Yeah, something like that. Okay.
Trying to get my 2 maps. Oh, it's even further than that.
510 status.
Paul 10, I'll be up. 8 Paul 4.
It's way far away. I mean, we're talking 10, 15 miles away.
Paul 10, I'll be up.
Probably not related.
One male in custody. Transport back to
Is suspicious, though.
Okay. Unit 15 Paul 90 status.
15 Paul 9. Status is fine.
Yeah, 29 Paul 2.
90 okay. Unit 41-1234, I got your stop. 1400 block Pottstown Pike. Unit 15, stand 1.
Unit 942, copy of that. Respiratory difficulty. The end at Freedom Village, number 35, Freedom Boulevard, second floor, room 1227.
West side, stand 1. 60, Tom 83.
Brianne, thank you.
Yeah, 60, Tom 83.
You don't need to send a super chat to tell me that. Just tagging me like P-Will for real did here. We'll at least get it.
For traffic complaint.
We'll at least get
going on in the area.
Make it
The
visible.
property manager was not made aware or asked to be in the center of the parking lot.
If I pull 90, you can show me clear and sign that to me.
60, Tom 83.
Brianne's telling us that the makers of the map that we have here on the top left-hand corner
Ready, okay?
have been jumping in chat and monitoring as well. If you're on, thank you so much.
G-Boy, G-Golf, 8449.
Sean and Andrew.
Negative. Could be a Yankee Paul 23505 out of California.
Unit 41-1234, okay?
Stout. So you say Stout Middle School? Did I hear wrong? Let me go back and play that one more time. What was it? It was West, right?
141 check here in BC for a attack on Star Street, not Road. Star, not for traffic complaint. 90K. Unit 41-1234, I got your stop. 1400 block Pottstown Pike.
Unit 942, copy of that. Respiratory difficulty. The end at Freedom Village, number 35, Freedom Boulevard, second floor, room 12.
I'm en route to Scott Middle School for a suspicious condition. Landscapers are reporting that they found a firearm.
Okay, is that Stout or Scott?
I'm en route to Scott Middle School for a suspicious condition. Landscapers are reporting that they found a firearm.
Okay. If that's Stout, let me see where that is on the map. I'm not seeing it in Westchester.
7991, I'll be out here.
Let's see.
Yeah, 7991, okay.
You got Amanda E. Stout Elementary School. It must be Scott. I just it's not coming up on the map. Maybe if a local could help us out a little bit with that one. Does anyone think he had help? Chaos. He may have had people that helped him out in the jail a little bit by trying to cause a distraction on the basketball court or something like that. I'm not sure if we'll ever find out. The prison's not releasing much information about his actual escape. That may have been the case that distracted somebody, but I don't think he had like really in-depth planning and assistance. You know, nobody threw a rope to him over the fence. I don't think that sort of help was there. I think he's still on his own. Matthew says, Matt from yesterday, with the perimeter back in my area and our roads, people here are getting frustrated, myself included, starting to take a toll on my mental health, to be honest. Matt, thank you, first of all. Matt, this is Matt W., who has been on with Nick, who was on Creek Road, who provided some great analysis, some feedback, and just visual of the search that was happening along the Brandywine River. And he also called in yesterday to us. Matt, you are most important, right? I want you to stay safe, but if this doesn't help, do what you need to do to make sure you're okay. Mental health is something that you should take seriously. If there's anything we can do to help, please let us know. Nick did say he'd be up about right now or in the next hour or so. Oh, sorry, 11 to 11:30. Nick doesn't sleep. What a stud. The guy's just like, he runs on adrenaline, I guess. Let's see.
79, we're good. It does look like we have a firearm in the bushes here.
Okay,
Copy. Firearm confirmed in the bushes.
Firearm in the bushes. That's never a good deal, especially at a school. But Brianne, thank you. I appreciate the generosity. We had an amazing super chat train yesterday that I don't think has ever happened on YouTube before. It was incredible yesterday. Thank you so much. But we're going to focus on the manhunt today, if we can.
43 on the
43, okay.
So Matt, I know the search area has changed, but take a look at this helicopter. Look at the flight path it's following, right here in the same area it was yesterday. What's remarkable is this seems like an area, if you had, let me turn the flight path off for a second, if you had 250 people on the ground at your disposal, whether it's a CERT team, police officers, horseback, canine handlers, it seems like you could pretty well cover that entire area pretty well. I know it would be rough. I know it's extremely challenging. It's steep. It's rugged. It's dangerous, really. I mean, people can get hurt, traipsing through ground like that. But you could almost go shoulder to shoulder across that whole property with 250 people and rule that out. So I'm not sure why we're still here focusing on this area after for 24 hours, really. Let's see. Let's see. Keep grinding up. Hey, by the way, thanks for the shout out this morning. I saw you over there on the other feed live this morning, shouting out the channel. I appreciate the kind words you said there. Keep grinding up says, "How about the scissor lift collapse last night? That was scary." What he's talking about? Keep grinding up says the scissor lift happened, and if you were watching Nick's feed, there was a time when somebody said, "What was that? Was that a gunshot?" And somebody said immediately, "No, that was someone banging metal." What they heard a scissor lift, which is a piece of construction equipment that basically is like a extendable platform that raises up into the air. They usually have wheels on the bottom. You can drive them around and then raise them up. It allows you to reach things up high or get a good view. In this case, it was for getting a good view. And somebody had brought this scissor lift into the area for the purpose of renting it out to cameramen, so they could get a bird's eye view that they couldn't really see from the ground. Because the one drawback in this area is basically you're in the east, trees are everywhere. There's no such thing as looking at the horizon and looking 20 miles away. That's extremely rare to have a view like that unless you're at a really high point in elevation, and which is relatively flat. Here we have some hills and things, but trees are everything. So you drive along and you're looking for the trees. You can't see the forest for the trees. And so this guy comes along with a scissor lift and tries to rent it. It's like an opportunistic type thing, I think. And at some point, I'm not sure if Cameron was in it, or if it was just he was demonstrating it or testing it or setting it up. But as it was going up, it collapsed back down vertically. It didn't tip over, from what we can understand. It collapsed back down, which would imagine standing in an elevator and the elevator drops to the bottom. It's that sort of thing, but possibly not that same speed. They were injured.
Northbound, Potsdam Pike, north of Font Road. First suspicious condition.
Here we go.
Possible sightings for the escaped prisoner. Standing male wearing a white shirt, gray pants, sunglasses. Just occurred.
We're going to listen to that again.
Unit 226, northbound Potsdam Pike, north of Font Road. Northbound Potsdam Pike, north of Font Road. First suspicious condition. Possible sightings for the escaped prisoner. Standing male wearing a white shirt, gray pants, sunglasses. Just occurred.
Okay, I had a hard time. Northbound Pike Road, I cannot make out the streets, and this is where the locals can probably help me out a ton. Did that sound familiar, that address? We can play it again if they needed to. Brandy, I'm sorry the Dr. G thing didn't work today. We were optimistic that was going to be awesome. Hope you still have a fantastic day and get everything done that you wanted to do. Amela's mom says 1004 on the scanner. Which channel are you looking at on that one? On 1004. You looking at this one?
Can you show me en route to 2025 2025 Sheck Road? Homeowner called into the station stating there's a suspicious male walking around the property.
Copy.
1743.
You know 1743. Could you repeat the street?
2025 Schenkel Road.
Schenkel Road.
You know 1571.
1571.
You know 1571. In the area of 1041 West Bridge Street. 1041 West Bridge.
We're going to go back to this call.
Northbound Potsdam Pike, north of Font Road. northbound Potsdam Pike North of Font Road for suspicious condition. It's possible sighting for the escaped prisoner. Hispanic male wearing a white shirt, gray pants, sunglasses. Just occurred.
Something Pike north of Font Road.
For a phone assignment.
There you go.
Unit 61 Paul 3.
Yeah, I just can't make out the address on there.
6 Paul 18.
Pottstown Pike, says CC Reagan.
Unit 61 Paul 3.
Locals are saying Pottstown
Unit
Pike.
6 Paul 18. Spring Mill Senior Living. 3000
Font
Alpha
Road
Circle.
in
Now
Pottstown
repair
Pike?
room 157. Nice going out for a hemorrhage.
Unit 61 Sam 1.
61 Sam 1.
Copy. Unit 61 Paul 3.
I'm looking for the cross street on Pottstown Pike right now.
On Paul 40.
40.
Unit 11 Paul 40. Copy of that fire alarm. St. John's, Vanny. 121 Woodbine Road. For the fire alarm.
Pottstown Pike is all the way up in West Chester.
Yeah. 61 Paul 3, call. Yeah, 61 Paul 3. Reached out 4 times. It's going to be a suspicious conditions. Walmart, 516 Schoolhouse Road.
That's right here.
It's going to be a Hispanic male in his 30s, 5 foot, green shirt, tied on his head, no shirt, black pants at the edge of the parking lot close to Route 1. RP is no longer on scene.
Okay. Right down here. That's probably not going to check out. The odds of the suspect just waltzing into a Walmart right now are very, very low. But they're responding to every single one of these calls. And some of these guys have been like, look, this is the third time the police have come and stopped me for just going about my day as I normally do. Walmart again. Yes, we've got a sound effect just for that. Let's see if we can find it here. There it is.
In front of the Walmart.
From the Walmart. Correct. He is not Hispanic. He's Brazilian. But on one of his IDs, he lists himself as Hispanic, and that I think contributes to that. And honestly, I also think that there are a lot of us that might confuse Hispanic with Brazilian. Yeah, it's hard to imagine.
Same one. When you're available, I have a phone.
Walking through the most crowded parking lot in town does not meet with the MO that we have for this guy.
Unit 67 Paul 50.
16 Paul 90 MDC check for a phone assignment.
Unit 67 Paul 50. Swiss bar.
Is the Walmart in Pottstown? No, Pottstown is the Pottstown Road is way up in West Chester. As far as
Unit 16
we're
Paul
talking
90
way up
MDC
here.
check for a phone assignment.
There's Pottstown Road up there.
Okay.
So we're down here by almost by Kennett Square. I think it's actually part of Kennett Square. There's Walmart. It's only about a mile from the search area, maybe a little over a mile from the search area.
The subject was last seen walking off to the northbound side.
Okay. Sorry.
Jackie, thanks for the update. Suspect moved to Puerto Rico and changed his
Unit 29
identity
Paul 4, check your MDC for a phone assignment.
after he fled Brazil in that murder. Free advertising for Walmart. Walmart has a murder aisle. Honestly, so many times if you've got a murder murder case, we hear that they show up at Walmart and they buy all the items they need to commit the murder, like in one aisle. They push the cart down the aisle and they come out. They've got everything they need and they check out. It's funny, but it's not. It's like bleach, tape, knives, plastic, a paint suit. Seriously, if you're checking somebody out at Walmart, which is becoming a thing that's even more rare as everyone now checks themselves out in self-checkouts, but if you're a checker at Walmart and somebody's buying like duct tape, bleach, industrial rolls of plastic, paint suits, and a knife, at that point, isn't there like a little panic button you can push and just be like, well, you got one. We got one right here. We can either arrest him now or after the body's found. But yeah, who does that? Can someone please explain how on earth they haven't caught this guy yet? Dinky, here's what I'll say. If you haven't been in the East, in heavily wooded areas, it is really hard to imagine what we're dealing with. The forest, these green patches of trees, at this time of year, the outside of these forests, everywhere that sunlight can hit, something is growing. This is not, you don't have to plant, vines to make it beautiful and to fill up the space. Nature is taking over here and it's reverting to jungle. And it's what it does every summer. It's just, these areas just flourish and you're constantly just trying to beat back nature to keep it from taking over your property. These trees are thickets, the briars, the vines, the branches, the trees. It is so thick, and it dies off. A lot of it will die off in the wintertime, and you'll be able to like see into these forests for quite a ways. But while the foliage is there, while everything's got leaves on it, it's really rugged. It's tough, and it's heavy. It's difficult to walk through. I mean, it's not just painful because you've got like spikes and stuff, and you're like trying to trip yourself. These are vines that you almost need a machete to cut through. And just because you have a lot of people to do that doesn't mean it's any easier. It's a struggle. There's so much forest you can't see the sky. It provides a total canopy overhead. Rona said they worked in an English supermarket. We did have a panic button in case we got attacked. We need like the murder aisle purchase button.
Yeah, 62, call 4, proceed priority. 61, Paul 3, status.
Hang on one sec.
Unit 61, Paul 3, your status.
Officer's not responding on status.
61, Paul 30, okay.
Okay, he's okay.
Unit 67, Paul 30, okay.
There you go.
60, Paul 20, copy your stop. 548 Newark Road. Unit 61, Paul 3, your status.
He's still not responding.
Unit 67, Paul 30, okay.
Trying to get air. I am okay. There's troopers out all over here. I can't locate anybody.
Okay.
Unit 67, Paul 31, you're clear, holding us on assignment for your subject.
That dispatcher was getting a little edgy. He's like, look, I've asked what your status is. Tell me if you're okay. If an officer doesn't respond when a status check like that happens, what they'll do is they'll dispatch other troopers to the same area. And that officer was a little snarky in his response, saying, look, I'm fine. I'm with a whole bunch of other cops. We can't see anybody. We're fine. Quit worrying about me. But really, it's a good thing what the dispatcher does, and they have to do it because if you do send a dispatcher sends a police officer to a scene and they're not okay, say they're fighting with a suspect, or they've been injured or hurt, or they're knocked unconscious, or trapped somehow away from their radio, all these things could go wrong. They use this system to trigger an automatic response to that area. So if they didn't respond, they send an officer immediately to that scene to try to help him out. So that's why we have all these checks.
Go ahead with your message.
What was this? The media gathering at the command center. Rose, let me answer this for you. The command center, it's a show and tell presentation this morning regarding
for myself
technology.
and David 61 will be out checking news buildings. No status needed. We'll advise if we find anything.
Unit 60, Paul 4, copy.
What they're doing is they're basically walking through the lineup of all the equipment that is available to the command center, as far as infrared cameras, as far as the cellular trail cameras they're using. They'll find out about the horses and the personnel and the night vision and all the other technical stuff. The command centers basically and the police are trying to assure the public that they're doing something, because right now the public can't see that. it takes us right back to like Brian Koberger's days when he was out on the run and hadn't been arrested. You remember how frustrating the press conferences were when they're like, all right, we're here. We've got a press conference. Thanks for all gathering. We can't tell you anything. Any questions? And that's what's happening. People are like, yeah, of course we have questions. What's going on? Am I safe? Is it safe for my kids to go to school? Should I go to work? When do we call the police? What are you doing to make sure our neighborhood is okay or I'm okay? The police are saying we're doing stuff. We have great tools. They're trying to reassure the public with this, and hopefully the news media will show some of the images of that soon. And also the news media is getting fed donuts, which is important for them. Let's see, they'll never find him in the northern woods of Wisconsin. I don't think he'd go that way. He doesn't have any desire to go north.
Unit 41-1256.
56.
Unit 41-1256. Harbor Terrace, 100 Oakland Boulevard. Memory care unit. EMS is going out for a call.
Let's see. She Lovey Adriel. Here's the thing. This is all private property. Okay, everything we're looking at, you could draw little tiny lines around it, and the house has a little bit of forest, and there's a little bit of trees or shrubs between homes. This foliage is beautiful. The landscape is beautiful. The countryside is absolutely amazing. Some of these trees are 40, 50, 60 years old. These are forests that have stood for a long time, maybe older, upwards of 100 years old in some cases. Heritage trees. You can't just bulldoze the place just to see if somebody's in there. That's not something you can just replace. It's not like, the police can kick down your door in a search warrant and your door can be replaced and it's back to normal in a day or two. You bulldoze a forest, you napalm an area. There's no going back there, and you can't really do that, and you can't expect the private landowners to do that anyway. They are already helping out as best they can. Brandy, happy Friday to you.
Check MDC for next PDI.
Was this suspicious? Happy Friday. You're going to finish recording. Going to check back in a while. Great job. Thank you, Brandy. Appreciate you. Looking forward to when you do connect with Dr. G. I can't wait to see that. Is Bortak still there? To our knowledge, yes. But Heather, I mentioned this morning. There's a possibility that the four Black Hawk helicopters that were rumored to be with Bortak might have just been a military exercise flying over at the same time. There's been a lot of that in this area. We've had, Chinooks flying over that are not related. This is an area where a lot of military exercise and training takes place or around it, and there's a lot of
11-12-30, copy stop, number 62, Country Club Drive.
Flights over it as well. So it's looking more and more like those Black Hawks were a mistake. They weren't included in the search.
5-1, okay.
Karen, Pennsylvania says, very active this morning. Great coverage. Thank you from Southeast Pennsylvania. Karen, please stay safe. If there's anything that we can spread, if you have some information that might be useful, feel free to reach out to me on the burner phone. We'll try to get that to others in your community as best we can. We have a lot of them here watching this morning.
Yeah, 12:30, I'm good. 12:30, okay.
So law enforcement yesterday, logger today. Nope. I don't think chainsaws are part of their search tools. Now,
6-1, same one. I got down that phone assignment for you.
If they needed to cut down a tree, and they have been cutting down trees as trees have been falling in the area. We had a storm come through.
Can you forward that to the state police?
Absolutely.
Ooh, what was that? Let's listen really quickly.
6-1, same one. I got down that phone assignment for you.
Sam, when I copy, can you forward that to the state police?
Okay, that was juicy.
Absolutely.
But the dispatcher just said to one of the police officers, hey, I've got an assignment for you. I want to give it to you over a phone call. And they probably sent it also to his CAD system in his car, which is basically a computer that provides a lot more additional information on specific calls they're assigned to. So dispatch says, I've got this call for you. I'd like to send to you. And he says, I see it. Send that one to the state police. We don't know what it is. It was never transmitted, but it might be something that might be very important for this search.
3226. Can you open that suspicious condition? I'll be out with the subject.
Unit 3226, okay, what's your location?
Unit 6-1, Sam 1. I pass it on to PSD.
Who just sent me this image? Is it all right if I share this? I'm assuming you sent it to the burner because you,
block West Euclid Avenue.
because you're
I'll be good. I'll be in the 1000 block of Town Pike.
Copy 1000 block Town Pike.
Okay, thank you. I just got a yes. And what was your name, by the way, so we can recognize you? Ends in 231. Going to share a quick image here. We've been talking about trees, and this is pertinent to the search. I'm not sure how recent this was, but I'll share this just 1 second. I'm going to put this up right here in place. Come on. Here we go, right here. There we go. Let's go to media player 1. This is an image of law enforcement with a ladder and firearms clearing a tree house. Clearing a tree house. And look at this greenery. This is a yard. Okay, this is not heavy foliage. This is not deep in the forest. But look how green it is. This is looking out from somebody's sun porch, looking into a neighbor's yard. Looks like we're into the backyard as they clear a tree house.
2921 Lincoln Highway.
Man, just wow. Crazy. That gives you an idea of what the police are dealing with.
60740.
And Tim, thank you very much for sending that picture in. Mary says, just came on, just please update me. Here's what we have, Mary. We have, as far as the air activity, we have a police helicopter that's been making very tight circles around the same area that was of interest yesterday. And this was just east of Longwood Gardens.
Commercial disorder, Timmersville, Christiana Care, number 31, Winterset Court. Third party caller, an 84-year-old male, like having a mental health crisis.
Yeah, I hope he's okay. So we've got a lot of air activity there. That would tend to tell me that the police are still very interested in this area, even though that is sort of, I mean, that's, if you look at our map here, our dynamic map, that has some great information here. That same circle, if I can get my mouse over here, that would be right here on the map, right in the middle. Let's see if I can go in. This is where they're flying over, right in this area. And it's an area of interest. It's basically where all the areas of interest converge, or most of them throughout this time. It's a little bit, we've got Walmart down here. We've heard some stories about Walmart and some possible sightings. I don't think any of those have panned out. But we've got this helicopter that's focusing on the same area. Even though they branched out north, they've looked into, Folly Hill area up here by the vineyard. They've looked into this Valley Road. They've been looking into barns up near the prison, actually all the way up here. They've been looking into some barns up almost near back where he escaped from initially. But still, helicopter right here in this one area, which shows there's probably good reason to believe that he's still right there. See, it is beautiful. Debbie, if you get the opportunity to visit,
units, the RP is requesting no sirens. The patient is going to be a James Madron. Unknown weapons, no intox.
6 over.
If you get the opportunity to visit this area, a lot of the eastern United States is extremely historic. It has just, there are areas where Civil War battles were fought, and people like George Washington visited and lived, or led battles, and it's amazing for somebody who hasn't grown up in that area to be able to walk down the street and be walking through history like that. And a lot of these areas have that, old homes that are built in the early 1800s, colonial artifacts, and seeing trees that have been around since that time as well. It's a beautiful, beautiful part of the world. The greenery is unmatched, but it does present its challenges. There are literally thousands of those houses for hunting here. That particular house, I believe, was a tree house. It looked like a children's tree house. but yes, there are some very ornate deer stands. Deer hunting is quite popular in the East, usually white-tailed deer, and through various styles. Some hunters will sit and stand, others will run dogs. Depends on your state.
Okay, hold that for me.
Home was built in 1600.
Here.
That's old. I've seen some 1700 homes, late 1700s, but I have not. As you know, I like metal detecting, so you start talking about dates like that, and it just gets really interesting for me. Revolutionary War. This is going way back.
6040, the patient is alone at home.
Gettysburg, Valley Forge, Battle of Brandywine as well. Yeah, we've got the Brandywine River as part of our search area. So this is near Valley Forge. We've got world recognized artwork that is literally set in this setting. Prayer at Valley Forge, good stuff. So yes, this is a beautiful area, and if you get the chance to visit, I highly recommend it.
Turkey, check the sales.
Yes, UK is also dealing with a manhunt. I've heard they had a prisoner who escaped from a kitchen setting by hanging onto the underside of a vehicle, which is straight out of the movies.
2440 Lincoln Highway.
Yes, we have many people in chat right now. I'm not going to ask you to show of hands, but there are many people in chat who are right here, who just, I mean, this is not a place on the map they're learning about. That they look at the map and they can see their home, and I mean, my heart breaks for you guys. This is devastating. We're hoping and praying that this gets brought to a quick conclusion, and everyone can go back to their regular lives soon. What time does Sarah Boone start? Melissa, you'll have to watch on the rewind. We've already covered that. It happened right away, and it's weird the way the court does this. They'll set a start time for the cases for the day, and everyone will be listed at the same time. And you sort of have to play it by ear to see when the judge calls the case. We did follow, as they called the Sarah Boone case. There were several items they wanted to talk about, but the judge looked at them all and said, really, logistically, I have to address the elephant in the room, which is that your lawyer wants off the case. I have to do that first, and depending on the outcome, I can't address the others. And he did address that. He did let Frank Bankiewicz, he accepted the motion to withdraw. So Frank Bankiewicz is off the trial. He's dancing the happy dance. He's probably going to retire. He's so happy now. But there's a new lawyer that just is finding out this morning that his life is not as exciting, or he's getting a lot more excitement than he wants as far as his legal profession goes. But we'll see how that goes and see if that lawyer is, first of all, eligible to represent her, or if there's a conflict that would make him not be eligible. We might not know about that for a week or two, though. What makes them think he's still in the area? Nettie, the police have some information they're not sharing. And so I wish I could answer that for you. But all we can say is, if you look at past days when we thought he must be out of here by now, he must have cleared out, he's got to be long gone. And the police were saying, no, we think he's still here. And then, and a day or so later, we'd get a picture on a trail camera, or, a report or a verified sighting. It's like, yep, he's here. So the police are still saying, we think he's still here. And whatever that information is, it seems good enough that they're very confident in saying he hasn't left the area. And I believe time will bear that out, as we see again and again that he's going to get caught on cameras, on people that cite him, and possibly in homes, as he has to get supplies, he has to live and survive. He can't carry 3 weeks of food with him. He has to raid gardens and refrigerators to survive. We could run a poll to see locals. The locals know where they are. I'll say that, and if they want to reach out to me, they're definitely welcome to do that. We'll make the burner phone available specifically to them. We'd ask that we reserve that for them today, in case we could help them out in any way, because they're the ones that are living this day in and day out. Dakota says, I think that perimeter is baloney. He's way gone. Dakota, you're not alone in thinking that. I'll just say I'm giving the authorities a little bit more a little bit more credence to what they're saying. I think they do have something. They have reason, and it could be technology related. It could be a tool they have at their disposal that they're able to track him a little better than he thinks they're able to track him. But I think he's still in the area, or even if he's escaped to the perimeter, I think he's still close by. Sheepy for UK, thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate you being here. Locals only sounds like something else. It does. We're on YouTube though. SRB, I agree. The cost this is incurring is phenomenal. I can't remember. Let's see, when was the last manhunt that involved this many people, this many resources, constantly? I mean, I've seen some big manhunts. As a matter of fact, as a kid, I was at a scout camp up in Wyoming, a Boy Scout camp, and
2842, copy stop.
The FBI
68, Philadelphia.
caught a murderer fugitive, basically a mile or so from our campground, just up in the woods, the week after we left. But the manhunt that was going on there, you wouldn't even know it was happening. Some manhunts are very intensive on the ground, and some are more hands off and monitoring. This one's very intensive on the ground.
I'm good here.
Chester County is huge, big county. Some states have little tiny counties. I mean, they've got 1 million of them. You drive for 5 minutes and you've gone through 3 counties. Others not so much. Ann Cornoy, for all the locals that have communicated with us, we haven't heard of any Blackhawks in the air that are participating in this search. We know, and we've watched on radar the Blackhawks that have flown over, but it's just in passing, almost like they just happen to be nearby. So I'm wondering if possibly the information we heard that the Blackhawks were involved might have been erroneous. He's going to set a record for restitution costs if he's caught alive. I don't think he could pay for a single day with the prison wages that he'll be earning. Beelzebub Satan says they're not releasing info on the 60 trail cameras they set up. They have pics, but don't want to release where they are. The cameras will disappear. I don't think they're worried about the cameras disappearing as much, because I do believe they have, as soon as the camera senses something, it's transmitted to the cloud, so to speak. It's like someone smashing your Ring doorbell after they notice that it's filming them. It's too late. You already have the video. That will just give them additional reason to go back and put another camera up. The cameras are cheap. They're less than $100 each. Of all the assets they have at their disposal, those cameras are probably one of the cheapest and most effective, if they're tracking him that way. Let's see. I live in Montgomery County, PA. Long live the Castle Doctrine. Beck PPA is talking about the Castle Doctrine, the right to defend yourself in your home, which often is talking about using lethal force to defend your property. The Castle Doctrine is what he's talking about there. Or Beck. I'm not sure. He, she, not sure. Shirley Harris says, all you do is talk. You don't show what is really going on for this search. I'm not on the ground, Shirley. I'm not right there. I'm providing the audio for the dispatch. We're mapping that out for you. We're following the air traffic as that happens. Got a plane actually flying over right now, but I don't think it's related. If we can answer any questions for you, I'd be happy to, Shirley. I don't pretend to be the guy that has cameras all over everywhere. T-Resh says Blackhawks were most likely connected to Fort Indianatown Gap. It's a military base.
Yeah, 3847 MDC, check for a phone assignment. 3845. I'll take it. Yeah, 3845.
So that was another call to an officer saying, I've sent something to your computer. Check for it. And he's looking at it. He says, got it. So we don't know what was included in that call. it's another way to sort of keep things off the air. Alex Stevens, any area you have a good feeling my group can search near today? Alex, I think I'd recommend that if you're doing any searching, you'd want to definitely coordinate that with local police. They've so far have said they don't recommend anyone assisting with that because it may be dangerous, and it also might be interfere with what is going on with what the police are doing. So if you have two different groups searching, imagine what crossfire is. Unless you have the communications that they have and on the same networks and are being coordinated the same way, it could really cause problems. So that's not suggested right now. Let's see. Hope says, I'd love to see a poll on who believes he's in the area and those who don't. I'm not going to do that at this point. I think we sort of have to trust the authorities when they provide this information right now. Helicopter has moved just a little bit. It's moved closer to Walmart. It actually flew right directly over the Walmart. Just south and a tiny bit west now of Longwood Farms. Zoom out here a little bit, see if there's anything else happening. Amanda H., thank you for gifting 5 memberships, and that is super generous of you. Leonard Shepard, FBI on west side of Longwood, perimeter is tighter. West side of Longwood, this is where the helicopters move to right now, actually. They're sort of south and west of Longwood. Just because the helicopter is hovering in this area does not mean that that's exactly like they're not circling the suspect on the map. Okay, and the reason we say that is because the helicopter has a very powerful zoom camera lens. It's what they call a pan tilt zoom camera. It also is equipped with infrared, so they can switch between the color vision like we see with our eyes, thermal vision or night vision, and when they're flying over an area, they may be looking horizontally, like into a tree stand, hundreds of yards or even a mile off to one side. So just because they're hovering over one area doesn't mean he's within that circle as well. Harbauer, just another chat saying thanks. Your coverage of this is invaluable to me. For me, as I'm away on the road, but my house is on the West Lafayette Drive. Arbauer, thank you. Incredible, generous super chat last night to round everything off. Gifted just a ton of memberships as well. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. Hopefully we can bring some peace of mind to you as we try to keep you updated with what's happening here. Halo Jump says, Recovery Addict, do you think the resource Nick was mentioning last night was a phone or a bike or both? Halo, I think it would be a phone. And that's about as far as I can see. I don't see this guy having, a stash with night vision goggles and, a camouflage anything. I just don't see this happening. He's escaped from prison. He has almost nothing. Anything he can get, he has to steal it, and he doesn't know what's going to be in that house when he gets there. I don't think he has the support on the ground to do that, or else he would be out of the area. If he had a support crew, they could smuggle him out of the area easier than this. So I don't think he has a lot of, technologically advanced equipment with him that's keeping him hidden. A phone could be reasonable, but at the same time, also not reasonable. So I would be surprised if he has a phone at this point. But Nick did get that information last night. I'm hoping we get some confirmation today from the authorities. They probably won't give out information because if he does have a phone and that's the method, they're saying, yes, we know he's still here because we can ping his phone. Of course, they don't want him to know they're pinging his phone, right? But if that's what they're doing, you have to expand your thought and say, if they can ping his phone, couldn't they catch him just as easily? And the answer is yes. So that's what tells me there's probably not a phone involved. I'm hesitant on that new bit of information. It's possible. I mean, I trust Nick. Nick has done great work up there, but it's possible that his source might not be accurate on that one. I think he found a hiding place there and ran out of water. I think they'll find him unalive due to dehydration. There is a lot of water in the area. It's not what I would call drinking water. This is not. I mean, let's look at this pond here. This pond has a bit of what we'd call pond scum growing on top of it. This is stagnant water. It's probably fresh enough for fish to live in. It's not something you want to drink out of, and the whole area is surrounded with water like this. If we go over to the Brandywine River, let's see if we can zoom in. I'm not sure, clarity-wise, if this is going to be. It doesn't look like a fast-moving creek. You're not looking at rapids here. You can see a couple like sandbars and things like that, but it's a very slow-moving water. It's usually also not a good source to drink from. But that being said, we have a lot of properties, and most of these houses have a spigot on the outside where you can access their fresh water, and it wouldn't be out of the reason to suspect that he's getting a drink just about whenever he wants from whatever house he's passing.
6 call 2. Yeah, 06 call 2. Number 31 2nd Street, number 31 2nd Street. Off to the side on 2nd Street in front of the Verizon building.
Josh, my thoughts on the sighting on camera. I do think they probably have more pictures of him on camera than they have released, but I believe that they're only going to release those pictures if it serves their purpose. Whereas,
can you log off my roster except for Adam too and myself?
Okay, not related. They're only going to release a picture. Say if he managed to shave his appearance, shave his head, okay, look substantially different than how he looks in the image we have right here. Right now, this is what the public's looking for. If he manages to do something that alters it to such a point where people would be like, oh, that couldn't be him, I think they would release that picture and say, okay, here's the new image. Here's what he looks like now. Be on the lookout for this. That's when we're going to have other pictures released. Or if he's, if they show him on a bicycle, something like that. Any rain expected today? I have not checked the weather for Pennsylvania. They had a pretty good storm come through with some lightning last night. A lot of trees down, power lines down, power outages, just to add to the mix. Do any locals know if there are sprinklers in Longwood Gardens? I know there are a ton of fountains, and I'm positive they have the ability to water their all their plants and facilities. They don't just depend on whatever the weather brings. It's a show garden. It's beautiful. Kristen says, I sent you a video. You can see the area this helicopter was circling. Gives you an idea of the woods in that area. Let me take a look really quickly. Kristen, thank you for sending that. You sent it to, let's see. Man, I've got a lot of messages here. Let me see if I can find it. We've got pictures of the horses getting ready this morning. Let's see, we've got some info from the show and tell. Jessie Bunch, she's a journalist from the Philly Inquirer. Let me see if I can share this just quickly. She's got a video from the show and tell. I'm going to see if I can share her tweet. This is Jessie Bunch _ on Twitter. Give me just 1 minute to pull this up. I have to turn on Do Not Disturb so I don't accidentally share somebody's phone number here. Let's go right here. Okay, so this is Jessie on Twitter here that was shared with us just briefly. Let's see if we can back this up and get some audio.
But you can see it's a strong perimeter the whole way around here. Longwood Gardens is right here in the middle. Many of our operations are taking place in that area right now. So this kind of technology gives us the ability to move cars very quickly, to adjust to sightings, and to try and make sure we have a secure perimeter. This is Route 1 down here. What's not depicted, there are a number of cars that do not have the capability to be displayed on there, but that is secure out through there. But you can see it's a strong perimeter the whole way around here. Longwood Gardens is right here in the middle.
So that's all. This is from the show and tell.
That area right now.
She just tweeted that out from the show and tell. It's an interactive map of police monitoring, so it's basically a live track. What we have above us is interactive, but it's not real time. They have a real time
Unit 41462, check
huge
there and
display
DC for report.
of every officer where they're at and how they're tracking it. That's just one of the assets. Was that the video? No, that was not the video. Kristen, let me see if I can find the video you sent me. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Gives you a good idea of how wooded the area is. Just 1 minute here. Let's go right here. This is a drive-by looking into the treed area that the Kristen says, and Kristen's a local up there. We talked to her yesterday. This is basically how heavily forested this area is that the helicopter's flying over. Looks like you're driving along Route 1 right now. Possibly, is this the Longwood Gardens area? Are we just to the east of that? Not getting any audio on this one for some reason.
Airport 5, copy stop, 1247 Commercial Pike.
Yeah, it looks like there's no audio on this video. That's all right. But it's basically looking across from Route 1, looking northward, I believe, at the tree line. So you've got some open areas. I think that's the area the helicopter was hovering over right there, that where it did the landing from the landmarks I can try to recognize from the sky. But that's a great view, and that gives you an idea of what the terrain is fairly flat, but the trees are what block your view. There are a few hills here and there that'll do it as well. But thank you very much for that, Kristen.
83, I copy your stop.
Appreciate that.
600 block Conestoga Road. Correction, 1600 block Conestoga Road.
Okay, I'm trying to catch up on a few more things. There might be an update here on Facebook I can check out from the state police. We'll look at that in just one moment. Also, local to the area, there's a rumor that the woman returned to her home this morning and spotted him in her home. Haven't heard that confirmed yet, and Nick might be the first one who's able to confirm that, unless we hear from the officials. Thanks for those who provide information about the Sarah Boone case as well. Appreciate that. I just got the weather report for today for the Kennett Square area. 40% chance of scattered storms beginning in 8 to 10 p.m., which is really a time of high activity for both, we believe, the suspect as well as the crews that are spotting him. Let's see, 6:25 a.m. there was a burglary at Schoolhouse Road in Kennett Square.
Hold on, Temper.
Police every couple hundred yards set up along Route 1 all morning from Kennett Square, 82 exit facing woods on both north and south sides until Expressway ends near that Walmart. So a burglary in that area, home burglary.
3055, your status?
3055, okay.
Tom 83, okay.
Unit 32, Tom 83, okay.
Yeah, 3055.
Okay, Skyforce 10 has joined the air ranks, making their large circles above the smaller circles of the search helicopter, which has sort of gone back to that same search area next to Longwood Gardens. Now they're a little bit east and north, but I think still on property owned by Longwood Gardens for the most part. So still focusing there. It sounds like there was the burglary down here by Walmart somewhere this morning. May or may not be related. It's definitely within the range that could be related. They could be talking about some other resources too. Definitely. I think they're definitely doing show and tell, showing off some of the equipment they have, trying to reassure the public and let them know they've got a pretty good handle on this. And that helps. That board, just seeing the wall-to-wall call signs of officers who are set up on the perimeter, basically making a wall around this area. That's helpful to see. Wendy, thank you for joining the gallery. Appreciate you supporting us as a member. Thank you so much. Welcome.
0346, copy stop 109 Ridge Avenue.
Has anyone asked if the police have used LiDAR to find the criminal or GPR? GPR is ground penetrating radar. LiDAR is also used to sort of see what the ground is made of. Usually it's used in like mining applications to look for hot spots where they want to mine. I don't know if LiDAR or GPR is being used. Ground penetrating radar is difficult. It's very difficult, even for people who are experienced, especially over a large area. It's would be difficult to do. Who do you think has the best, most accurate info, homeowners or police? Well, Little Miss, that's a great question. I would say it's a combination of both. The police have all the info the homeowners provide, but the homeowners get the info first and then give it to the police. You look at all the sightings they've had, and I believe only one of the, 9, 10, 12, I forget how many official sightings we've had now, only one of them was a police officer directly citing him. The rest all came from homeowners. So they're depending on the homeowners to every night check their cameras, go through their Ring camera footage, watch for people walking by, look for disturbances when the camera just turned on, started recording, check those shadows, see if there was somebody in the corner of the yard or hopping a fence. That's the sort of information they're depending on right now, and that's why they're making the search areas they are, is based on that information. So I think you can't have one without the other. I believe we have a press conference the same time today as well. I think it's also at 3 o'clock. Let me check the Facebook page for you guys right now. And see the state police. They might have an update from the show and tell for us as well, is what we heard.
Unit 0346, your status? Okay. 0346, a copy of your status. Okay, on your side channel.
See, the last update we have from the Penn State Police was the update about their dog that suffered from some heat stroke, and they gave us the updated picture saying that it's out of veterinary care and back I think back to duty, but that's good news. We were worried about the dog. Let's see if we have anything from the district attorney office, from Chester County District Attorney. See, they haven't posted anything since they posted the report last night. There are some Facebook pages for the community and locals there. You probably already know about them. A lot of those pages, the locals are wisely trying to keep just local, so that they're almost having to verify people to make sure they're local before they let them in, just because they're sharing information about their properties and when it's secured and when it isn't. Can somebody watch here? This is what I've seen, and so those information pages are out there, and they are working closely with police as well. So that information source is out there. Just it's not as public, and we're not showing that, even though we have access to some of those. Kenny Patterson says, I'm an addict. I found myself back on your channel this morning. Thanks, R.A. Thank you, Kenny. Good to have you here this morning. Hopefully we have some good news that we can share together. That would be wonderful. I thought thermal imaging cameras can see in total darkness through light, fog, rain, snow. The distance they can see is affected by these atmospheric conditions. Lisa, there are a couple different cameras that can do that. Say like SWIR, shortwave infrared, is really good at seeing through fog.
LRP versus father, refusing EMS, no weapons, no intox.
Okay, this is a domestic. That's not related. Shortwave infrared is often used by the Coast Guard, because they can see through a fog bank, and they can see it's like night vision, but those atmospheric things that get in the way, they sort of just disappear, and it gives you that vision. They can't see through leaves. They can't see through solid objects very well. So that works. Thermal, it will show you the temperature of what the first thing it bounces off of. So if you're holding up a sheet in front of 10 feet in front of a fire, it's going to show you the temperature of the sheet, not the fire behind it.
Cameron Faust. Last night, he sent messages to the RP saying he is trying to commit suicide by cutting, overdosing, and not eating. Unknown weapons, unknown intox.
Unit 41-1284, I copy your stop, 1400 Black Hawk Turnpike.
40, okay. Messages were sent to a friend. The RP is going to be safe to say.
34, okay.
I'm not I'm not hearing anything related to the call yet on this, or the search on the scanners right now.
12-4, when you're available after this call, I have offenders coming for you.
12-4 copy. You can phone me out.
Let's take a look and see if Nick has
Call
made
for,
it up yet. It's about 11:15 right now.
One units behind 11 on an intox.
Nick was tweeting 5 hours ago. He was still up. So I hope he's still asleep. I really do. I mean, he's doing a great job, but the guy's just working, burning both ends of the candle. Shar DM, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much, Shar. Wonderful to have you here as a member.
Unit 3, Propol 2, MDC check, on assignment.
Carol O'Neill, thanks for your continued support as well. That green courthouse by your name shows you've been here for several months now. Appreciate that. You can't see me. I'm back. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I pushed that button. Sorry about that.
Information for you.
Copy.
2, copy your stop. 416 West Kings Highway. 61 Sam 1, copy that fire alarm 815 East Glenmore Pike.
Thank you very much.
Okay. 2 I'm good here. Yeah, 2 okay.
4 mustaches be fine.
62 Paul 4, okay.
Kim, the courthouses are just something we have on the channel that indicates support from members. The first month you're a member, it's a blue courthouse. It then goes light green, I think a darker green. After 6 months, it turns yellow. It progresses through a pattern. We have some merchandise for the channel that helps support us and do what we do, and it has some of the images on the back show the whole progression of the channel courthouses. Because we are a true crime channel, we like to follow that. That's what it is. It just indicates that you've been a member. It's a way to recognize that you've been a supporter, and we appreciate you for that. Carol O'Neill, thank you very much. Welcome to the gallery, Green Courthouse as well. Let's see, I'm going to... Terry says, I'm going to bleach the bathroom and kitchen. Don't let me miss anything. We'll promise to have all the information hold off until you get done. I wish. I don't know. We might have breaking news any minute now. American Prepper, the Bloodhounds. The question about the Bloodhounds was brought up the other day I think yesterday in the press conference. People saying, why haven't you got Bloodhounds out on the scent and tracking them down? And they don't have any quote-unquote Bloodhounds as far as the breed of dog. They do have other dogs that are tracking dogs that the police are confident in their capabilities, even though they're not the same breed. They are trained to track, and they are using those. And they have multiples of those, more than just the one that suffered from the heat stroke or the heat exhaustion. Let's see. Veil of the Paranormal says, do the law enforcement officers know for sure that they have him trapped in the perimeters marked, or is it mostly a bank shot? Veil of Paranormal, the law enforcement has said several times, we're fairly confident this is where he is. And it's always left at least a margin of error in there. Never have they come out and said, we know exactly where he is and we've got him cornered. They've never said that. And multiple times they said, we're confident that he's in this area, and then they move the search area, and it doesn't even overlap where they used to be. He is moving. They're fairly confident. They think he's in this area. They have reason to believe he's still there, and they haven't told us all those reasons. But it's they're still fairly confident they know that he's in the area, and that's all we can go by is the fact that after they say that, we seem to be finding more sightings, confirmed sightings of him in the area. Thank you, Megan. We're trying to confirm. We're trying to confirm everything we can, just so the information we give is accurate. We may not be first with the information. That's not our goal here, but I think it's more important that accurate information gets shared than rumors. There are plenty of rumors going around, and we don't need to be the source or participate in that.
Yeah, good.
60 posted again.
Hot Mess Mom TV says, can't help but wonder if yesterday evening when someone confirmed sighting on trail cam the night before, everyone started posting confirmed sighting. Did that prompt the Longwood law enforcement swarm? I think you're onto something, Mom. I'll just call you Mom. Thanks, Mom. I think you're onto something. The camera I think you're talking about was a Longwood Farms or Gardens camera. I'm not sure if it was security or a trail camera that had been put up, but they were looking at the footage and found that they could confirm he was there, and it was like in the morning. It was several hours prior to that they had confirmed him there, and there did seem to be a huge response immediately after they confirmed that he had been there, even though it was the information itself was several hours old. Thank you, Julie. Thanks for the super sticker. Appreciate you. Was there a sighting last night confirmed? We've heard rumors of sightings. We're sort of hoping that that when Nick wakes up, he's able to pull some of his sources, as he has sources on the ground in law enforcement that have been really good at confirming or clearing up some false ideas that are out there. So we're waiting for him to wake up. Don't rush him. Let him get his beauty sleep. He needs it. His active hours go all the way till about 3 or 4 a.m. And so
I've just gone out to 447.
We don't want him to damage his health at the expense his health for our information. There are some other YouTubers up there. I know JLR is up there. I'm not connected with him at all, but he is up there. He may get some information for you as well. There's also Grizzly. There are many people that are following this and online and basically the approach a lot of us are taking at this is the more that we can spread the information, the better. This isn't a competition. If we can spread the word, and maybe if one of us or someone else is able to spread the word to someone who's able to check a trail camera as a response, or check their security camera as a response and see him, that might be the bit that gets the law enforcement right on his tail. So it's more just about spreading the word right now. Okay, Joe Idaho says, this is what happened. Caught on Longwood security cam, 10 p.m. Wednesday night, not realized till Thursday evening by Longwood and police notified. That sounds about right. It was several hours before, so almost 12 hours before, or maybe more, that the moment where he was captured, and it wasn't caught for a long time. And imagine they have a lot of security cameras to go through. Grizzly True Crime, absolutely. The more vital info we share that's the locals, the better. We also show them lots of love and support from all over the world. Yes, for sure. Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here as well, sharing that same message. It's wonderful.
11 Polo 30, your status?
Yaku, after 9 days, you would suspect he'd be in a Mexican beach somewhere sipping on a margarita. I think he would like to be on a Mexican beach somewhere sipping a margarita. But I think that the law enforcement that is in place here is between him and that beach.
11 Polo 30, copy still.
I think he's still trying to find a way out.
27 1246.
1246.
Unit 27 1246, number 23 Rosewood Lane, 23 Rosewood Lane. EMS is going out for a call.
That's a medical call. Somebody fell. That's not related. Mara A says about 20 hours from when he was seen on camera to the Longwood evacuation time. Yeah, he could be long gone from there at that time. And that's probably why we've got these search areas that don't include where the camera was, I think. RK, thank you very much. If there's any questions I can answer for you, we do have a burner phone set up. We're trying to reserve that just for local people if they want to reach out or have information they want to provide and have us share. Obviously, we're going to try to vet everything we can as best we can and run it past what we know already through official sources. But if you need the burner phone number, !burner would give that to you. If you type that in chat. How long was he gone before anyone knew? Dakota, if I remember right, he escaped in the 8 o'clock hour, and they found him they found it like at noon or something. So hour and a half, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, somewhere in that range. He had quite a head start. And that we've heard 3 days ago in the press conference that the facts about how he escaped and how, even though there were people there who were supposed to monitor, there was supposed to be a guard in the tower watching that, it just went unnoticed for some reason. And so that guard that was in the tower is on he's on leave. It's the administrative leave.
Can I get
look
that
into this.
registration for insert and Tiger Police for City Hamilton?
PSP has a system called Spider that can track IP addresses. Yes, I used to work with the Department of Defense.
Confirm you said Fords.
Let me just say, IP addresses can be tracked. They can be tracked. Lots of fun.
Police for Sedan with keys and insert the registration, please.
Copy on Blitz.
That flight pattern sure is concentrated. It is. They've moved a little bit. So if we zoom in, this darker circle on the bottom was the initial one, and now he's gone a little bit left. Let me show you the terrain again of what we're looking at. If we go to Google Earth, this is that same area without the helicopter flying over it. And if we tip down the world and look at it this way, you can see that we've got a ravine on this backside. So they've been focusing on this field on the right side of the screen right there, but now the helicopter is sort of over this ravine and the ponds, the waterway, and the treed area on the backside. So that might be an area of interest right now. Also, lots of police officers making sure he doesn't get down here onto the Route 1 and make sure he doesn't cross roads. Pretty much all these roads have officers all over them.
One unit your status.
See, somebody just told me, look for Sean Averill's message. He created and maintains the sightings map. Nicole, I'll do that. Just 1 second. Okay. I'm not sure. Did he mark it with his name, or is there the last couple digits of his phone number that are on there? Let's see. Got a text here from a local saying, "Hello, watching now. I'm local, live in West Grove, grew up in Kennett Square, and keep my horse on the farm right where the Chandler sighting was. I'm trying to get some updates together to send to my farm owner who doesn't use social media." Let me answer that question to the individual who just sent that first, if we can, and then I'll look for this message from Sean. Let's see, Chandler. That was a huge. Let's see. Trying to remember where we're at here. Where's the bridge? Where's the school? Okay, so Chandler's right over here, right? Colonial Chandler. Boom. We believe that the call that came in, we're back to Pecopson Road and Chandler right now. The call that came in when they first sighted him, we think it was this address right here, this home. And if you're familiar with Chandler Road, you'll know where that is. But we think it was that home that sighted him. They said they sighted him in the yard or headed to a creek, and there is a little tiny. I think there looks like there's some sort of water, Bennett's Run right there. But they spotted him there, and later in the evening there was also a call, we believe, from this address where they said there was a pool house or a shed associated with the pool with the door that was open that was checked out. The search area, basically they searched that area as best they could and ended up moving over from there to Brinton's Bridge Road and did a lot of searching up and down Brinton's Bridge Road, eventually focusing on this area of the Brandywine Creek. At that point, we had Matt over live with Nick from right here on Creek Road, looking across the creek at this area. They were searching this area. The helicopter flew in. At one point, it landed, I think, or buzzed to the ground right here. The owner of this farm, who drives a Prius, we know that, was called out to help unlock the buildings. They searched that. That was eventually cleared. And then the search area became right here from 926 all the way down to Meeting House Road. and the creek area. That was a major area of interest for a while before eventually we've moved all the way down here, back down to 1. They went down to Chad's Ford yesterday. A lot of flights around there, and now we're back over here by the Longview Gardens. So that's, I'm not sure if that's any information that's helpful to you at all, but that's sort of how it played out. Corey Thompson, thank you. Welcome to the gallery. I appreciate you. Let's see. I think he's gone out of the area. You're not alone, Elizabeth. We could do a poll, and you'd be surprised. A lot of people would be very surprised if he's still in the area. But I think the police have some good information that they're holding back, that probably is quite valid. And if we had that information, we might agree with them. So I'm going to give them a little bit of slack there and say I'm going to trust them for now, because so far it has checked out. Do you think he's spotted any of the trail cams? Look at this. Look at this image right here. It looks like he's looking right at it. I mean, granted, trail cams. This is an infrared image, so this image was taken in almost complete darkness, and the light, the infrared light this camera puts out, unless it's a very cheap camera, and the infrared emitter.
Westchester Barbershop, 34 South High Street for disturbance.
Hang on one second.
A coworker is refusing to leave. It's going to be a white male wearing a black shirt, and he knows that he is called.
Coworker at the barbershop's refusing to leave. The emitter, basically the flash that these trail cameras use, is not visible to the human eye unless it's basically, if you take a remote, say your TV remote that has a little tiny, if it's an old style remote and it's got a little tiny light bulb at the end of it, right? If you push the button, do you see anything happen? You don't. It's infrared light, but it is emitting light. Sometimes that light bulb might not be as precise in the range of light it emits, and it might have a little bit of a purple glow to it, so it's a chance he could notice it there, or he might have actually seen it as he walked by. But he passed this particular trail camera twice, once going the other direction an hour ago, and once coming this way, possibly after he had gotten some supplies from a house. So, yeah, he's probably seen a couple trail cameras. Not sure if he's, we haven't had any reports of any that have been stolen or missing. And if they have, they just haven't released it to the public. Where were we on chats?
34 South High.
Glad that information's helpful. Okay, this is Sean. Let's see. I commented in chat, my brother and I created and maintained that map. I was just letting you know the burglary you were discussing is on the map as of this morning. I think you just have to refresh the one near Walmart. I will do that now. The map we're talking about. And by the way, Sean and is it Andrew? Sean and Andrew, great work. This is not easy to take random points of data off a scanner feed. And plot everything on the map and keep it all in an organized fashion like this. So let's go ahead and refresh this and see the latest and greatest. Okay, let's play with this just for a minute. Okay, here's the burglary right here, the 625 burglary they were talking about. Let's turn off everything else. So the burglary is going to be right here by the Walmart Supercenter. We could zoom in. It's literally right next to the Walmart. We'll zoom in on the other map to show you an aerial view. Let's turn on some of the other layers so you can see the progression over time. Lots of points of interest. A ton of work goes into this. Sean, big thanks. First of all, thanks for doing this. Thanks for not just making this, but for sharing that and allowing us to share that with other people to get the information out. This is crucial to a lot of people who want to be able to visualize what's happening and where. Okay, so that point on the map that's actually down here where the helicopter made just a quick loop. This is Walmart, this big white building, and the burglary looks like it happened right behind Walmart in these row of houses. So that would put it. I mean, that's not far away. There's a lot of tree cover. If you'd had to stick to tree lines to escape out of there, I realize there are roads everywhere, but they're also like almost consistent trees without a break that you could be using to navigate by. Skyforce 10 still up in the air. We have our state police chopper is probably nearing the end of its fuel supply. we'll probably see it veer off and either go back. I'm not sure if they're going to refuel back at the field where they've been staging, or if they head up to like Brandywine, Brandywine Airport.
Yes.
But we expect he'll probably leave the area here
No,
soon.
no.
Okay, see if I can answer some more questions. Thank you, by the way, Sean. Is it Sean and your brother? Great work. You're better at Google Maps than I am, and I appreciate all the effort you put into there. That's good. Okay, I've missed a lot of questions. If there's something pressing that I've missed, please please. Sorry, I saw this one from Kim. 500 people picked up the remotes and looked. No, seriously, it's fine. I've done it as well. Here's what's fun. Okay, if you have a camera that has an infrared mode, like some of the Sony cams have like an infrared mode or like a handheld camcorder, take your camera, turn it on infrared mode, and then shine your remote somewhere and push a button.
Name, date of birth, please.
And you'd be amazed at the infrared light your remote puts out. That's the light that these trail cameras use. And you can see it if they have the right filters or don't have the right filters.
Last name is Cook, first name is Chad, 1979-0910.
Lacey says, when he murdered his girlfriend, didn't he run from the police? Yes, he did. I don't believe they ever had him in custody, but they were searching for him, and he was on the run. He ended up making it all the way to Virginia before he got caught and dragged back to stand trial. That trial, at the completion of the trial, the jury that was listening to all the evidence deliberated for all of 20 minutes before they convicted him and they sentenced him to life in prison. He was then held in this prison. It was a county prison, Chester County Prison, not as a permanent place. He was about to be sent to another one before he was assigned to his permanent prison. It's weird, but it's how they do it. They hold him for 30 days in the county prison in case they have to bring him back to court.
Hold on, you get that information?
To wrap up loose ends as far as
He's 92 out of Phoenixville.
as far as the charges and the process of getting booked into prison and all the fees he has to pay and everything else. They're just things that happen, appeals that oftentimes a prisoner, even though they just got convicted, will be back in court before he really goes away for life. So they kept him there, and it was during that time that he was in that prison that he escaped. Babs Austin, thank you very much for the super chat. Love the sticker.
You too. Thomas Medium.
Okay, Thomas Weatherwatch, do you have your feet up for the hurricane? For those that are interested, Weatherwatch is not just my podcast partner. He's also a mod here on the channel. He just posted the scanner link that we're listening to right now. If you wanted to play with it, it's not the most user friendly tool out there, but it's fairly useful if you are used to tinkering with some stuff and getting it working. But Thomas, or Weatherwatch, is also a weather watcher. He's keeping an eye on Lee.
The patient is a tree service worker.
Trying to see what this call is. He's keeping his eye on Lee, the hurricane that's, I think, moved up to a Category 5, rapidly intensified hurricane. We still don't know if it's going to hit the U.S., but either way, it's going to be something we want to watch. So if his feed is up, I would share it with you so you guys can watch that. Is the podcast done for tonight? Carol, it is. We are going to do the podcast tonight. It's a break from what we do every day.
I just got another disturbance in front of 436 West Market.
Halo Jump says, how far from the prison is the current search area? Let me show you. It's not far. I would put it just a couple miles.
143 MDC, check for a phone summit.
Here's the search area. Okay. You ready for this? Here's the prison.
Okay.
Right there. So you can see the size of cars. You can see the parking lot. That gives you a
scale.
scale.
The being followed by a protester at Planned Parenthood. The caller's waiting in front of 436 West Market, and the female subject is in front of Planned Parenthood.
I'm saying that's under 4 miles. I'd say 2 to 3 miles.
3 MDC, check for a phone summit. Yep.
Lee was recently downgraded to a Category 4, says Lindsay. That's good news, although it's in an area where it can continue to be quite large for the next week or so. It's really nothing's going to break it up. Not expecting to affect the U.S. as of today. No direct hits, but even if it just banks up and goes up off the ocean, those as a Cat 4, Cat 5, the winds are going to cause major riptides and huge waves for the coast. Lisa Rue, I'm not from PA. I will tell you that.
I copy your stop.
I try very.
Boulevard.
She just won't stop talking. We're talking over each other. I try very hard to pronounce people's names correctly, and I've had a lot of people help me.
Driving near building 226. Understand
the names of the roads up here in the area, so I'm trying to learn the lingo, so to speak, from the locals, and just in following this for several days, I'm starting to be a little familiar with the area from the usage of the maps. Sue is laughing from the Super Chat comments from last night.
1234.
What she's talking about, you guys.
CPDI Garage, 314 Commerce Drive, for an activated alarm. Audible bird coming from the front door. The alarm company spoke to Jeff, the key holder. He gave an improper passcode. It's unknown if he's on location at this time.
Okay, so that's.
Unknown would set it off.
That doesn't sound like it's our guy. First of all, it's going in the front door.
Unit 61 Pole
The guy
3,
answered the phone.
MDC check for a phone assignment.
I don't think it's him. Yesterday, we did hit 25,000 subscribers, which is a huge milestone for me. And you guys, there was a huge Super Chat train that just went on forever. It was absolutely wonderful. That's what you're talking about. And the comments on the train were hilarious. They had me crying for two reasons. My eyes got really sweaty during that, but they were so funny and at the same time so generous and kind. It was just beautiful. So that was fun. I did turn the commands off because we're trying to focus on this on the manhunt, and as appreciative I am of all of you and your support. We want to focus on this and not on the channel. Is that if that's okay? There are people up here who are literally on the edge of their seat, waiting for any information. And so, out of respect for them, we turn the sounds off and the automated, the stuff that's going to be fun. We'll have those back on for the podcast tonight.
40, no injuries.
During the
We're
manhunts,
locating the accident to Old Westtown Flank and Westtown Way.
Copy.
Okay. I mispronounce most things, Red Pen, as you know, but I do try. If I'm corrected, I try to say it correctly later on. Patricia Clark, if nothing else, Longwood Gardens. I hope this works as some great advertising. This has definitely hurt them financially. This whole experience, especially if they end up having to cut down anything to. That's huge if they have to modify their facility. Looking at these gardens, we've got fountains everywhere, just beautiful, beautiful fountains. This looks like you're walking into a palace. The greenery, all the foliage. You look around at some of the gardens and the colors as you walk through, and these just beautiful paths, trees, enormous trees. This is the sort of area you just want to, this is what heaven looks like. This is beautiful. I hope they get to just a ton of people. I hope this parking lot was once again just absolutely full of people visiting these gardens as soon as this is over.
Unit 60, Tom 83, copy your stop, 1258 Baltimore Pike.
Listen to see if there's any more to this call. We should all plan a vacation there. Yes, as soon as this is over. Foliage. Foliage, not foliage. As I said, my pronunciation is immaculate. Foliage, not foliage. Thank you, Red Pen.
Unit 3272, I copy your stop. Graphite Mine Road at Potsdam Pike.
Case Scarpetta says a friend flew out of Texas to visit family in PA. When I told him about this manhunt, he had no idea, nor did his family. How is that even possible? I feel like it's been all over the news. There are a lot of people that don't live like we do, so closely connected to social media and this world, the true crime world, and this is sort of connected to that true crime world, as we have a convict who's escaped. I'm getting corrected over and over. I stand corrected.
6-2 units, someone's available behind a traffic complaint, East Villanelle Road and Greenwood Road.
I was just trying to say, Case Scarpetta, there are a lot of people who this isn't in their daily
Yeah, 60 David 61 ago.
Schedule to check, either to listen to the news or to watch the updates or to even search for local updates on Twitter or things like that. That's why with all the other channels that are doing this, we are trying to raise attention of this and spread the word so that people do hear.
Sears Auto.
So they are vigilant.
Square Parkway. Paso Goldberg discovered overnight.
We're going to listen to this one again.
By security.
6-1 units and someone's available be holding a suspicious condition in the area of the Walmart. Suspicious footprints found on the embankment. Caller can direct you.
Same one, I copy.
Unit 4156. The caller will.
Suspicious footprints down on the embankment by the Walmart. We're going to listen to that first call again. Just 1 second.
Unit 60, Tom 83, status.
Tom 83, status.
Unit 60, Tom 83.
This would be the embankment, I think, in back. I imagine there have been a lot of police officers in that area already, and it could be one of them that caused that. There at the Walmart. Going back to that call we just heard, let's listen to that first one about the possible burglary. This is from Central Dispatch.
An old Sears Auto, 172 Exton Square Parkway. Paso Goldberg discovered overnight. It's currently being checked by security.
6-1 units and someone's available be holding a suspicious condition in the area of the Walmart.
Okay, we heard that one already. So the old Sears, possible burglary they're checking it out, might have occurred overnight.
444.
Let's see, we've got a few more calls coming in here.
44.
44, 10-3.
44, see Ronald Rapp at 1157 Muse Lane in reference to a neighbor dispute.
10-4. 9-4, we're 91 on the way.
10-4.
The actual last confirmed sighting, it's hard to tell. We know at least that, like in the last 24 hours at the Gardens, at Longwood Gardens, there was a sighting. There have been lots of, if you look at the map, there are all sorts of things with footprints or some suspicious circumstances. We've got, somebody on a bike that matches the description. Until we know for sure from the law enforcement that that's what happened, it's still an unconfirmed sighting. So we're waiting for confirmation from them. And maybe Nick will be able to help us if he might be in the world of the living here soon.
3-3 call 2.
Unit 3-3 call 2, proceed priority.
Unit 60, Paul 20.
Yeah, I don't see him up yet.
Unit 60, Pole 20.
Okay, this unit's not responding. They might send another unit to check on him.
Pole 20.
Oh, there he is.
Unit 60, Pole 20, Bowling Green Inn, 1375 Newark Road. Outside of the front doors for a disturbance. Male patient refusing to leave. Arguing with staff.
Not related.
Alright, put me in route. Unit 60, Pole 20, okay.
33 Pole 2. Put me out with an accident. 600 block of 5 South Pike just north of shift.
Thank you, our bowler. It's still working.
I need EMS for a 69-year-old male to be checked. Airbags are deployed.
So
Unit 60, Pole 20, subject's a David Wheeler, black male, wearing a...
That's not our guy. The airbag's deployed. It sounds like there was a car accident.
60 stand for. You can attach me to that.
Unit 60, stand 40, okay.
Dr. Gladys West invented GPS technology. It should be called the Gladys Positioning System then. Let's petition to have the name changed. Get the recognition that they deserve. Queen Red Glamma, I wish I could tell you who gifted it. We had so many generous gifts yesterday. Just welcome. Just know that you're among friends. This is a fun community to be part of.
Unit 41, Pole 56 status.
Nick is on Twitter at Nick the Hat.
Unit 60, stand 40, copies of that. Overdose, 1375 Newark Road, Bowling Green Inn, in the rear towards the barn in the parking lot. 40-year-old male is suffering from hallucinations, possible OD on meth.
Yeah,
Unit 41, Pole 56 status.
that can give you hallucinations.
56, okay.
2 choppers. Yes, there were 2 choppers. One is the one we're following. The track you see on the ground right now is the police helicopter, who is initially was doing these tight circles down here in this area, and they've now moved up into this ravine, which is closer by the water, and they're doing some tight circles around there. So still a very narrow area of interest. Sky 10 is the other chopper. It was just doing a little bit larger circles, so that one chopper filming the other choppers is pretty much how it's happening. But this helicopter, just from the flight path he's taken, has been up for quite a while, and will need to refuel soon. So we'll see him take off and head to an airport here shortly.
Tom 86, go ahead.
Can I get one for my uncle with severe front end damage?
Nick did just post an update a minute ago. Says he's headed to the area within the next hour to get the latest updates on the ongoing search for the escaped murderer. I'll be looking into whether authorities have gathered any new information overnight. So we're looking forward to seeing some update from him. He does have some connections with law enforcement officers that have been extremely useful as he reaches out to them. They've been able to confirm or give him updates as things change. I did nothing yesterday, absolutely nothing. LOL. Congrats on 26K. Thank you, our bowler. You did something. You did something. Appreciate you. That was super generous. Let's see questions. Sending some info for the burner phone, says Britta Aller. I see we've got some pictures of foliage. See how I said that correctly this time? Foliage. We've seen a little bit of that already. It's thick. It's green and it's beautiful. If you have lived in the desert your whole life, if you're basically anywhere west of the Rockies, you haven't seen foliage like this unless you're maybe up in the Seattle area, somewhere up there in the Pacific Northwest. It's
Unit 62, Paul 4.
it's
If you
it's
attempt to
greenery.
reach out to the Paul Erickson for that fund assignment, he called back, said he missed your call, and requesting another.
Call for county.
I was going to say it's greenery like you wouldn't believe. It's just
Unit 33, Tom 86, okay, Eagle 6.
everything is growing. Everything is green. I mean, you're in our yard here. We don't water
Tom
our
86,
yard. We're in North
thank you.
Carolina. You don't water our yard. You're constantly just fighting back the vines that want to take over your house and trying to trim back the bushes. It's just different. And just imagine these forested areas are so thick in vegetation that the vines that grow up there that literally are like tow cables. They're huge. It's not something you can just walk through easily. I would be very surprised if they don't have machetes out there trying to cut through stuff. What's the name of Nick's channel, guys? Nick's channel is Nick the Hat, but he's only on Twitter. He's not on YouTube. So over on Twitter, if you type the @ symbol and Nick spelled N-I-K, and then and then hat, H-A-T, and all one word. So N-I-K-T-H-E-H-A-T. Nick the Hat is his channel name. He definitely deserves a follow and a big thanks for what he's doing. Why does it seem quiet with coverage today? Terry, we've seen this several days in a row now, where this time of the day, as we're approaching the early afternoon, it's just sort of gets a lot quieter. There's most likely it's getting the hottest part of the day. The suspect most likely won't be moving right now, probably hunkered down, just trying to stay cool and stay hidden. It's the brightest, that's the sun's up, is the easiest chance to be spotted. So there's just not a lot of motion. It's not like in the night where we could have, several different points where he's picked up as he's moving around. See if this plane was connected with anything. Nope, it was just flying right through at about 7,000 feet. Still have 2 choppers on the ground there. Skyforce 10 has been doing circles. The state chopper is not moving very fast, doing these tight loops over this ravine area. Amy Lay says, are you talking about the actual Dr. G? Have I missed something? Yes, Dr. G, he's a friend of this channel. He's also a friend of Brandy Churchwell's channel. He was scheduled to go on Brandy's channel this morning and talk about, I believe, Thommy, the Thommy case, the walkthrough on that murder trial from a week or so ago. But I believe he's sick today. Hearts go out to him. Hope he gets feeling better soon. A good guy. He's a behavioral analysis, clinical psychologist, just a really, really good dude as well. And he's a YouTuber. My voyage is downright perfect. Perfect. It's perfect, says Rudy. Thank you, Rudy, for that. Appreciate the kind words.
I'm sorry.
Rhino Girl, thank you very much. I'm not sure what you're thanking me for, but thank you for thanking me. I'm
Is
glad
that 40 with you? Is that okay as well?
I'm glad Nick's picking up some followers over there on Twitter. He already had a lot. Good to see that continue to
40
climb.
and Pole 10 are down on the overdose on the property. I don't know their status.
Copy. I didn't know both calls were one and the same. Just checking. Thank you.
What part of Pennsylvania we're in? We're in the area just north of. Let me show you on the map here. See this little circle on the screen that looks like this is the border with Delaware. So if we zoom out, we're just east of Philadelphia, and a little bit south, and just north of Delaware. We'll keep that little red helicopter there on the map. And I think if I zoom out much further, you pretty much know where we are. Yes, we're in the United States on the East Coast, and we'll zoom in right to where we're at right here. Oops. If I can keep it on the screen. I'm surprised the chopper is still there. It's a long flight. It's put in a lot of hours. Maybe he'll be leaving here shortly. Leaving or landing. Leaving, 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 or land Shows an altitude of 766 feet for its last location. Could be hovering right now. Not sure where else. I mean, it's possible it could have landed back here, but I doubt it. As far as the distance, I mean, it's very easy for it to be, a couple hundred feet up one direction or another. This mapping tool isn't that precise.
6-0 Boston, okay.
Christy, residence taxes are about to skyrocket. I hope not. Christy, thank you very much for the super chat, the super sticker. Very much appreciated. What are we watching? We're watching the manhunt for the gentleman who's in the picture right behind me, caught on a trail camera. He's an escaped convict, a murderer, who should be serving life in prison, but before he got shipped off to the prison he would be calling home, he found a way to climb up a wall, spider walk up a wall, and climb through some razor wire and escape. And now we're 9 days into the search for him. We're also listening to the police scanner right now for the area, so we're hearing calls come in from residents as they see suspicious sightings and report those to the police. MWO, I heard Nick talk about that last night. I think he's going to try to get some confirmation from authorities, and that will sort of determine how he proceeds going forward. I'm not sure if the information he got is accurate or not, and he's just being cautious right now. I'm dizzy just watching the chopper. Are you following it around? It's held still here, and typically when this happens, it's probably landed or hovering somewhere, and because it hasn't moved at all, it probably did land locally, and that's very interesting. The only other places we've seen it land like that were up here on the Brandywine, up here in this field. We saw that up there the other day. We saw him actually land in the field that's underneath right here the other day, or at least hover very low. So there might be some areas where they're using the prop to sort of shake up the trees a little bit and see if they can see underneath with that. But 500, 700 feet, the altitude just doesn't seem right. We'll see if we can get an update there soon. And now it's landed. It has definitely landed. We stopped getting transmissions from it. There's no refueling. They don't have aircraft fuel just sitting here. So it's probably going to take off again and then go refuel somewhere. But they might be either picking someone up. Oh, there we go. We just have it just took off again from right here, so it was probably landed on this property. And off he goes. He might be leaving to go refuel or do a little more flight, and then he'll be landing. Then he'll be back. We'll see. It's not the last time we've seen him. We've heard National Guard is there, but we haven't seen them on video. So that might be a rumor that needs to be confirmed as well. I haven't seen representatives from the National Guard on the press conferences. Bigger says, sent you a WhatsApp poster from Walmart on Twitter.
Adam 1, I got it. 79 Adam 1, copy, thank you.
Okay, I got some links, but some of them aren't working for some of these texts, but that's okay. Let's see, send a video. Let's see, local, if you're interested in seeing the command center in Unionville. Let's see if we can bring this up. This is the Unionville Command Center. Local provided this little video for us here. This is near where the helicopter is staged from. Quite a few vehicles. You've got some tents set up, command centers. There's a fuel truck right there. That's probably for the helicopters. Yeah, that's a pretty cool setup right there. Thank you for that, update.
Paul 3400.
1019 for a report in the lobby.
Just reading a little update from that comes through Britta. It comes from Ann Shannon from WGAL News 8. About I can't tell the time frame, but it came from Britta Aller. New information on the search for Danelo Cavalcante. Pennsylvania State Police report there is a new trail camera pic from Wednesday night given to police. Thursday night puts Cavalcante in the area of Longwood Gardens. That confirms what we knew already. The picture shows him at night with a duffel bag and a backpack. This is believed to be the 9th sighting since his escape. Search area now includes all of Longwood Gardens and surrounding area. There are now 350 to 400 law enforcement officers on search detail. And we've learned Cavalcante lived in the jungle after committing a murder in Brazil.
Yeah, 30 Sam 2, copy stop. 1022, horseshoe plane.
He was never captured and escaped to the U.S. And state police say he is not a stranger to hardship. So thank you. That comes from Britta Aller, originally from Ann Shannon at WGAL News 8. Looks like a Facebook update or a Twitter update. Channel 10 looks like it's heading to meet the other chopper. Let's see what's happening here. Channel 10 is still hovering over. He's going somewhere. The other chopper has headed out, probably to go land at the Brandywine Airport. Here he is right here, like we said. This is where he's been refueling. I say it could be a she, but probably is a she because they're so patient. I don't think guys are patient enough to do this. Okay, so they're headed out. The other chopper is headed back to Unionville. The video we just saw, they're headed to Unionville right here. This is the command center that they were driving by, and they stage right here in this field.
Who's there, Sam 2, okay? Yeah, 30 Sam 2, okay.
Okay, there we go. Oops, sorry, that's cutting it off. That added fuel capacity at the airport last night. No, this is not serious. He's hiding from choppers. Nighttime is better with infrared cams. He's staying in coverage. I'm sorry, I'm missing super chats. Brianne sent one right here. Last message from 505 on the burner phone. I did have to work, just in case you've shown it already. One last message. I think we showed that one. 505. Okay, there it is. There's a video. You sent me the video. The link you provided is no longer available on YouTube for me. It's saying the link's broken. But you sent a video saying it shows him walking and moving through a yard. May help a local with his gait or stance. Anything, some time movement is better than just a still photo. I understand that would be awesome to have the video of him moving, but the link is not working for me. I am, for those that are saying about missing the super chats, and thanks for the reminder, I have, due to the nature of what we're covering right here and the fact that we have so many locals that are trying to get information up to the minute as things develop here, we've turned off the sound effects and the text to voice feature that normally reads super chats because it can get in the way of information. So Katrina Hetherington, thank you very much for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate that. You're making somebody's day this morning. Now, if we can just gift somebody a capture of this fugitive, that would be wonderful. Has anyone gone on Google Maps and looked at the terrain? There are no ditches. Grampy Rodney, let me show you the terrain on actually Google Earth is easier. Let's see. Let's go. This is the field that the helicopters landed basically on this property. Probably landed right in here. But we're going to tip this down and show you a little bit of the terrain, and you'll see that we have some hills, we have some valleys. Definitely right here. There's a little dip behind that. You can see from the shadow. There is terrain. We're not dealing with high mountains here. I mean, there's nothing. It's relatively flat, but you can have 100 feet of elevation change pretty easily in all that. So there are some changes. It's not completely flat, and the waterways typically indicate where those low points are, because water goes downhill. I've learned this from my science class. Is there a press conference today at 3? Shay, I'm waiting for word on that one. I have not seen a tweet. Let me check the PIO on Twitter. I'm not seeing anything since 20 hours ago on their Twitter for the PA State Police, but they have held a conference every day at 3 o'clock in the past, and I think that will continue. Indicators of that would be that the fact they invited press to the command center this morning to look at some of the technology inside, to basically to get a peek inside the command center and how they're monitoring, how they're tracking and managing this system. So I think they're still trying to get the word out, and I think they'll still do another press conference.
6-1, Paul 3.
Hades Music Man, thank you very much. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for being here. Text finally went through, says Britta. I don't know if you covered that info yet. I did take a look at it.
Same one we got.
Yeah, 6-1, same one. 122 West Thomas Court, 122 West Thomas Court. You must be in dispatch out for a call.
Nadine, I'm gonna try. I got your text as well. You've asked for a list of equipment and some questions that way. Fred as well needs that list.
Do you want me to show you on this call, or leave Paul 3 on it?
You can send it down to me and clear it out, and clear out the suspicious as well.
Yeah, 6-1, same one, okay.
Ashlyn, what feed were you looking at 6:42 to 6:50 a.m.? Scroll down and see. What was the name or the group name on that? Was it like County Dispatch, West Police, Central? MMM Rhino Girl, thank you very much for the super chat or the super sticker. Appreciate your support. Yeah, Brianne, the YouTube is just not playing for me. I'm not sure if it's protected somehow or been blocked. It's not playing. We did watch the latest with Sarah Boone this morning. Her appearance in court down there in Orange County, Florida. Her lawyer was granted his motion to withdraw, so that's going to present another delay for her case moving forward. She wanted to speak to the judge, and he would have none of it. So she's going back to the jail to continue to wait and write another letter, I imagine. Cobalt Blue, I apologize. I thought of this yesterday. I should have turned that off last night. I feel bad for letting them play when they did. I do appreciate all the generosity and the support many of you have given me, and that is no small thing. It means the world to me, and it makes this possible. It really does. From me and from my family, thank you very much. Right now, we want to focus on this manhunt and sharing information, so we will do that. Let's see.
Yeah, 6110, okay. Is it 2912 in DC, check for a phone assignment?
44, can I have the incident number?
44, it's going to be 27853, 27853.
441017.
4410-3.
300 block of West Washington, PRX Juliet, Lima, Juliet, 0647. It's a red Honda CRV.
Hold on for a copy.
Hold on for something.
14492 duration.
For 9 duration.
Looking for the scanner traffic. Give me just 1 minute.
Unit 3945.
Three nine four five.
Okay, you say 640 on 65151. Still not seeing it there. Sorry, still going back here. I apologize. Let's go back to the helicopter, see what traffic we have in the air right now. Looks like our news chopper has split. They're out of there. Here we go. There's News 10 that's come around. It flew around the command center and now is headed back towards Philly. The refueling is probably still going on at the Brandywine Regional Airport for the police chopper. It often, when it's done refueling, will come back and stage at this command center and wait for it for when it needs to do more flyovers. So nothing there yet. We'll keep an eye out for that. It's all started with County Dispatch and Patch 65151. Ashlyn, give me just a second. I'm just trying to update my system here. Change things around. 630. Okay, here we go. Let's pick up patch 652. This is from 642 this morning. Let's listen to this.
6440 command.
Here's 6244.
Hold for per the state, we have footprints to the west of the Mushroom Farm by a creek.
Yeah, 6244, okay, on the footprints west, heading towards the creek. Be advised, just got off the phone with one of the troopers on scene. They have a good track heading west, requesting the north perimeter reset. Do you need any additional resources at this time?
Hold for, if we can make sure that that road to the west of us is secure, I'm out with that trooper now on the track.
Copy, out with the trooper.
Hold for, we are still pushing west with the K9.
Yeah, 6244, okay, pushing west with the K9. 6-2 call 4, okay, track now heading south.
Hang on, back up a little bbit. 1 second.
No,
6244, track just went south.
6-2 call 4, okay, track now heading south.
6244, command.
6-2 call 4.
44, their current track is headed towards Gale Lane. State troopers are out. Continue with another dog.
6-2 call 4, okay, continuing the track. Confirm is heading towards Dale Lane.
That's affirmative.
Copy, heading towards Dale Lane.
6244.
6-2 call 4.
Call 4, myself and 93, Paul 17, just cleared a small structure to the rear of schoolhouse. We're good here. Do they need us elsewhere?
6-2 call 4, stand by. And just inquiring, is the K9 going to be a 93 unit or is it state police?
We currently have one each.
Copy the record.
62 call 4, if you're not already aware, they ended the track. We're backing out towards schoolhouse.
6-2 call 4, okay, I'm ending the track and back towards schoolhouse.
So that was the whole track that they had where they were
61 call 3.
following some footprints and trying to see what was going on. It ended up basically not running out. Basically, they ended the track.
Same one, I'll take it. You can send them all to me for now. And put 6143 out at 926.
That was before 7 o'clock this morning. Nick has updated. This one's important. Let's check out Nick's latest update.
61 okay. 61 wants to be 331 Astleby Drive. 331 Astleby at the clubhouse in the rear of that address. For suspicious conditions, possible escape prisoner sighting. Suspect male, dark sweatshirt, dark pants, backpack.
Okay, we're gonna
next to him.
turn this scanner off here for just a second. Let me read this update that Nick is sharing. Just one moment here. He says, this is from 4 minutes ago. Now that I've independently verified this, I was given the go-ahead from law enforcement source to release the following. Danelo Cavalcante is believed to have stolen a cell phone from one of the burglaries. They won't say the model, but they say he's likely waiting to turn it on until after he alters his appearance, if the battery is still charged. Remain vigilant. Call 911 if seen. Do not approach. So there's a belief that he has a cell phone and stole it from one of the burglaries. Okay, Brianne, I finally got that video you've sent me. That does work. We have seen that one a little bit. It's rough. It's a little shadowy. I'm not sure if it's any better than the still image at this point, as far as informational purposes. But thank you for that. I appreciate that. So Nick's releasing that, according to him, he's confirmed the source, and he says that a law enforcement official gave him the go-ahead, that there's a cell phone involved, possibly stolen. I don't know if you stole my cell phone, he wouldn't be able to do much with it. A lot of people keep their cell phones locked. I'm not sure how many just keep it open and unlocked. We could do a poll on that, I guess, but we'll see. Karen in Pennsylvania says, thank you for your coverage to law enforcement. Prayers to law enforcement, animals, media, our neighbors. Hope they get this murderer today. Karen, you and me both have the same hope. He did steal a cell phone. That seems to be confirmed now, but it may be turned off. I mean, we'd have to know more, and I guess that's being kept really quiet. If he turns it on, it's basically the second he turns it on, law enforcement is going to have a ping. He's going to show up as a big bright red dot on the map. Cell phone's the best tracker for police. Not a good idea. Locked. Keep it locked. Let's listen. We just missed a call here. Just 1 second.
Call 34 in front of the Ritos in the Cambridge Square Center. The caller is unable to locate her vehicle that she just parked there 5 minutes ago. It's going to be a white Lexus SUV. I'm going to try to file 2 and get the type.
Just parked a white Lexus in front of the store, and now it's missing.
Yeah, 39 Paul 11. The subject's now no longer wearing a shirt and speed walking around the property. Paul 3410.
Paul 3410.
3 Paul 2 on route.
Kilo Bravo.
39 Paul 2, just here where the RP, please.
The cell phone has to have power. It has to be communicated in some way to the. If it was completely turned off, it disappears. And there may
I'm
be.
not with them at the property now.
There may be
We're familiar
phones.
with them.
Yes, we know Paul 2, okay?
Yeah, the speed walker is not our guy. There may be phones that have some sort of connection that's still maintained as long as it still has power, even though it's hard turned off. Most of them, I would say, do not. It would have to be turned on and connect to a cell tower.
2501 in the area, St. Matthews Road and Schoolhouse Lane, St. Matthews Road and Schoolhouse Lane. Traffic complaint for cones scattered in the roadway.
Full on copy, you can clear it.
Yeah, 2501.
I imagine if that phone was stolen from one of the break-ins, the police are probably sort of directing the owner what they should do as far as the phone itself. Is he going to Alaska? I don't think so. That's a long trek.
Unit 2171, Pikeland Avenue and Stony Run Road, Pikeland Avenue and Stony Run Road. Property damage accident, silver SUV blocking the bridge. Unknown what it hit. It's also a black stand off to the side, possibly involved.
Silver SUV, is it a Lexus that was just stolen? Liz G says, I hope there aren't a bunch of vigilantes or looky-loos getting in the way. I think the police have made it pretty clear that they don't want people to be vigilantes in this. They do want people to be observant and share information with them,
written warning.
but not try to go out and solve this for themselves. A phone, if you did steal a phone and has it powered off, it can maintain its charge for quite a while. It draws very little power when it's turned all the way off. And if he does turn it on, it's possible that he's turning it on intermittently, trying to get information, even if it is unlocked. Candy, he may be pretty smart. We don't know. Yeah, I don't think he stole a charger. I mean, if they stole a phone from my house, I've got enough chargers that could run a phone nonstop in video mode for weeks, just as far as battery packs. But we don't know if he stole one of those as well, and a charging cable. Maybe that's why he hid to Walmart, so he could get a charging cable. Matthew says, given how they are bringing in resources as far away as Pittsburgh, why haven't they brought bloodhounds yet then? I don't know what resources are available by way of bloodhounds in the area. Typically, police dogs are trained in tracking, and they're oftentimes like a multi-purpose dog where they're trained in tracking or drug detection or suspect apprehension and drug detection. A bloodhound usually is not the sort of dog you want to hold someone at bay, as I don't know, maybe it is. I don't picture that. Find My Phone still works when powered off. It only shows the last known location though. Because I use iPhones extensively with AirTags and everything else. I can turn off my phone and walk away, and my watch will tell me that I've left my phone and where it was last spotted.
2 copy around to the traffic light. Airport Road, Airport, Ash. There's tree down blocking. On Airport.
If he stole that Lexus, that was a very bad idea. The Lexus is going to be easy to track. Anthony, we saw this. Sarah got her attorney number 7. The poor guy woke up to the worst news possible. We'll see. Hopefully he's able to represent her well. Hopefully she can work with him. I mean, you know, at some point, if you've been through 6 attorneys and just none of them will work with you, you have to start looking at the situation and saying, you know, maybe it's me. Maybe I'm not just the most unlucky person in the criminal system and getting the worst lawyers. Maybe there's something inside that's causing the problem. But she's quite demanding as a client. Let's see. Is it possible the police do not want the phone deactivated in hopes we will turn it on? Yes, very much so. They would love for him to have a phone. Seriously, it would make their job so much easier. If he can just turn it on, they'd be set. Taking a look at the scanner or the air tracking here real quick. News Chopper's back in Philly. We've got it's a Beach King Air. Don't think this is involved. It's flying by, so airliners flying overhead as well. Looking for any other activity. Up at the airport where the helicopters are refueling, we usually have some small planes that do training and stuff. Look at these. Look at those tight little loops. Man, he's drawing figure 8s. That's almost like stunt pilot stuff. That's impressive. What's his artwork here? It's like Pictionary in the sky. So we expect a helicopter to take off from the Brandywine Regional Airport here probably in the next 20 to 30 minutes and then go stage at the Unionville. Let's see, where is he at? I'm lost on my map. Right here. At the command center over here. Or possibly go right back to searching. Either way.
Same one, we're fine, not the same.
I think the chopper landed at the news station. I think that's what's over there by the river. So they'll be back when some action happens. Let's take a look right here. Nothing in the air right now. A little quiet on the scanner. This is usually the heat of the day, the hot moment when we think he's not moving. But Nick's going to be live here soon. Let's check if we have any updates from him. See, he says, I also learned overnight that he was supposedly spotted in a tree by a drone of a helicopter sometime between Sunday to Tuesday, working to find out more and narrow the exact time and date down. So maybe he's a bit of a climber. So we'll keep an eye on Nick as he's working his sources and providing information for us. How's the canine that was taken to the vet? Elizabeth, yesterday they posted that they've been released from the vet care back to the police officer. I don't know if he's back in service, but basically they said all is well and he's going to be okay. Probably going to return to service here shortly. Look at this. Sorry, I just about missed this. Bug Dugger gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. I've been not paying attention to chat. I apologize for that. Thank you very much for your generosity, Bug Dugger. Press conference at 3. We anticipate so. I have not seen the official word on this one yet. Let me check a couple sources.
Two one seven, there's nothing shower.
Yeah, 217.
I'm not seeing the... Looking for a press release.
Yeah, 16940 NBC, check for a phone assignment.
I'm not hearing anything about a press release. If they don't have anything to share, they might not have one, but they have had one every day leading up to this. Hey, bud. You're home. Thank you. So I'm reading through a couple people who tagged me on Twitter, just see if there's any information that I can pass on to you there. Okay, so far not a lot. I'm not seeing the posting. Usually the state police have a PIO officer, a public information officer, that sends out a tweet announcing the press conference, and then it's carried to the Chester County Attorney General's webpage. But I'm not seeing anything yet, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. It probably will be the same time if they have one. Let's see, I'll just say, if you've seen anything come out that I've missed, please let me know on that front. We definitely don't want to miss a press conference. The scanner link we're listening to is right here. Thank you, Amber, for that. The link to the map that we're watching that's dynamic, you can refresh it. I don't refresh it as often as I should. I apologize, but the map that Sean and Andrew are
by the caller. You can clear it out. Road's open.
Okay, that call's no longer an issue. But that map available is also there. Amber has posted that link as well. Or we should say Callie. I can't call you Amber anymore, right? It's Vix or Callie. Or Bad A, I think. Depending on which platform we follow. Do they give pressers over the weekend? Hope to have one at 3 p.m. There should be one today. Not sure about tomorrow, if this continues into tomorrow. Yes, they will continue to work over the weekends, holidays, everything. They're not stopping here. They're not going to give this guy a break. As the state police said, we're here until we catch him. We're not going anywhere. Sorry, Amber. Now, clean up on aisle 7. Mr. Upper Torso said, they never asked me, but in my opinion, they need to get those choppers out of the air. I can hear them a mile away. They aren't going to see him from the sky. They need to stake out his route for water. Did notice that Sarah Boone was granted a new lawyer. Worst news that new lawyer has ever heard. He's got his hands full. I'll just say that, and we poke fun a little bit. We do hope that Sarah Boone, as she has not been convicted, even though she's admitted to what she's accused of, she has not been convicted and thus is still innocent unless proven guilty in the eyes of the law. And we do want to see her receive a fair trial with proper representation. Jonathan Sossman says, Recovery Addict, this is my question. If he has a smartphone, how does he plan to open it? Most people lock their phones. If it's a locked phone, he might be out of luck. But if he found a phone that was unlocked, I imagine there are a lot of people who do keep their phone unlocked. I'm not one of them. I have as much security as I possibly can to lock my phone. But if you found one unlocked, that would be a huge asset to him if he dares turn it on. Tom Farrell, we'd have to see what happens. I normally don't stream on Saturday. We'll see where we're at. Let's just get him found, and then we can just celebrate tonight and be done. Bite me, the word we got about the tree that came through Nick just a minute ago was, I think it came through someone who had talked to a drone operator, and the drone operator indicated that the drone had sensed him in a tree. So the drone was probably quite away from where people were and spotted him there. I don't know how if he saw that and went down, the drone lost him. That could be something. Jane Deer Girl says, I have a friend who is in dispatch. I pray for her. Pray for those who are helping in this situation can have relief and rest when this is over, and for all the neighbors who are just on edge with every helicopter that flies over, with every text message that comes out, reverse 911 call. This is just nerve-wracking. Tracy says, I don't lock mine because I would not remember how to unlock it. Yeah. Frenchie Mom says, I can't watch the stream tomorrow because of the football game. Hey, it's a question of priorities, Frenchie Mom, and I don't fault you for watching a good game. Mew, he was facing a lifetime sentence in prison, and he doesn't fancy that very much. So he thought he'd try his chances on the run. Danielle says, Recovery Addict, this may be crazy, but what if he escaped with the cell phone? Wouldn't it be untraceable? No, Danielle, because the way the cell phone works, it's like a two-way radio, right? It has a radio signal connection to an antenna on a tower that's communicating back and forth. And anytime you have a radio, let's say I do ham radio, okay? I'm an amateur radio license holder, and we use these walkie-talkies, and we can talk to other people. So we learn a lot about how signals travel, how they propagate in the air, the conditions that will make the signals travel further, and also how to detect where a signal is coming from using directional antennas, things like that. A cell phone works with towers, and the towers ping a cell phone, and that ping can position. The authorities can get that ping information from the tower, and based on the strength of the signal that each tower is reporting, they can pinpoint the location on the map. So even if it's a stolen phone or a burner phone, something like that, it still has to talk to the tower, and it's that act of talking to the tower that's trackable. So if the phone's turned on, they should be able to find it, even if they don't know whose phone it is. I mean, if all they knew right now is that he has a phone, they have the technology to turn it on and say, show me all the phones in the area. And I realize this is scary because this is spying on U.S. citizens, and it's an issue. It's political. We're not going to go there. But the technology is there to say, we need to look back on this specific date and show me all the phones in this specific area. And they can do it. The pressers are nothing burgers, says Gail Trotman.
Units, when you're available, I have an emotional disorder for you.
You think he can just jump on a truck and be gone? Possibility. Can a phone server unlock a phone to find him? Grampy, I doubt they would. Look at the number of times that companies like Apple have fought the FBI to say, no, we're not going to unlock the phone, or we're not going to break the encryption for you.
Okay, it's me 223 Thea Court, 223 Thea Court. Again, emotional disorder. It's a 26-year-old male hallucinating. The RP is saying he is not safe to talk. The RP said the male is having a psychotic break, and then he would wait outside if he could.
The FBI trying to break into a phone that was used by, I believe, a shooter in California. They were trying to hack into the phone. They ended up having to go to a company in Israel that built software to crack the phone because Apple wouldn't help them. KQD is asking about the Sarah Boone case, saying is death penalty on the table for Sarah Boone? No, because she's only being tried for second-degree murder.
3 units, the line is now open. Call taker can hear the RP talking with a crying male. There's a bad connection. They won't tell what they're saying. Just so you're aware, EMS is staging.
The convict, I believe, Danelo is he 34? 34 years old? 5 foot tall, 120 pounds. You mentioned mushrooms. We have heard about mushroom farms in this area, and I believe in, what is it? Is it Westchester?
Unit 41, Pulse 62.
I think Westchester has a mushroom festival this weekend that they're still going to go ahead with. People are nervous about that. A lot of crowds coming. It sounds like a weird thing for a mushroom festival, but in the town I'm in, we have a collards festival, like collard greens. Yeah, we have a festival. Parade, everything happening tomorrow. It's going to be amazing.
Unit 41, Pulse 62. In the area 531 Astor Square, 531 Astor Square for suspicious condition. 5-minute time delay. Unknown male subject walking up and down the street saying he's trying to get business for his window company. Pulse 62.
That's a salesman. That's what it's called. A male walking up and down the street trying to get business for a company. That's a salesman. Yes, reverse 911 is where the authorities call you to tell you there's a problem. Whereas normal 911, you call them and say, "Come, there's a problem here." Jeanette Gaff says you can jailbreak a phone with a paperclip or something similar. I don't know. I've I've done a jailbreak on amateur radios that we needed to use so we could use them on police frequencies with permission during emergencies. I know that there are things you can do to unlock features of phones that the manufacturer technically doesn't want you to use. I don't know if our little guy is also Mr. MacGyver and can, twist a chewing gum into an antenna or something. I don't know what it can do. We don't know of its capabilities there. The Mushroom Festival's in Kennett Square, not right on State Street. So Kennett Square, not on. So it's down here, not in Westchester. That's much closer to the search area. It's basically Walmart's right here. We've had that mentioned several times. And Kennett Square right on Main Street.
Unit 41, Paul 62. Subject's a black male in his 20s, goatee, wearing a blue shirt with white lettering and khaki pants. No weapons, no intox. Last seen near Astor Square and Pullman Drive.
Unit 5, copy of that. Fargo.
Paul 62, copy. Unit 33, Paul 2, MDC check for a phone assignment.
Not that type of mushrooms. Not that type of festival,
Okay,
guys.
okay.
Sorry to get your hopes up. These are not magic mushrooms. Savisgun, the prison is just north of us. About, as a matter of fact, on this map, if we were zooming right here, this is the area where the helicopter's been doing some tight circles, and now we're going to zoom out a tiny bit, and then zoom in, and here's the prison. So it's directly south of us. It looks like he's gone directly south where he's at, or where they think he's at. And it's not far at all, just a couple miles.
Patient is possibly in the basement, does not know you were called, and it's unknown if he'll be cooperative. Copy.
Let's look for helicopters in the region. Still nothing taken off out of Brandywine other than this little plane, which was probably a little trainer. Well, that's the guy that did all the loops. That was pretty impressive. Look at that. 3 in a row, figure eights. Never seen that before. Don't see any news helicopters inbound, even from Philly. Nobody coming up from Delaware. Sometimes the state planes come in from a little bit further away. Not seen them come in either, so still nothing in the air. We're just going to wait and see if people arrive here shortly. See how Nick's doing on his schedule.
Yeah, 3-0, okay.
So he should be, Nick should be there very shortly. He said within an hour. That was 57 minutes ago. Just because he's up and in the area doesn't mean he's necessarily going live. He also is working a lot of contacts and talking to residents there and determining the best course of action.
40 copy at top, 123 Road to 11.
Call 34.
Thanks for the correction on the Mushroom Festival. I had the wrong town name. Don't want to get that wrong or you would miss it.
Unit 36, call 7.
Unit 41, call 34, 482 Stewart Drive. 482 Stewart Drive. Unactivated alarm. Uncle bird coming from the garage door.
I saw a message that said, can someone let RA know
call 7.
something? Possible drone
Unit
photo.
36, call 7.
Nicola, I see
Call
a...
34, attention us for contact information.
Is that the photo that has the helicopter and the drone in the same picture?
Call 7, Strasburg Road at Signet Drive. Strasburg at Signet. On Strasburg. There's a loose horse in the roadway.
Loose horse.
60 your status.
San 40, I'm fine.
60 okay.
Looks like a chopper took off from the refueling station and is headed south. And he's headed right towards the search area again. The staging area is a little to the left. Let's see if he goes right back to the circles here.
3 units. ARP advised the patient is throwing things around in his room. The ARP's mother is on the top floor, separated from the patient.
1-4-3-4-10-17.
1-4-3-4-10-3.
No curfew in place that I know of, girl in Texas, at least not anything special to this situation.
November 0863, LWN 0863. On your way, Hyundai Santa Fe.
Mrs. RA, I'm hoping for a delivery. What's on the menu? There was a message that said, "Can someone tell RA?" And I scrolled and I missed it. Let's see. GZA 160. Thank you. I see the flags with my name. Here's a good question: is that prison ran by the state of Pennsylvania, or is the private company that runs that prison? I believe it's run by the state because there was a new warden who was appointed to that, who used to be in the police force. I think it's a state-run prison, or actually it's a county-run prison. Let me correct myself. The prison he broke out of was a county-run prison.
For 19 in a second.
Lisa Goodwin, thank you very much. I appreciate the super chat. Thanks for being here and helping spread the word. Karen, I echo those same thoughts. Thank you so much.
You 1-6-40 for C-Party.
Looks like the helicopter's going right back to that same area. He did take off.
He changed the phone assignment to a theft and cleared out.
From this property, by this home. Let's see if he lands or continues around. He's at 1,600 feet. He's not going to land anytime soon. Let's see where he goes right here. This is the state helicopter back in over the area of interest. I haven't heard anything about that Lexus. We just heard a call that a lady said her Lexus, she parked it out front 5 minutes ago and now it's gone. That's not the kind of car you want to steal if you're trying to get away. Someone tagged me on Twitter with some info. Let me look really quickly.
Yeah, 3845. Your status okay and team secure.
Call 34 number.
345, we're fine. Out with the subject.
All report 278-6027.
I'm not seeing any new tags on Twitter right now.
4-1 unit, the alarm company spoke to someone identified as Mark Ferry, who stated they were unsure if everything was okay, did not request police dispatch, but provided an invalid task code. They also stated they'd be responding to the premise in 30 minutes in a red Ford Raptor.
Nick did just post a little, it's almost a meme, but it's a little,
report 27860.
A little picture. You know, it's on lined paper. It's just a little box, and it says search area, and it has arrows pointed towards the box. And then it says feds. It's got lots of dots all outside the box. And then there's another area that says search area. It has arrows pointed into the box, and it says Danelo, and it's got a picture of him running outside the search area. Just a little, he thought it was funny, a little meme. Sheepy for UK says the UK's police has confirmed sighting of our own fugitive. I wonder who will win. Hopefully we can catch them both the same day. Can we do that? And we can both just claim victory on that. Was there any info of injuries sustained when he climbed through the razor wire at the jail? Kathy, no. If you go back to the video and watch, when he climbs up, you can see he clearly has something bulky around his waist. It looks like it's white, like it's either wrapped around his waist, like a hoodie tied around his waist, or a towel tied around his waist. But he definitely had some clothing there, and it's my suspicion that once he got up to that razor wire, he used that clothing, if it was a heavy towel or something, to throw over the razor wire and push it out of the way so he could get through. Julie, it's definitely surprising all of us that it's taken this long. Well, his wrist is wrapped up in the trail cam video photo. The one I'm showing here. It's hard to tell on this one. Well, we believe he doesn't have a shirt on in this picture. Okay, the helicopter's gone back to circling the same area. Still up at about 1,600 feet, so a little bit higher than he's been a lot of other times. Let's see if they tighten down these loops.
837, Paul 2.
Paul 2.
837, Paul 2, in the area of 275 Oxford Road.
Bandage on the left wrist. It could be. He might have cut himself up. But I don't think he's bleeding out.
Yeah, 6-1, same one. Same one.
Kathy, we're going to try to get all the answers we can for you. Thanks for asking. Thanks for
6-1,
tagging
same one.
me.
Station 36, the firehouse. EMS has an allergic reaction.
Hi.
Both his wrists were wrapped when he climbed the wall. Let me go pull up that video. We'll look at that one more time while we're waiting here.
Yeah, 36, Paul 7, just so you're aware, RP called back. Advise an Amish subject put a rope around the horse and is now walking it back towards Swan Road. Oh, none of it belongs to them. Okay.
Let me show you a different picture. The one I've got is not quite as
available.
clear.
I have a call for you.
You copy.
So let's see here. In this picture, it's a little easier to see that there might be a bandage around his wrist. This is the same trail camera. On the right is an hour before as he walks away past it, and there does seem to be something on his wrists, at least some white. Maybe that could be a shirt underneath the shirt.
29, when you're available, I now have a heart problems call for you as well. 29, okay.
So yeah, he could have cut himself up going through there. This is available on the PA State Police page, by the way. They also have the picture of their dog after he was completed care with the veterinary clinic. This is the one that suffered from some heat stroke issues or signs of heat exhaustion. I'm not sure how that works with dogs. There's our wanted poster and a cool event they have coming up. There's a presser from the other day. Another one from the other day, and that's it from them. I'll take this off the screen here. Scanner got quiet there for a minute. We're still live. They have mounted state troopers too. I saw them earlier. Yes, we have horses there. Love the dog glasses. He looks really cool. He really does. Those will help protect him in that heavy underbrush from getting scratched as well. Do you think he's turned on the phone quickly and that's how they believe he's still in the area? Very likely.
South 1624 Baltimore Pike.
Perhaps that was used then punched through a window. Any evidence this was planned? Getaway car, bag of gear.
Written warning to attach anymore.
According, let's see, this was what? 2 days ago? The presser, they have not found anything that they can really pin to him, like an item of clothing, a backpack, anything that he's discarded.
Unit 34 Paul 2, I copy your stop on 100 block number 10 road.
Didn't he go from blue pants to orange in backyard, caught pick near fence? Yes, he has changed clothes, but they haven't found any of the clothes that have gone missing or that he's changed into. We just don't know. We don't know where he got the backpack.
Call 62.
Unit 41, call 62, proceed priority.
Janice says if Lexus is a common car in the area, it might be a good idea to take that one, as there'd be many to look at, as opposed to, say, like a Honda Accord somewhere else. Getting weird chatter here.
Corner 205 is in service, last 43135.
Three-four, call 2, okay.
Okay. Unit 34, call 2, okay. Unit 41, call 62, proceed.
Call 60, you can just correct.
Copy.
I'm trying to get some updates here. Nick should be in the area. We're hoping to hear some more this morning, hear shortly from him. Yeah, no confirmation on outside assistance. The police have sort of refused to talk about their family's involvement. So it's not out of the question that there is some help, but, you know, how much help is there if you still leave them right in the area where they're searching? Tracy says your wife was speaking to you. Thank you for letting me know. Let me scroll up and see what I missed here.
41, call 62, status.
That was to Banjo Jones.
62, okay.
Oh, this one here. Yeah, I saw that one. I think Nick's near the area, Karen. He was driving. It took him about an hour to get there.
Eastern Arc. We have Deer Ridge, Lima, Yankee, November, 0236.
Amy.
Old Honda Accord. Bleep one time.
Amy, welcome to the gallery. Speaking of Honda Accords, there's one.
347.
ICA or ICCA, I'm not sure what that is. I don't think he's bleeding out. If he were really needing medical attention and bleeding out, first of all, we would probably have blood trails in the homes that he's broken into, even if he's done his own little bandages on his wrists. He's breaking into fridges, carrying stuff. There's going to be blood somewhere, and I doubt that's the case. So I think his wounds were not that severe. Local park here has solar phone chargers. So maybe he's just sitting there in the park charging his phone. Mary, thank you so much for the kind words. Welcome. I hope you enjoy it here. We're trying to provide as much good information as we can. Obviously, if you've got anything that could help us in the situation, we'd be happy to see if we can share that.
Three, Paul 5.
CBS News in Philly.
Can you run a subject for me, please?
Or is it
Yeah, 3, Paul 5, yes.
Eyewitness News 3 tweeted a picture. Let me see if I can share this one with you really quickly. This is the picture. This is from the board, the display in the command center, that gives you an idea of where people are and how they're dispersed around.
Paul, Robert, Ocean Union, Tom.
Around the area.
Quran. Queen William. Robert Adam Nora. Date of birth 09/03/1997. Blackmail.
Yeah, 3, Paul 5 again.
That was a phonetic spelling of a suspect's name. Not related. So anyway, this is an interesting little picture that shows you just back-to-back cars all around this area as they're watching this and who's assigned where. That's a ton of coverage. That's really a lot of officers. I think this is an older picture as well. Let's see. Is this even the same area? Oh, there's Doe Run Road. That's yeah. So this is west of. This is west and north of the gardens. So interesting there. FBI is outside Longwood Gardens.
3845, can you repeat?
Samantha, thank you. We do sell merchandise on this channel to help us be able to continue doing what we're doing. This is my only job. I don't have any other source of income. And we did make a hoodie for this occasion. It's a bright orange hoodie. On the front it says, "This is my prison escape hoodie." On the back it has our channel logo. It's available in two shades of gray, a white, black, and also the prison jumpsuit orange. So thank you for sharing that. It's a fun one. If you do choose to support the channel, that's a fun way to do that. It's a great Halloween costume too. But I sure would like it if this inmate was still wearing bright orange and we could just pick him out of the trees. That would be great. Let's see. Only 2 shades of gray. Yeah, I'm missing like 48, right, Savis?
Yeah, 345 for that subject. Nothing's coming back.
Banjo Jones says, "Why would stealing an Lexus make him dumb? Are you making a joke? They're great cars and look like any other car. Common where I live, probably common there." Banjo, what I'd say is, first of all, you steal a Lexus, you're going to be on the roads, and the roads have cameras everywhere. I mean, it's from security cameras, everything. They can go back and find where he is very easily. A Lexus is also a high-end model that typically has built-in tracking. It's something that the manufacturer could literally pinpoint the location and say, "Oh, he's right here. Do you want me to disable the car remotely?" "Oh, we can do that." Click. So on that side, I'd say it would be not a good car. As far as functionality and usefulness, they're amazing. That's why they cost so much. They are great cars, but it might not be the best thing if he's trying to lay low and escape. Mrs. R.A. says, "I'm thinking I'll wear an orange one for Halloween if I can get my husband to pony up." Are you asking for a hoodie, Mrs. R.A.? Let me know the size. I will get you a hoodie. Or the color. Orange and a super small. Is that what you want? Prison break divorce hoodie.
4429.
Don't say that. Mrs. R.A. is amazing. I love her. All right. Let's see. Nick should be getting us some updates here shortly as he's in the area. I mean, not that he should be, but that's what he does. Okay, he should be. I think he's nearby. Police heli's at 500 feet. It looks like it's probably landing. Well, let's see. Let's see if it's still moving here. I think he's landed. Oh, this is what we saw before. After they refuel, they come by, they do a couple quick passes, and then they go back to the staging area and wait. And this track is not the most accurate. You realize right here, this is the staging area they're at. We've seen them fly out of this field quite a bit. He might be in another field over there, or even down the road a little bit. Either way, we think that he's probably on the ground. Yeah, it just corrected and put him right back there by the staging area. At the community park. So we'll keep an eye on that. Still, this area of interest seems to be the area he went to after he refueled.
11 Paul 31. 11 Paul 31. In front of the Ambrosio Dodge, 1221 East Lancaster Avenue. For property damage accident, 2 vehicles not blocking.
Okay.
Perry Mason says another YouTube channel just had live coverage of a Domino's pizza guy stopped at a blocked road. Investigator drove up to get it. Hey, they got to eat. The guy's got to eat. I don't blame him. And maybe that was the plan for the day was Domino's pizza. Hey, Rhonda Lee, we can put the link in chat if you do want the orange hoodie. I will just say thanks if you do choose to support the channel. That is super amazing of you, and we'd appreciate you. Let's see. I'll have one of my mods put the link in chat, and you'll have to click on it from the chat window, not from the screen.
2 MDC check for phone assignment.
There we go. That's it right there. Carrie says, did he steal that car? I'm hearing just now that it was him that did it. I don't think that's been confirmed. We haven't heard much discussion at all about that, and I think we would on the channels we're monitoring. All we heard is the lady parked a Lexus in front of wherever she was. She came out 5 minutes later, and the Lexus was gone.
Paul, can you run an attach PA registration 0 Whiskey November 5196?
Thank you, Nadine. Orange is the new hoodie. Now everyone's wanting pizza. Domino's just scored some major advertising.
Absolutely.
The pizza guy didn't want to be on video.
Copy, thank you. Can you clear that? And
hopefully you got a tip.
Absolutely.
Inmates in the prison hate him because they have been on lockdown ever since the escape until they fix the security breach. Yeah, he's not the most popular guy.
Drive, 322 National Drive. They were sent out for heart problems.
Okay, lots of medical calls, but not hearing a lot of suspicious situations right now. Let's see, do we have an address for the stolen car? Banjo, we don't. I'd have to go back. That was quite a while ago. Does anyone have on the scanner feed the saved transmission? We don't even know if it was in the exact area.
Unit 41, Paul 56, check your MDC for a phone assignment.
Unit 60, Paul 20, MDC check for FPDI.
56,
Copy.
Michelle Mo, thank you very much. Thanks for renewing the love. I appreciate that. Where was the white Lexus stolen? I'm going to ask for your help to sort of crowdsource this. If you've got the link for the scanner, if you're following this on Open Megahertz, that's right here. If you scroll up and click on that, we're looking for approximately an hour ago, or somebody wants to rewind on the live stream and find what the link was and give me the timestamp when that happened. We can replay that and see if we can get the location. Also, let me see if the boys that are making the map here for us counted that as something that was of interest.
Six zero Paul 10, you can clear the FPDI out. I'm on station.
I'm not seeing it on the map. I don't think it was related. It probably was far enough away that it wasn't something that that people are considering as possibly related. Patricia Clark says it was stolen from Rita's across Route 1 from the Walmart. That is close enough. That puts it right down here in this area. But really, if that car was stolen, I think you'd see a helicopter in the air looking for it. We'd have police chase going on with aerial footage. Dem Rogers, welcome. How did you catch me? Glad to find your channel. Welcome. Good to have you here. It says the hoodies are sold out. Okay, they should not be sold out. First of all, they keep doing this after like 3 of them sell. They say sold out. This is Teespring, which is a huge provider. They've partnered with the channel, with YouTube, to make these available, and they're made on demand. So they should not be sold out at all. I've got a message into them about some sizes that we want them to carry as well, but I haven't heard back yet. Mrs. Ari says, it's not DiGiorno, it's delivery, but she made me a sandwich. Yeah. Okay. Yes, Walmart is back in the news again. The hoodies are made per order. And it says they're sold out. Let me check.
36 Paul 11.
36 Paul 11.
Give me just 1 second to see what the website's saying.
36 Paul 11, Sunoco, 950 Commons Drive. For Prop Dems accident, 2 vehicles now blocking. They pulled into that location.
Paul 11, I copy, thank you. Unit 67, Paul 50. Unit 67, Paul 50, 1633 Yardley Drive, 1633 Yardley Drive. EMS is going out for an injured person.
Pretty okay.
I'm not showing them. Well, I am showing some out of stock in some sizes. See, they show small. I'm looking at orange right now. Small, medium, large, extra large, 2X, 3X. No 4X or larger. But it shows on my side that they're there, so I apologize if there's some problems with that. Okay. Let's see. Prison tablet using public Wi-Fi, not requiring PSD. Don't think they broke out with a prison tablet. We're not even sure if he had a tablet. This is. I don't think he'd been there long enough to be assigned a tablet. Maybe we can ask the question of the prison warden if he dares come back to one of the press conferences after the ripping he took the first time he showed up. Refresh and sold out is gone, says Little Dippy. Thank you. It seems to be working. Just heard on the news there's no presser scheduled for today, says Kim Newton. Amanda, thank you. Stolen car audio, 11:22:20. Do you have which feed was it on? Let me scroll back. I think I have all of them here, so I should be able to get it. 11:22:20. Pause the autoplay for a second. Is it? Or 11:21:20. I'm playing all of the 11:20 just to see our timestamps are not matching up.
Hold on, 9-4.
Yeah, 3.
I'm just going out to 447. Right.
Apple. 11 Paul 30, your status?
30, still trying to make contact.
11 Paul 30, copy, still into contact.
Unit 27, Paul 46.
Paul 46.
Unit 27, Paul 46, number 23, Rosewood Lane, 23 Rosewood Lane. EMS is going out for a call.
6 Paul 10. Can I get that registration print insert, and can I get points for City Hamilton?
6 Paul 10, just confirm you said Fords.
Plates for Sedan with keys, and print insert the registration, please.
Copy on Blitz.
Okay, Amanda, let's see. Westchester, 14 seconds long. I'm in Texas, so that might be my time. Let's see. Here we go.
Call 34 in front of the Rita's in the Cambridge Square Center. The caller is unable to locate her vehicle that she just parked there 5 minutes ago. It's going to be a white Lexus SUV. I'm going to try to file 2 and get the tag.
Okay.
So that's it. The Rita's, that was at 12:21. What was our question about that? It wasn't in front of the Rita's. It was right there by Walmart. The caller was not able to locate her Lexus. Is Rita's, does it share a parking lot with Walmart? Or is it across from it? I don't see any other stores really right there in that same vicinity. Lots of white cars, though. Got a couple banks. Not sure what that is. No planes in the air right now. Still a little bit quiet. N7 717 VT looks to be over the area.
Wolf 194, 1091. Verbal to the email if the ownership.
It's not a familiar plane. It shows private owner. Not a familiar plane. It is flying sort of in the area, but also not in the area. Here's FedEx. No choppers inbound. Everybody's grounded for right now.
Unit 65, call 3 in the area of Baltimore Pike and Painters. In the area of Baltimore Pike and Painters in Chat 4. Just wanted you to be advised of the suspicious condition of a possible sighting for the inmate operating a blue Ford Fusion, Pennsylvania registration, Lima X-Ray Sierra 4052.
3 I copy.
I'm going to try to take a bite of this sandwich while we listen to the police for a second.
Six Baltimore.
Here's your 6 Baltimore.
No answer on callback times 2. I'm clear.
Call 2.
Yeah, I'm getting a little static. It's on my end. I think I've got the way I've had to rig these cables to get the audio working. It's not optimum, but it has to do with the. I've got a unfiltered power cable charging a device that's plugged into a switcher, which is running audio. So it's. I've got to filter the cable. That's all. DMB, that call about the Ford Fusion, I think there was a suspicious suspect, somebody inside a Ford Fusion that looked to be unconscious. I don't think that's our guy.
One will be at the University Phil Soul for me.
Coops, thank you very much for gifting 5 memberships. That's really cool of you. Congratulations to the recipients, including Lisa Hogan. Congratulations, Lisa. Rita's in the Shepherd Shopping Center across from Route 1. There's a Giant there as well. So it's a big parking lot. It literally could be somebody who just parked and can't find their car. Like, I thought I parked closer, and they didn't. Or they thought they were on Monroe, and they weren't. Or the cars around them moved, or somebody's blocking their view. It might not necessarily be stolen.
9345. 12445.
Gina,
9345.
thank you very much to all the Grizzlies that are here. Appreciate you all.
3410.
Thank you so much for being here.
3424.
Sarah,
7 call 30.
Sarah
Happy
should.
Hospital Trespassing complaint. Hershey Mill Village Square, 1389 Boot Road, for a female selling flowers on the island of grass near the entrance. The caller would like subject to be removed. She's a white female in her 50s, unknown clothing, unknown vehicle description.
9345. 3410.
3424. MDC for a phone assignment?
Long time. 5 copy stop, 3253 Kings Highway. 9345.
Yeah, 9345.
You want me out of 212 High Point Lane, West Callan for a PFA?
Copy PFA 212 High Point Lane. Any unknown weapons on an impact?
Okay, give him a pause here.
3145. I'm okay.
All right, there's a report out there online that I was linked to on Twitter from a site called The Mercury or postmerc.com. It's a paywalled site, so I can't read this. It looks to be an article speaking about the guard who missed the Danelo Cavalcante's escape, and they're reporting that he was fired, that he's an 18-year veteran that was on watch, and the guard has been fired now. So that's interesting. If that's correct, that's wonder if he's the fall guy. If any other heads will roll as a result of this.
You know, 17438 in front of Parkview Apartments, 782 Fourth Boulevard. First suspicious condition. A male has been following the caller, refusing to leave her alone. No weapons, unknown impact.
We'll say 1 NDC check for a phone assignment.
Okay.
Six 143, you can send it to me. 9345. 6143, okay. 2942, copy stop, 472 Reese Road. 9345.
Units, male is a white male in his 50s wearing a blue polo shirt. Units, the male subject now talking to people in a dark gray sedan, refusing to leave them alone as well.
Are you okay?
Tell you, this is not the place to start causing problems. There are so many police officers in the area. You're going to get caught. Nick did just update. Let me just pull that up here. It says, FBI agents are currently searching the area near where a damaged portion of the wall was found at Longwood Gardens. The working theory is that Cavalcante climbed this particular wall, chipping it in the process to infiltrate the grounds. I'll be on site in approximately 40 minutes, so he's still a ways away. That is on Longwood Road and Conservatory Road. Longwood Road and Conservatory Road is right over here. So let me start here. This is where Nick was last night, if you were watching the live stream. And he walked across from the center over into this field, which is growing some crops. And then he was playing around there in the field a little bit to show you what it was like. Conservatory Road is right across this clearing. This is Conservatory Road. Here's Longwood Road. So down here in this area is where the police are searching the wall in that area to see if there's something there at the gardens, just to give you some perspective. That's where JLR investigates is at. It's cool.
Unit 61, Sam 1, MDC check for FPDI.
Karen, it's not really a. I mean, you can get population for each city or each township here, but really it's.
The male is trying to leave in a gray sedan, Pennsylvania registration, Mike Hotel Bravo 3677, MHB 3677. Currently still in the parking lot.
43 copy. I'm pulling up to the apartment now.
There are definitely different boundaries, for townships, but it's almost just like continuous settlement and farms. So you've got areas that are quite big. I don't know the population for each one. We'd have to Google that, but I could do that if you wanted. There are a lot of people there. I mean, this is not. We're not in the middle of the boonies.
Unit 28, Paul 2.
Max, no school kids are on lockdown today.
Copy of that hard
right now.
Call. 156 October Trail, 156 October Trail.
It's possible that kids are not being allowed outside.
Trying to follow the caller into the building.
It's possible they're not being allowed outside for
Copy.
recess. But the school kids are back in school. What did Nick say about something damaged? Jen, he's talking about the wall around the gardens there, Longwood Gardens. And they found a section of wall that was recently damaged, and I think that he might have tried to scale the wall and damaged it in the process. And that's how he got into that area. And we're hearing now from multiple sources that FBI or SWAT team is moving into this area. Local police are involved, Alex. They've got all the different agencies. I just think at this point...
One upstairs apartment in the barn of 306 Ridge Road. EMS is going out for a heart problem.
Just a medical call. I think at this point, local police are trying to just handle their daily calls as they normally would and participate a little bit, help what they can with this.
For apartment 205, 205. The male was last seen leaving the building again at 13:31 hours.
Yeah. Copy. We're out with the mail.
I forgot where I was going with that. Sorry. The scanner keeps interrupting me. Distilled delusion. We saw that this morning as Sarah Boone wanted to speak, and the judge was like, nope, now's not the time. I've had enough of your letters. The wall, we did hear about the damaged wall yesterday. I don't know why we're moving in now, but they might have information about that. Mrs. RA is taking our whole school district, the entire district, all 4 of the kids to the planetarium. So that should be fun for them.
Unit 67430 status.
Rhonda Lee, thank you very much. You're going to do great for Halloween. It's going to look great. I just saw they now have help from the Nottingham police. The local police have help from Nottingham. I mean, this is way over here. Nottingham's, if we're talking about the same place, that's quite a ways away. If they're moving in, I mean, we've seen that in other big cases.
170 unit status.
43, we're up there.
43, okay.
6740 traffic.
Proceed.
In the driveway of 809 East Street Road. Foxtrot Papa Juliet 6350, unknown truck, unknown occupants.
Unit 7440, I copy to stop in the driveway 809 East Street Road. 1494.
We see that we've seen in other big cases. Sorry, I got interrupted. Where local units get help from other agencies.
I copy your stop mile marker 18.1 northbound 202. Unit 25, call 1.
Call 4, what do you got?
A Kiara Bennigan at the 7-Eleven. She lost her wallet there last night and believes that one of the employees stole it.
One of the employees stole her wallet at 7-Eleven.
25, call 1. Henrietta Hankton Library. 215 Wingate Drive, first suspicious condition. Possible fighting. The escaped prisoner. Hispanic male wearing a white shirt, khaki pants, sitting on the curb. Thin build, no further information.
We can get you Nick's live as soon as he is live. I don't show he's live yet.
Unit 67, call 80, okay?
He said he's got about 40 minutes before he's in the area. He's going to be down there by the gardens where the FBI is active. He's headed there now. Eileen, you can, if you're on YouTube, you can just go to the shop, and it will take you there. Okay. Or we can, I think one of the mods can post the link here in chat in just a second for the merchandise. And by the way, I thank you for supporting the channel. I do appreciate that. Nottingham is still part of Chester County. Chester County is massive. It's huge. Bigger, I think what we heard from the prison warden is that they've already talked to contractors about getting this fixed. I don't know what steps they're going to take. Their initial idea was to enclose the entire yard, and by that I mean put a roof on the yard. So even though it's outside and there's sunlight, it would be completely fenced in. So you could climb up, and you'd have to then climb over the inside of the roof and climb down the other side. There'd just be no way out.
Unit 33, call 15, check your MDC for a phone assignment.
That's not going to happen overnight, so I don't know what they're going to do in the meantime. Tilted Tierra, your first taste of spicy maple bourbon pickles, which I'm a huge fan of. I hope you love it. Mom of 3, Longwood Gardens is incredible.
37, call 2 o'clock.
There's a map that shows where everything's located. I'm adding Longwood Gardens to my bucket list. Yes, they could definitely use some support after this. They're taking a big hit during this manhunt, as are several companies in the area. Stephanie, you're saying a police officer hit it? We haven't heard that anywhere else. That would be interesting if that's what happened. Michelle, we've heard that there will not be a press conference today, which is sort of surprising, as we've had one, and basically we're leading up to the weekend. Not having a press conference before the weekend seems like a bad idea when the community is craving information.
We'll be clear. It's a confused DoorDash driver.
Copy.
Confused DoorDash driver. Rolling steady. We'll have that Escape Orange hoodie up for quite a while in the merch. It's not a limited edition anything. What about State Police Dispatch? I'm following most of the dispatches that would be applicable to this event. We're listening to all of them sort of mixed together. Nick posted that PD hit the wall. Yep, that was literally his post 3 minutes ago. Thank you for that. I appreciate all those who are telling me. It takes me a minute to catch it. Pennsylvania State Police have now deployed mounted units. They're positioned close to the tree line along Route 52, expanding the search of this specific area. FBI still on Longwood and Conservatory combing. But the PD did hit the wall.
441090.
They crashed into the wall.
Oh, 410.
Call 3491. There was attached.
Hey, Caroline, I'll see if I can give you the link straight to the orange hoodie. It should be, let's see. Here we go. It should be right there. Here in chat. Let's see. Jessica McNaughton says, I don't think my messages go through since I had caps sometimes. I see it now. What was your message before? I can see if I can answer your question, Jessica. Miss Prissy Paws, thank you very much for the good thoughts. Praying that he's safe, everyone stays safe, and that he gets caught. How soon will it be raining in the area? Tonight, 8 to 10 p.m., we've heard there's a 40% chance of rain. PD hit the wall. Real life metaphor. Oh, man. They're putting in a ton of work. I realize, I mean, they've been zipping around all over the place trying to get to, the last known sighting as it comes in. It's only a matter of time before that sort of thing happens. Philly Maniac, thank you very much. Welcome to the gallery. Appreciate you joining the channel as a member. Make sure you take a seat by typing !seat in chat. You get a front row seat to this event, virtually, of course. It seems the press conference basically useless and frustrates the residents, says Eyes on Heaven. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. It could be more useful, and this is what they need. They need a good PIO officer who can interact and be not just the mouthpiece of the state police, but the ears of the state police as the community is speaking, because there's a lot of questions that the community wants answered that Fox 10 or whoever it is not going to be asking. It just doesn't fit in their storyline. In a packaged news story for primetime TV, they're not going to have the sort of questions that some of the community members want answered. And if you could get somebody that could say, hey, I'm going to reach out to the community. What do you want to hear from us? What do you want to know? And of course, they're going to ask questions that you won't be able to answer. But if you can get that level of engagement and have somebody who be a source where that you could at least speak to them and say, let's see what we can find out for that, or that's information we're holding close to the chest, and give them something. Ooh, that was loud. Give them something, give them some sort of sense of what's going on, and even if they can't directly answer the question that's asked, give them some sort of reassurance. I think that would go a long way, huge way, to easing the frustration and a lot of the tension that's there, and maybe even increase the participation and help that they're getting from the residents, which is already just phenomenal. I'm not faulting anyone up there at all. It seems like they're already working like crazy. The state dispatch is encrypted. Yes, that's not one we're listening to. Encrypted and tactical channels are not being monitored by us.
The hotel construction, Gay and Walnut, has 3 dump trucks for excavation. They've been given permission to park 50 East Prescott, as long as one lane is open to stage.
110.
Spicy Roads. Let me ask you a quick question. Where are you from? I'm not. Just give me a rough state or part of the country. Because we've heard the same sentiment many times over, and a lot of times we're thinking, how in the world can we not be how in the world can we not be all over this guy, in this little tiny space? But if you're not from this part of the country or been to areas and understand just how dense and tricky the terrain and the landscape is. Let's see, chopper up. Thank you very much for that. It did just pop up. Cat B, thanks for the heads up. See, this particular chopper is the state chopper, and he immediately flew straight from the takeoff zone, straight from this little field where they've been staging, and he popped over right to that same area where he's been making those tight loops. Let's see if he continues that same thing where this is the gardens right here, so he's just north of the gardens and sort of in that ravine area. Let's see if he sticks around there.
One Mary 54 or call 4 called in advising of a film crew at 926 Conservatory Road. You can advise them they can move them off. They're not supposed to be anywhere inside the perimeter.
Okay.
Let's see who that is. 926 Conservatory Road.
Yeah, 61, Sam 1.
Sam 1.
So that's the very top corner. Literally, the helicopter just flew over it. This is where they were. That's actually where Nick was initially yesterday afternoon before he got moved one block further, or one street further west.
There's a film crew at 926 Conservatory Road. And that's where Paul 3 was stationed earlier, they said. They're asking them to be moved. They're not supposed to be inside the perimeter.
Copy.
Nick's headed to the area, but he's still outside. He's still probably 20 minutes away. Casey, the search has continued through the night, and we've got a chopper back up in the air right now over the area where they still suspect he may be, and that's right around the Longwood Gardens area. Right, chopper's at Conservative. It's right over the road right now. Conservatory Road, and that bottom road is Longwood Drive.
Two 2. Yeah, 2.
Thanks for the kind words, Michael.
144.
Appreciate that. The mods are great. I don't deserve as good of mods as I have, so big thanks to them.
They're still en route. See if I can find the location real quick.
Map link is right here from one of our mods. Thank you. You asked for it. You shall receive. The map link is this one we have on our screen. That is dynamic. It's being updated by a couple of people who also are here in chat, Sean and Andrew. So they'll keep us up to date on that as new things are developed. They'll be pinned on the map, and you can see them there. So big shout out to them. But that's the map link. The scanner link is right here as well. That's the audio we're listening to. That will get you the same audio that we're hearing through open megahertz. You can go back and replay through this tool. You can replay things that happened previously. Cajun Girl, thank you for gifting a membership. That's super kind. It's a great way to welcome new members to the channel. Are FBI salaried employees, or do they make overtime? Great question. I guess they're probably salaried, but they might get some like per diem when they're out on a away from home type situation. Looking at the map of the gardens, there are drinking fountains, restrooms, and plenty of food. It's like a resort. You might be just living it up there. Armstrong Custom Carpentry says choppers and planes were flying almost all night over my house. They have been keeping almost 24/7 planes up in the air just to keep the pressure on or keep
They should be right now.
keep the resources in the air to spot him if he does try to move.
2 copy, thank you.
Bell says about the FBI, they're definitely salaried. They get time off for working overtime. How long after he escaped did they start the search? It was either 2 or 4 hours, Primo, and I realize that is an eternity for an escapee. 2 hours is a massive, massive head start. The previous escapee was out for 5 minutes. It was very, very short. But this guy, 2 hours, that's a long time to get away.
And 03, Paul 6. Paul 6.
Gary Reese, welcome. Thank you so much. Help yourself to the custom emojis. Appreciate your support. Even 2 minutes is a lot of time. Ask an egg. Mike Hughes says, I'm a UPS driver in Chad's Ford. This is literally right on the map.
Across from the YMCA, 101 Ray Street, by the creek. First suspicion condition. Saw a male that walked into the woods, looked around the same height and build as the escaped inmate. Therapy thinks it's possibly the same, but did not get the rest of the description. Subject walked into the woods, by the creek. Therapy drove around the block and can no longer see any subject. Okay.
What's the elapsed time on that? We're going to listen to that call one more time because that sounds like a good possible sighting. First of all, Mike Hughes says, I'm a UPS driver in Chad's Ford. The forest and vegetation there are very thick and difficult to navigate, especially this time of year. Not surprised. It's a tough search. Continue doing the great work, Mike Hughes. UPS driving that's a great job, honestly. It's a great job, and it's one you have to work up to. Hopefully they reward you well, especially as the Black Friday season is approaching. That's Chad's Ford, right next door from where we're looking right now. Now let's go back and play that same call and hear what that address was, if you can listen carefully here.
Unit 03, Paul 6. Across from the YMCA, 101 Ray Street, by the creek. First suspicion condition. Saw a male that walked into the woods, looked around the same height and build as the escaped inmate. Therapy thinks it's possibly the same, but did not get the rest of the description. Subject walked into the woods, by the creek. Therapy drove around the block and can no longer see any subject. Okay.
So YMCA on Race Street. Let's see if I can zoom out. This is... So here we have the Walmart as a point of reference. We've got the gardens up there where the helicopter is. We've got Walmart. And then right down here in this area, I think, is the YMCA. Let's see, where's Race Street? Walnut, Ways, Birch. There's Race right here. There's Race Street. So right in this area at the YMCA, across from the YMCA, the subject walked into the woods. There's not a lot of woods there, but that's still enough to hide in. Wonder if they'll send a chopper down this way just to take a peek. Nick has an update for us as well. He says, in a positive update, the Pennsylvania State Trooper who was struck by a vehicle yesterday is doing well and did not require hospitalization. Also, news crews are being told to leave the area of Conservatory Road for obvious reasons. Active search and crews could contaminate areas of interest by mixing footprints everywhere. The news crew that's told to move is literally inside the search area. They're inside the perimeter, and they're not supposed to be there. right. Yesterday, a cop got hit, and today the cops actually ran into a wall. Yes, there was a vehicle pedestrian accident where a police officer was struck yesterday. It was late in the evening. There were a couple things that happened late in the evening. I think the police officer got struck first, and on Nick's feed, he actually saw like ambulance and police cars racing by, and they were headed there. That was the officer that was struck was actually at the intersection that Nick was filming the 2 nights previously.
44.
I'm right there at
44,
Pecosson Road. So that happened first, and then the second thing, well, Nick was also live, is there was a loud bang, and everyone said, "Is that a shot? Did somebody shoot?" And they said, "No, that was metal. That was banging of metal," and that was the scissor lift that someone had brought in. I believe they had brought it in to try to rent it or sell rides to the news media. That's the understanding I got. So they could get in the scissor lift and go up and see above the tree line and see what's happening, just get a better vantage point than is available typically. But in doing that, they started elevating it and it collapsed down again, and the occupant on there got injured. That also happened during the live stream last night. So 2 of those. As far as when the police hit the wall at the conservatory, we do not know that yet. Don't know the details about that. Huge shout out to Nick. Nick is on Twitter. When he comes live, we're gonna take what we can from his feed. He's given us permission to do that, and we are extremely grateful. We also would encourage you that if you are on Twitter, to go over to Nick the Hat on Twitter and give him a like, give him a thumbs up, give him a share, comment on the posts he's made. Tell him thank you personally, because he's putting in a ton of hours, a ton of work here. To just basically, his goal is to provide information for the residents in the area who aren't getting it through any other means. So we'd just really recommend you do that. And I mean, he's hearing thanks from people all over as they drive by and honk and say thank you and offer their yards and their spare bedroom if he wants to stay there. They're being as gracious as they can. They're extremely grateful for that. So, and we are as well. Tower Hill Girl says, just Googled Longwood Gardens. What a beautiful place. Yes, he might be hiding in that area. They still think he's in the area. They don't think he's moved to Delaware. He's definitely had enough time he could make it there. We're only a couple miles from the border. Karen says hoodie with a scissor lift. No. No, that's can't do that. There's the link for Nick on Twitter. You can click that. It'll take you straight to his page. I think you can see that even if you don't have a Twitter account. But you won't be able to like, share, comment unless you do have a Twitter account. Let's see. TC says, can we have a pinned comment with the snapshot timeline?
0346.
Only if possible. We've got a pinned comment right now. This one right here just gives an overview. What are you looking for in the comment? This is my hoodie from when I hit the wall. Oh my goodness. Lutina B says, at this point I'm beginning to think this guy is a shapeshifter. We do know he's a small guy, just 5 feet tall and 120 pounds, which there's not like much fat on him at all. He's very agile. He's able to climb pretty well. So, going up a tree would not be out of reasoning. Fitting through a very small hole is possible as well. What are we having for Christmas dinner, since we'll be spending it together? Okay, Nick updated. There are 2 separate incidents involving chipped walls at Longwood Gardens. The piece that was bagged by authorities is from a different section of the wall, a bit further down from first. My initial reporting was correct.
No, Paul 90, okay, Eagle.
Paul 90, copy.
Nick says, I can confirm that this is a crap show. That's pretty much the consensus overall from those involved in the manhunt. That's not the reinsurance the locals would like to hear. I will say it seems that a lot of what the police are doing is very reactionary, and they're chasing ghosts. They're chasing leads that just are not getting them close enough. They need that tip that's real time, that somebody says, I see someone right now. I can see him now. This is where he is. This is where I am. I still have eyes on him. That's the sort of tip they need to make this happen. A scissor lift is a construction tool that's like a little portable elevator. A little box lets you be lifted up to observe something higher or reach something up off of the ground. Shardium just gifted 5 memberships. First becomes a supporter and then immediately gifts 5 memberships. Thank you, Shar. That is extremely generous of you. Appreciate that. If you're here and you're not a member, make sure one of you has to type !gifts in chat, and the rest of you have to click the link and make sure your setting is turned on to accept gifts on this channel, and the YouTube might choose you to receive them. Beach Life Please said, sad, terrible idea not to keep residents more clued in. No press conference before weekend is really bad optics. I agree. Of all the days, skip yesterday, skip the day before, but don't skip Friday into the weekend. This is a time where you've got a festival happening nearby with the Mushroom Festival there in Kennett Square. You've got all the events that are happening over the weekend. I'm not sure if there are sporting events that are supposed to be happening in fields, and people do different things other than just going to work in school. This is when they're going to be out and about. They're going to do their shopping. They might be doing yard work. People are saying, should I mow my lawn? Is it safe for me to go out and mow my lawn, or is there a guy in my bushes? This is the time you really need to provide information instead of just keep your lips sealed on this. We need to know the mushrooms will be safe. I think the Mushroom Festival is going on. The organizers for the Mushroom Festival have been communicating with the command center on this, and I think they're going forward. I don't think they're going to have any problems, but when that topic was first raised, the search area was farther east than it is now, and it is moving towards Kennett Square, and now it's honestly it's within a mile. So now things might be changing. Hopefully it doesn't cause a problem for the festival. I had a bite of my sandwich, Micah, and then things got interesting. Laura says possible sighting. What are you seeing on that? From Nick, there's chatter about a possible sighting of Cavalcante on Race Street. That's unclear. That's the Pennsylvania State Police tactic. What their tactic is at this point. Blackhawks in the air have been spotted over Delaware County, though it's uncertain if they're heading towards a possible sighting on Race Street. The Race Street's what we heard. That's by the YMCA. That's the sighting we spoke about just a little bit. It's down here south, a little bit outside of the search area, down here in the Kennett Square region in that township. As far as the Blackhawks, let's see if we can see where they are, where they're coming in. Where did they say they're coming in from? We've got a Blackhawk here that looks like this does not look like it's doing anything for us. It flew all the way almost to Croydon. It is sort of veering this direction, but it's still well north. That's probably a training mission. Another small chopper. This looks like a little Robinson R44. It's the big brother of the Robinson R22, which is a death trap in my opinion. It's hard to auto-rotate in the R22. Okay, another chopper. Let's see, is this our... Here's our first chopper. I don't see any other Blackhawks. It is sort of turning a little bit down here, but it's already over West Chester, and we need to be down here for the search area, so I don't think it's coming this direction. Still, to this point, even though we've heard that there's Blackhawks involved, we have not heard from anyone on the ground that they've actually been flying over any of the search areas. Any thoughts of you giving updates Saturday and Sunday morning, provided he's not captured today? Possibly on Saturday.
Copy your follow-up. The American Castrators.
I'll take Sunday off, and if I do have updates, I can post in like a community post. But I won't not be going live streaming on Sunday. Okay, we do have this possible sighting on Ray Street. This is across from the YMCA. We heard that call come in. Let me go back to the. We can listen to it again if we want here. I think it's this one right here.
Unit 03 Paul 6, across from the YMCA, 101 Ray Street, by the creek, for suspicious condition. On a male that walked into the woods, looked around the same height and build as the escaped inmate. Therapy thinks it's possibly the same, but did not get the rest of the description. Subject walked into the woods, by the creek. Okay, drove around the block, and can no longer see any subject.
Unit 33, Paul 15, I copy your spot 100 block, Worthington Road. Unit 33, Paul 15, I copy your spot 100 block, Worthington Road. Unit 41, Paul 62. Unit 41, Paul 62. Also incorporated 418 Creamery Way in the rear parking lot for a property damage accident. 2 vehicles now blocking white and blue tractor trailer versus a parked white transit van.
460. 490, I want to give you 21.
Copy.
Paul 7, copy.
Aesthetic Jungi. I don't know how to say your name. That's my best shot. The update we just heard was there's a possible sighting. It's well outside of the search area. It's down in Kent Square. Not confirmed yet, and that just barely came through. Blackhawks do fly regularly through the area, but we haven't seen any that have been hovering over or doing loops or circles or near even the command center. So I don't think any Blackhawks are involved at this point.
Unit 60, Paul 40.
We do have that's the latest possible sighting. It should be updated on the map here shortly. I think give it a minute. And that dynamic
20, copy your route 117 West Hillcrest Ave. Ambulance being dispatched for back pain.
Okay, so we do have some updates right here. There's the YMCA, so there's the possible sighting. That's these guys are right on it, keeping this map updated. Thank you, Sean and Andrew, for that. I've got to zoom out just a tiny bit. KT, we've seen some pictures that have drones in them, and we've heard reports of people talking to drone operators. So we do believe drones are in the air. I think Nick's also confirmed that there have been drones in the air at different times.
It's also.
Also.
Unit 06 Paul 2. North 5th and Market Street, North 5th and Market, for property damage accident. It's going to be a white GMC Sierra and a black Mercury SUV blocking.
Copy.
I don't think they can get much more aggressive. They're throwing all their resources they can at it. They can't just march through all the properties, arm in arm and kick every brush and tear out fences, look behind every rock. That's not feasible. All they can do is be very prompt in their response to tips and information they're receiving. The helicopters are not flying over the area, probably because they have ground crews that will first respond and verify that it's a good lead. They're not going to move everybody just because one call came in and somebody said they thought they saw the inmate or the escapee.
Yeah, 1-1-1230.
31. Oh, for me on the CBD. 31.
Cover.
Al Lamboy says, if you follow the creek, it's behind North Walnut,
Near
just
the air
inside
pump in
perimeter.
Wawa, 1083, East Lancaster Ave for domestic. Someone told the RP to call. This caller told it was a man and a woman fighting verbal.
Cover.
The creek goes right by, Red Clay Creek goes right by the YMCA Race Street.
No, 1-1230, did you copy?
30 copy.
Aesthetic Jungi, also, how did he supposedly get a cell phone? Possibly stole it from a house. That's what Nick provided, and you might have some confirmation. He'll probably talk about it a little bit when he goes live. He'll probably talk about that confirmation where he got the information regarding that.
1 unit. The couple is possibly by a black Jeep. The caller was told that the woman is getting in and out of the car. The caller is unable to see them. It's currently inside the Wawa.
Okay.
FBI has been spotted in the vicinity of 926 and Wickersham Lane. 926 is right here. Wickersham Lane.
Unit 2912, copy your staff, $800.
It's Lenape. I don't see Wickersham. Thank you, Music Mary. Appreciate the kind words. The mods are doing great work here. I appreciate them as well.
2942, Seattle will be fine.
Unit 2912, copy.
Angie, I think he said this morning, he tweeted out that there's he possibly had some confirmation on that or got permission from a law enforcement officer to release that information. Something to that effect. We'll wait for him to be able to explain it a little better than you can in a tweet. Dan C., welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much for supporting the channel.
The caller is now going to leave with her mom.
Wawa is a convenience store. That's correct. Thank you, Whiskey Scambaiter. People not familiar with the area wouldn't know that chain, so thank you.
Okay.
Joe Donnelly, let me take a peek here.
Unit 3442.
3442.
I'm not seeing any Blackhawks right now. That doesn't mean they're not here, but they just might not have transponders that show up on this feed.
Unit 3442, 67 wants you to be advised. We just had an LPR hit at 401 and 113 Prospect Road and Timberton Road. The tag is displayed on a dark blue Dodge Caravan, Pennsylvania registration, Juliet Tango Victor 7625, JTD 7625 is PA.
Which department was that?
We go.
Okay, thank you.
3-3, Paul 6. Can you determine what direction?
Unit 3-3, Paul 6. Stand by.
Apologize, the burner phone is going nuts. I'm trying to stay up to date on the texts.
Six seven to 3-3 and 3-4. It was going eastbound, 401 and 113. The tag's going out right now. All 6, okay.
Advice 4-2, County.
3367, I copy. Unit 2944, copy your stop, 1200 pounds, level, Conestoga.
Okay, sorry, just getting a little sidetracked with some
You're
text,
not
trying to
going
keep up to date on everything that's happening. Here.
944, okay. Unit 3346, check around DC for report to station.
Okay.
I've got a couple texts I've been asked not to read on the air, so I'm just going through those
342.
to share what they have been given permission to share.
Unit 3442, go ahead.
I'm East on 401 coming up on 7 Oaks Road. Juliet Tango Victor 7625.
Copy. Unit 161230, copy your stop, 800 blocks East Winter Highway.
I'll be coming up on Newcomer.
I got a text from a local here that says, can't tell you how much I appreciate your coverage. Haven't figured out if there's any frequent communication from PA authorities. I'm local, can't tell you how much I appreciate your coverage. It's a very low stone wall, by the way. Okay, thank you for the updates. Thanks for being tagged in a couple.
On 700 South High.
Got tagged in quite a few tweets there, and I appreciate that. I'm not seeing any breaking information that I can pass on at this moment as
So do you
authenticated.
have a crash?
11231 status. Negative. Copy the vehicle stop, 401 Ash Tree Lane.
Yeah, there is one. We're good.
Copy.
Let's go back.
3 Paul 6. I'll be in route there.
Let's go back to that call. What was this guy seeing?
6 Ball 2. Yeah, there is one.
Copy the vehicle stop, 401 Ash Tree Lane.
So do you have reported a crash?
He's like, do you have a report of the crash? No. Well, there is one.
10-4.
Ball 3-4, copy.
Copy.
3 Paul 6. I'll be in route there.
Paul 6, okay.
6 Ball 2.
Paul 3-4. Yeah, 06 Paul 2. Unit 06 Paul 2. Unit 16 call 30 status.
30 on fly here.
Unit 16 call 30 copy. Unit 37 call 2 copy. Your stock 1200 block Old Wilmington Road.
3742, I'm good.
We're hearing the chopper is hovering.
Okay. Unit 61 call 3.
This is right around 926 Conservatory Road, where they said that film crew was at, where they were trying to move them out.
Unit 61 call 3. 143 Violet Drive. 143 Violet Drive. For an audible burglar alarm coming from Zone 6.
3342, 7 down 6, report.
Hey guys, I appreciate you sharing stuff with JLR. Out of respect to another content creator, I won't be showing his stuff. I don't have his permission to do that, so I cannot show his feed. Out of respect for that, but I appreciate that. Obviously, if you want to watch that, you're very much welcome to. We are watching. We're trying to keep you updated with everything we can on this front, and it's impossible to get every feed. But I mean, I'm grateful for all the different people who are posting and updating people, because this information needs to get out.
Unit 3442 status.
Sarah, we saw that it was by the YMCA. That it wasn't a really solid lead. It was just somebody walking into the woods, and it's sort of outside the search area.
All 6, we're okay.
Unit 3346, okay. 6-7 units, you copy. The stop. In West Piper.
6-7, copy.
Nick's not live yet. We're watching for updates right now.
7 South is clear.
In G-Lock, Sarge.
David 6 down out.
David 6, yes, sir.
Cops running under the helicopter. Helicopter is hovering quite a bit right here. This could be a good sign for sure.
Over. Two call 4 copy.
All 4, you can send that medical down to me and clear it out. We'll only be responding if requested.
Two call 4 copy.
I appreciate it. I would literally, I need to talk to JLR personally. I can't get authorization from anyone else to stream his channel. We're not going to go that route right now, but I appreciate that. I appreciate the information he's providing through his channel as well. So thank you very much. Helicopter is definitely hovering right here. They've got something.
Well, I don't know what's crash. It's in G-Lot. I guess I'll handle it. Just send down time and number, please.
We're holding tight. We need confirmation.
Number's gonna be
I realize there's rumors flying like crazy right now. Nick just has an update. He's actually live right now. We're going to bring him up.
Could you just attach it to you?
All right, guys. This is a quick live. I was going somewhere, but I see a helicopter hovering steadily. It's not moving. So there's a helicopter in this cornfield. What road are we on? And it's hovering, just standing still right now. We're right by Longwood Gardens and on Schoolhouse Road. You guys can see the helicopter, and the fields are being searched. Like we said time and time again, that they're going to be cutting the corn down rather early. But look at this.
Unit 3611, are you still working on that accident?
Seatbelt on. So there's a helicopter hovering still. Like it's in it's not moving back and forth. It's literally just hovering in one spot, almost frozen. There was a possible sighting that I tweeted about. I don't have the information in front of me. It's on my Twitter. It might be right over there. On Schoolhouse Road, nearby Longwood Gardens right now, and the helicopter is just standing there, hovering. And as I said, the FBI is on location. I shared a picture with you guys from a neighbor. That's actually where we're heading, is that neighborhood. And then we saw this and pulled over. I'm not sure if there's a something active. Well, obviously there's something active over there. The media all had to leave Conservatory Road, and they're all parked out front of Longwood Gardens, where that command center was. It's a heavy media presence over there. But again, we're live over on Schoolhouse Road, and we are going toward Longwood Lane. And you guys can see the scene is active. The helicopter is now backing up. It's backing up very slowly. I'm wondering if they're tracking somebody. Can you put it in the group chat? Tell them.
3415,
ask what's going on.
200 Beach Street, 200 Beach Street. Fire truck going out for brush fire.
Text the group chat and say that there's
there's bouldering under brush. Can't tell
above, nearby Schoolhouse Road. Sorry guys, I'm trying to find out what's going on. Are the comments working again?
43, okay.
40, okay,
or are you guys like verified? Because I emailed Twitter. Okay. So I'm waiting on a response from them. But anyway, there's a helicopter hovering. Yeah, you guys are all very.
The helicopter is directly over a pond.
Ticket. And now there's a plane flying at a high rate of speed. It looks like one of those. I'm not sure what they're called, but they've been used in the search.
This one's not. That's not it.
And it's flying it's like whizzing by. Send this to the.
I'm not seeing anything else connected to this search.
Okay. So,
Unit 2912, copy.
One of those search planes just flew by. So again, guys, look at the helicopter, and it's rather low. See, that's the problem with that. We don't have comments. So, any of you guys have flight radar? Check and see how low it is, and put it in the chat.
It's at 1,000 feet
right standing
still,
and I'm in front of a large cornfield nearby Longwood Gardens on a Schoolhouse Road. It's at 1,100 feet. Okay. And does it say what it is? It's not a news helicopter. I don't know. Okay, it's state police. I can see it from here. So
yes, it's over a little small body of water.
And again, guys, sorry about not coming back last night. I was getting answers, and I wanted to make sure that the information I was going to share was verified by multiple sources, because it was a little bit bizarre. I didn't go to the coffee. I didn't go to the coffee and donuts. I don't have time for that. I slept a little bit and came right back. There's no time for coffee and snacks right now. I can get that from Wawa. I don't have to go to any of that. And if everybody else is going to go in there and show you guys the technology they're using, you can get that from their feed. So, look, it's backing up. And just for clarity, we were invited to it, but I didn't want to go to that. And that's what took so long, because I had to kind of speak with multiple troopers and other guys that were on the ground, and I didn't want to go off the word of one just in case it was wrong, because that seemed bizarre. It was a very, look, there goes that search plane. So we're on Schoolhouse Road nearby Longwood Gardens. There was a sighting I tweeted about, and that came from reliable sources. So perhaps they're searching that area. The media was cleared out of the other perimeter for obvious reasons, and this helicopter is literally just standing still. Now it's turning, but it's standing still. It looks like it sees something. I'm gonna stand here until somebody asks us to move. We're just on the side, not in the road. Somebody says the helicopter's over a body of water. You guys see it reversing? This is interesting. But it's standing still. Like it's reversing very slowly. It's not moving.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, it's hovering. It's been
So,
a long
without
9
the
days,
spaghetti
so
on the
my
map,
mind is,
let
my
me
brain
take your
is
comment
fried.
down as well, so you can see this. Right here is the
Again, we're on
gardens.
Schoolhouse Road.
These are the gardens.
And as I was saying, I
Cross
wanted to make sure about the
Conservatory
cell
Way.
phone, because that just
That's
seemed
where the
a little bit
helicopter is,
bizarre,
right here.
and unrealistic. I didn't want to jump on that with
Nick is right
one
down here at this intersection.
source. I needed to get more, and that was more important than staying live. I know you guys want to watch, and it makes a lot of you guys feel kind of at ease, but the main goal is to make sure that there's no misinformation, and that would have been a big that wasn't true. I didn't want to turn into some viral misinformation, but it panned out to be correct. He took a phone from one of the homes he burglarized, and I asked about, I want to say 4 to 5 different law enforcement sources before I said anything, and I wanted to make sure it was safe to say, because I told him there were rumors circulating online, and again, I was trying to find out if it was misinformation. Now it's going a little bit backwards, but it's still hovering. So the only weapon he would have is a knife, or a hatchet. And a lot of barns have been open in the area. And again, they've spotted him a lot, from the air at least. And at one point, in a tree by a helicopter or a drone, that's unclear. It might have been a helicopter, but they spotted him in a tree. And when the state police was searching, they were seen like going straight through the woods, but not looking up. They didn't expect Tarzan to be at large on a tree. That wasn't on their radar, which is why it's important to make sure that at least, I'm not even sure that all law enforcement agencies that were involved.
Chopper's at 924 feet.
Escaped, right away, and they saw him in the tree sometime
900.
early in the manhunt.
891.
But now they're looking up as they go around too. It's not that they're just walking straight. They're very confused. This guy isn't your average escapee. I mean, he's been rather good. It's like playing whack-a-mole. That's what I compared him to. It's like a game of whack-a-mole. Whenever he pops out his head and they see him, he somehow crawls out almost like a soldier. He'll crawl through creeks, through the corn, pop his head out, get spotted here and there, duck down, take off, and again, it's a day 9, and this guy is just hanging out. And it's the first time I've seen him hover. Okay, yeah, maybe he's moving? No, he's not. He's staying in that vicinity. So this is the first time I've seen them hovering. I've never seen this I haven't seen this in the past 9 days. This is the first time that a state police trooper, a helicopter, is hovering over a specific area rather than just circling. And it could be a tactic, maybe, if he's not right below it. But at this point, I think that they are literally doing everything they can to end it today. I was saying last night, and after we left, and I know a lot of you guys were sleeping, I said last night that Michael Burham, he was caught on day 9. So let's hope day 9 is the lucky number with the Pennsylvania State Police. And a lot of the guys that worked on that Michael Burham case are working on this case, which is good. But they told me that manhunt was much simpler because the terrain was a lot different. The woods were more open, and it still took them 9 days. So I wouldn't be surprised if this goes on for another 5 or 6, given the fact that it's such a rough area. They are cutting the corn, they're harvesting early. Longwood Gardens is beginning harvesting. They're starting it maybe as soon as today. They're doing that on all of their properties, and it's not just here. It's literally pretty widespread what they're doing with the cutting of the shrubbery and the greenery and the corn. And though it's a little bit sooner, I guess, than harvest season. I think harvest season is between the end of September to November. So a lot of the cornfields are rather tall. Longwood Gardens has the shortest stalks of corn, and they're not concerned about the cost. They're actually footing the bill for a good portion of the search effort to get additional resources here. And a lot of local businesses are also trying to figure out how they can
inbound right now
to bring whatever assets are available.
And copying route the
and
accident
here he
in
comes,
the area of West
slowly
Lincoln Highway
going,
and Fairway
but
Lane,
he's
West Lincoln and Fairway. 2 vehicles, one to be checked.
Literally,
39-year-old
he's
male
been in
go
a
ahead.
standstill
There is
for,
fuel leaking, unknown amount. Call it a truck
however,
as of lot.
well before I'm assuming we got here. He was
Yeah,
hovering like that. That's what caught my attention, and we had to pull
check?
over. You never know how long it can go, but there's a good chance they get him, sooner rather than later. But then there's also a good chance that he keeps evading them. I don't see him being able to get away completely. They seem to have a good understanding of the general vicinity he's in, although he keeps slipping the perimeter. He hasn't slipped the county yet. He hasn't left Chester County.
Carol, this video is live.
As
This
know,
video is
he hasn't
live.
left Chester
This is
County.
Nick. He just barely arrived on scene.
I don't
He's
think
live.
he really even left.
So he's watching the helicopter. We're watching on the
With
radar
the
right now.
exception of Chad's Ford potential sighting. So, I mean, he's staying rather close, trying to figure out a way out. But like somebody said last night, one of my law enforcement sources, that is exactly what I've been saying. He's kind of doing a zigzag around. It's a weird pattern, but it's like almost a circle, but a zigzag circle. And we learned that he's been in a tree during part of the search. That he was seen on a tree. So it's interesting. And then also I learned that NBC 10 actually provided their helicopter to assist in the search, which is nice of them. They brought in Skyforce to help with the search early on before they had called in additional resources. NBC was the first, I guess, network or resource that offered their support.
39 call 11, copy your stop, 1900 block on the highway.
I need to still listen to the scanner,
I'm
but I'll
not sure.
turn
I
it
just know
down.
for a fact that Skyforce was here helping them. That was confirmed. So when helicopters hover like that during a search, it's generally to keep eyes on what they're
1,500 feet. Wait, right here we've got
the target.
900 feet.
Text I just got
the other helicopter is inbound
from a law
rapidly.
enforcement officer.
It's going to bypass. I don't think it's going to land.
It's a law enforcement officer, or I have to double check. Colin got a text, but generally they want to keep eyes on and
Looks like it's
point
going
officers
straight
in a
to
direction.
the search
So
area. It's not going
that
by
is what
the staging area
this
over here.
individual said. I don't know who it is. It's not to me.
We're going to have 2
It's
choppers in the
to
air,
him.
2
I'll
state
be-
choppers in the
find
air.
out a little bit more. But again, guys, we're on Schoolhouse Road, right before East Street Road. So let me show you where we are on the map.
I can show you where he is.
That's
He's on
Street
Schoolhouse
Road.
right before East Street.
And this is Schoolhouse Road right here. So you guys can see that.
He's right down here in this corner.
There's no homeless in the area.
If you guys want to let Nick know, we've got a
very
second,
low crime,
second
if
chopper
any
coming
at
in.
all, except your general high school kid kind of pranks and stuff like that.
This plane also
underage
may be
drinkings and
involved.
stuff everybody got into in high school. It's a rather quiet area, a very low crime rate. This is actually, I
State
think,
chopper.
the biggest thing that's happened to this area. An escaped murderer. It's a very low crime rate. I mean, Chester County makes the... I just got a text. Let me see what that says. Right there. So there's a sighting in Longwood on Conservation Road next to a construction site in the woods. There's a sighting on Longwood. Again, let me tell you, this is coming from law enforcement. There's a sighting in Longwood on Conservation Road next to construction site in the woods.
So the map we have doesn't show a construction site. Possibly right here.
That's as much information.
There's a
as I'm
construction
gonna
site
get right
in the
now on
woods,
that.
so they're looking
But
in here
keep
in this
mind,
area.
guys, this is a very fluid investigation. I'm not sure if it's the same sighting that I put earlier. If it's the same one, I'm working to find that out. Again, we're on Schoolhouse and East Street Road. So, I'm sorry, bear with me as I send some texts.
Let me swap my 2 maps around just 1 second.
And for those of you guys that are local, so I didn't realize how many of you. I mean, I kind of had an idea. But there's a lot of you that reached out with your number. So there's a limit to group chats. So I'm probably gonna do another method to keep you guys in the loop rather than a group chat. We have to figure something out. There's I think I received 3,000 or 4,000 DMs, and it's not. I don't have it. I need a team of people to go through all of those. So I'm trying to maybe get a group going. Hold on, I've got to log on to something so I can see if there's anything here. But again, guys, we are on Schoolhouse Road and East Street Road. There's a sighting. Again, there's a sighting in Longwood.
Okay, so that construction site he's talking about is literally right here. This is the construction site. You can see the buildings being built. The sighting is in the woods next to that. This is very dense woods. Okay, we do have a little bit of roads. You can see some paths go through there. The entrance point up there, you can drive right through it. This is part of that same property.
Reach out to some more people, so bear with me.
We've got 2 choppers in the area now. 3 choppers.
Wow, I
we've got a plane.
my Twitter password. I thought I never would. It's 30 characters on a side note. I'm trying to log on from another phone to check DMs.
Not sure what's happening here. This plane is... planes don't turn like that, just for the record. So I'm not sure what's up with the transponder, but it's also flying around the same area, possibly using some advanced technology that it has. Yeah, planes do not fly like this, just for the record. I'm sure you guys know this.
All right, guys, 1 second. I'm waiting. Just trying to type something. Let me read that again to you. For those of you guys that are just joining us, there is what appears to be a confirmed sighting in Longwood on Conservation Road next to a construction site. The helicopter is moving, and it's out.
Helicopter just took off.
So we're going to proceed to the... Actually, we're probably going to proceed to that general area. I don't know. That's... Okay, we can't. As you guys can see, the perimeter is rather... so there's no way to get any closer. Oh, that's why he moved.
Yeah, we've got 2 state choppers
now,
flying
what's this
overhead.
helicopter? Who has flight radar on?
We've got it, Nick. 2 state choppers flying in. We also have a plane that's much higher. The plane is 2,000. Well, it's 2,000 feet. The state chopper that he's just seen right now is at 827 feet. The other one is also about 1,500 feet. Yes, both state troopers.
All right, guys. So it's out of sight. Oh, never mind. It's back. So there's 2 state. Oh, wow. This guy's rather low. How low is this guy?
650
700
feet.
feet it has to be.
650, 640. Very low.
I'm getting good with the height at this point. Given, I guess, 8 days, I'm slowly learning.
This is the first time this week that we've seen both state helicopters out at the same
time. Under 1,000. It's going down again, and it's there's more than one there. Okay, guys, it's in the same spot. It's getting very low. What is it now?
Still 800 feet. It's just
600 maybe. I'm not gonna say that. I'm sorry that I was reading a text from law enforcement, but so you guys can see it's rather low, and it's been hovering for some time. I'm not sure for how long. When we were going to the area where the FBI is, we saw this, so we pulled over to show you guys, and now it's panning out to be something. While we were here, I got a text saying that there's a sighting. No, he's not captured. Can you ask him in the group chat and say captured ?
This would be a
rumors are going around.
This would be a Predator
find
drone.
out if it's true. So I'm gonna find out if that's true, but I don't. They would have said something in the group. So I don't believe.
Can somebody
it's
ask
captured.
Nick on his chat if he can see the plane or if that's a drone?
Should I get out for a second, guys? I'm gonna wait till I get a text just to make sure he's not captured, because if he is, I want to move. But
yeah, you've got some next level
said
tech.
the CO on duty was fired, and he's an 18-year vet. I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna find out. Can you, if you have my number, can you text us?
Yes, that's called 35 Old Daily Lane. 335 Old Daily Lane. We're not going to hang up.
2 choppers very close around this
It's
field.
a positive sighting. It's a confirmed sighting, just so you know. This is a confirmed sighting. That's ridiculous. I mean, I guess I don't know the circumstances, so I can't comment on if it's ridiculous or not yet. I'm going to find out more. And if you can put me in touch with him, okay, if you guys can put me in touch with that guard, I'd like to talk to him. I'm not going to put what he says out there. I just want to know if he's willing to discuss why.
The 2 choppers are relatively close. One at 740 feet, the other one is at double that, about 1900. A little over double. And this little plane, I think that's a drone. I think you're right. Both helicopters now just flying away from the area. Just. Oh, and they're back. It's just an update on the radar.
Yeah, we can't put pictures up in the group chat. So, guys, this is literally on
FBI is involved.
Schoolhouse and East Street Road. We were going to a residence for FBI activity, but we saw this and we stopped. Yeah, I already said that he was spotted at a construction site. So they're definitely responding, and it's a confirmed sighting. And I know that there are additional resources being deployed right now as we speak. That's a fact, and you guys should see them in the sky rather soon. What was that? Let me see what they just said on this guy. I missed it.
Two state choppers in the air.
So Hong's monitoring texts, and this is a confirmed sighting of him, just like the one Wednesday night. That was a confirmed sighting. There was no sighting yesterday. There were a lot of rumors, and that's why I'm trying to ease the spread of misinformation in something like this. The community that is
Skyforce 10 has taken off from Philadelphia. It looks like it's headed this direction as well. Something may be going down.
And a lot of rumors are coming from people all across the country, not from Chester County. And then in Chester County, obviously, it's always good to, if you hear something or whatever, to say, or you guys are free to tweet whatever, but be careful and always include the word unconfirmed unless you hear it somewhere reliable, like the police radio or from any police chatter, or if you're a resident and basically for the most part law enforcement, you know. So always use the word unconfirmed reports unless it's a confirmed sighting. And a lot of people have been saying sighting here, sighting there. Like yesterday, it was on the news that there was a sighting at Longwood, but that's just not true. The sighting at Longwood was on Wednesday night, where he was captured on a camera. I still don't know what kind of camera, but he was captured on camera on property of Longwood, on the property.
If this ends up in a capture, we might have a press release after all.
Like we were saying, where there were two separate incidents. One was an officer that accidentally hit the wall, and then the other one is what they bagged as evidence, where they believe that Cavalcante got onto the property from, and they believe he's been eating like fruits and veggies from the gardens, and then also surrounding farms in the area to get his nutrients, which would explain that why he's able to move. Because I was wondering throughout this whole thing, how is this guy living off of just like corn or stuff like that? And is he going in the bathroom in the creek? And is that why they can't find anything? Because when Eric Freen was on the run, he was leaving feces for police to kind of like, it was trolling them. And in this case, I'm not sure if this guy's using the bathroom in the creek, which would make some sense as to why they haven't found stuff like that. Or maybe it's because it's just such a large area that they haven't stumbled across it. And you guys heard from the state police, one of the dogs had like a heat stroke. He was released and he's okay now, but it's just the conditions are terrible all around, and they were hoping for more rain because that would help them a little bit. They're saying rain is good in a situation like this, according to law enforcement.
We don't have any confirmation about this other than that we think it's a confirmed sighting. There is no official confirmation about anything else that's happened. I don't think that both choppers would be in the air if he had been captured. I think they would go ahead and land those because they don't need them anymore.
So the guy is circling, and I'm not sure if he's circling because maybe they, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate, but he's circling. No, there's no presser at all. I actually texted a few very cool reporters and producers from a Brazilian network, and we're staying in contact with each other and sharing notes, just so we can try to coordinate with each other, a small group of us, to make sure that we're receiving confirmed information rather than speculation or rumors. Because obviously this is a huge story in Brazil. There, a lot of the Brazilians are very shocked that this happened with one of their natives. And I even ran into a resident who was very cool, a Brazilian guy, and he brought us Gatorade and stuff like that. Very nice guy, and he said, "You've got to be effing kidding me." When I heard this guy was from Brazil, I said, "Oh, great, that's the last thing we need right now." He thought it was a little comical, but given the connection to his nationality.
Nothing on the scanners yet. Where are you guys hearing about a press conference? There normally is one at 3, but they said no today.
There's a confirmed sighting in the woods at a construction site. I tweeted about it. There are 2 sightings actually that I tweeted about, both kind of next to each other in this general area out here in the woods. One is at a construction site. Maybe it's in yeah, one's in a construction site, and one is in I'm not sure. I put it on my Twitter. I don't have my notes.
Call 16.
Hong's using his phone to find
Not sure where you're getting the presser information. Neither the Chester County District Attorney or PA State Police
possible that Skyforce is coming in
talking about that.
To assist. They did assist at the beginning of this investigation, and that's confirmed that they brought it. Yeah, Race Street. That's another. So that was a sighting. I'm not sure exactly when today that was, but that was today as well. That came in, and then this one is a confirmed sighting, a 100% confirmed sighting. Can you grab my backpack and give it to me? You can reach it. Sorry guys, I'm trying to get some stuff out of my backpack. That's what me and Cavalcante have in common. I guess we both have backpacks. Let's see what this guy is doing. Is it if that's from?
Guys, these are the type of situations where rumors can just spread like wildfire. Please, just because you heard someone else say there was something happening, that does not mean it's happening. If you say there's a press conference, please come to us with a channel name that is airing that so we can verify that before we spread that out, because everything I showed shows there's no press conference right now that has not been scheduled for today.
I'm not talking about where could he be. I'm looking for something in my bag. So let me zoom out.
Both choppers are owned by the state, Pennsylvania State Police.
Can you look in here?
The one we're following here is 791 feet. The other one, who's been here a little bit longer, is about 2,000 feet. Zooming out a little bit further, I don't see anything else really connected to this search in the area. We do have Skyforce 10 is coming in rapidly. It'll be here in just a couple minutes. But man, these two choppers are just right on top of each other.
Sorry guys, bear with me for a second. I'm trying to... Let me get a charger out of there anyway. There's a charger. I'm gonna keep this thing charged just in case something happens in the next few minutes out here while I work to find out what is going on. I mean, I know what's going on. There's a confirmed sighting, but I want to see there are rumors that he's captured, and that's not the case as far as I know. No, guys, this isn't a false alarm. This is a confirmed sighting.
So.
And like I said, I distinguish in my tweets. I'll say if I say like unconfirmed reports or stuff like that, but I don't do that for every single sighting. If it's a sighting that they're responding to and they don't know yet, I put unconfirmed. But the sightings that everybody is tweeting and stuff, I stopped sending those in a while ago because a lot of them are just trolls or people that are trying to get retweets or clicks. So I wait for law enforcement sources to at least acknowledge or let me know that there is a confirmed sighting, and this is a confirmed sighting at a site that's under construction. I'm not sure if it's a home that's under construction, but it's a construction site. So now I'm getting some questions that are coming from good sources. Go back to the group chat and say, put 3 question marks. Oh wow, here comes a tactical guy on a gator or an ATV. Oh no, it's not a tactical guy. It looks like a farmer.
It's a tactical farmer.
Sorry guys, looks like that's a farmer. But
does the farmer have a firearm?
You guys can see. So it's been circling and hovering for quite some time. This guy's a farmer over here.
He's just trying to see what's up.
Oh, the police are in the woods, and the perimeter is very tight around here. So if he is, which he is, I mean, it's confirmed sighting. So it's confirmed that he's within the perimeter. And this is, I think, one of the earliest sightings, at least for the daytime, that we've had so far. Usually the sightings come in towards the evening or towards dusk and late at night when it's dark. And those sightings are hard because like helicopters and drones will pick up a heat index, and like yesterday's weather was better for those kind of thermal imaging for that technology because it was cooler out. It was much cooler at night compared to other days, and it shows like I'm not privy to how those things work, so they kind of explained it to me, and they can distinguish between like a deer or a person. Apparently there's like a circle, like circles. Let's use, for example, a deer would have 3 red circles and a person would have like 7 or 8. Those are just approximate numbers. So those are as an example. So a human has a lot more red circles when they're captured on thermal imaging, and a deer would only have like 3, like half of the amount.
Skyforce 10 is almost here. It's going to be circling outside these 2 helicopters, giving them some room to work, probably at a different altitude as well.
And that cloud looks dark in the picture, kind of, but it's not that dark in person. Let me take off my sunglasses. Yeah, it's not that dark in person. That's like a shadow kind of thing.
Stacy, welcome. Thank you so much for joining as a member. Appreciate you supporting the channel.
So I'm waiting to find out more. I don't see anything about an apprehension or anything. I did send that question, and I'm not the only one that did so. Like I said, a lot of officers are on different channels. So some of them are also asking apprehension ? But that's probably because of a lot of stuff they're seeing online. And that's why it's a little bit dangerous to put stuff like that out there, because you confuse other law enforcement that might put their guard down for a little bit. Not by much, given the fact that they haven't confirmed it, but you don't want them to put their guard down at all. And keep in mind, until everybody is... Yeah, the media was moved off the road a while ago. While we passed Longwood Gardens, and they were all stationed out front of there. By the old command, or whatever command center they had set up yesterday, the one that we showed you guys. That's where they were. Like, not in that lot, but on the side of the road. We're at a good spot. We're gonna stay at this spot right now, because if I move up, there's police up there, so I don't want to get told no and then come back to this spot where we haven't been asked to leave yet, just in case. I don't want to put us on the radar, but we're not, like, there's no roadblock on this road. There was no roadblock at all. There was a police presence. There's police, like, down the street behind us and in front of us. So Skyforce is about to be overhead too, according to the chat.
20 code. 2944.
Unit 2944.
44, myself and 42 will be on at 119 Honesty.
Copy that.
And for those of you that are just joining us, I know I sound like very repetitive, but we're on East Street Road and Schoolhouse right now. trying to... Oh, I'm an idiot. So that's where that was this whole time. I'm sorry. I was looking for something and Hong was on a wild goose chase, almost like these guys were earlier, trying to find something in the car. But we are near the confirmed sighting. Just maybe 5 to 10 minutes ago, for those of you guys that just got here, there was a helicopter hovering over those, in that vicinity. It was hovering in a standstill.
Okay, I just got the permission I needed from JLR. We're going to run just his video in the background, no audio, so because it got really confusing if we get too much. Give me just 1 second to bring that up as well.
And I think this is our first daytime, real-time confirmed sighting. It's our first daylight confirmed sighting, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not talking about from sightings that were captured on surveillance or whatnot. And I don't think any were in the daytime. But sorry, I have I hope I'm not getting sick. But it's this is the first time we've seen a confirmed sighting in broad daylight. At least I believe. I don't think we have. It's been 9 days. I could be wrong. So here goes. That's where the other guy was hovering earlier, and this guy is about to do the same. That's the state police, so it should be the same one.
We just have a video camera provided by JLR. We're not taking his audio at this time. It would be very confusing to have multiple feeds. He's looking at the same event from a different angle. He's given permission to share because...
Don't worry about Channel 10. It looks like a lot of the times that they were here, at least at the beginning, I'm not sure if every time,
he has a vantage point that provides more information, and we're trying to provide that right now.
Confirmed, that's only when I get information. And there's a school bus dropping kids off right up the street. And there's police at the corner, not in there, but there's police at the stop sign, so you can't make a right turn.
I would ask that you don't make any negative comments about any other streamer.
Kind of,
I'm not going to judge them. I appreciate them not judging me.
About the Blackhawks.
We have a common interest here, and we're trying to provide that to assist people.
I guess Philly
and quite
or
frankly,
the
if that's not something you could do, I would invite you to take it somewhere
else
because we don't need that here right now. All right, this is for the people who are on the ground. There are people in the area who need this information.
The troopers were like, well, I don't think we're going to bomb the forest, so I don't know why we need Blackhawks. The surveillance isn't any greater than the surveillance and stuff on the drones, so those are just really a waste of resources. That looks like maybe the Sky Force. Yeah.
So 3 choppers within a couple hundred yards of each other, different elevations, obviously.
And we got here just in time today. I thought we were a little bit late, but
let me turn off Nick just for a second on this audio and tell you something.
I mean, maybe they need Rizzo.
This chopper, the way it's flying back and forth, this would indicate that it's looking straight down. It's hovering and moving very slowly. They probably have thermal on and are trying to get little gaps through the trees to see down to the bottom and see if they can see just a blip of a heat signature. You can see it going back and forth across this treed-in area, very slowly, very meticulously. The other chopper is providing more video from a more outward angle, and then of course the Skyforce 10 is also just covering it for the news as well. But this indicates that they are definitely looking in this treed area for him right there. So that's the area of interest.
They're saying, why isn't the military involved? That's not their duty. That's not their function. And it looks like there's a storm coming to Delaware County. So if you guys want to see the weather and see if it's the same locally.
Yeah, JLR Investigates, whose video feed is coming up in the top left-hand corner. He is right up here near 926, just north of where this is happening. I believe his...
16940. The warrant is
I'm not sure which side of the road he is here, but he's basically in this area. And
the on-call constable has been advised and will contact you guys directly.
And Nick is down here in this area looking up this direction. So JLR has the closer vantage point, and they're flying more directly over him.
That's what he kind of became infamous for, was the bombing.
Loads of cops on the ground.
Or was he the police commissioner at that time? He was probably I'm sorry. Rizzo was the police commissioner, maybe? Because at one point he was police commissioner and then he was mayor. So maybe it was when he was the police commissioner. And Rizzo was the commissioner.
The hovering helicopter is about 790 feet. And they're just meticulously,
the point is they're not going to bomb
meticulously
forest.
covering this area.
I mean, that would be pretty extreme. I mean, that would be wild.
They're not going to bomb
If we
anything.
have that, if they were to bomb a forest, that would be very wild. But that's just not feasible. Yeah, the move bombing. And that was a ridiculous move, too. I mean, they took out, like, a city block.
Just give me a second here. We're going to...
Almost like the Waco stuff where they drove the tanks through the house. Maybe that's a better idea if they can drive tanks through the woods. But I don't think they're going to do a bombing. And I was told that Black Hawks were over Delaware County as I was heading here. And I'm not sure if they were coming this way, but they were, and that's a county over. No, that's for residents probably.
Looks like news is moving in. And
okay.
Cintas, the uniform people just showed up.
Yeah, guys, the roads are closed. There's a state trooper stationed at the stop sign straight ahead. And I'm receiving texts that, so they don't have him in custody, but they are ramping it up. The state police are going to be
FBI is there.
rather low, and you're going to see that in a few minutes. So you guys in a few minutes should see these guys drop down rather low. Yeah, it should be very low, under 800, maybe 700 feet. So anywhere between 7 to 800. And that's for a certain reason. They're bringing in more assets that are going to be above the helicopters. I don't know what those assets are, but they're going to be above the helicopters.
Okay, the voice we're hearing is Nick. Nick is on Twitter. He's the feed on the right-hand side. He's looking sort of from the south and the west up at this area
So
where
the helicopters are going to remain
where the police are
between 7 to
flying
800
the choppers.
feet, and other assets are going to go above them several thousand feet.
And those other assets,
so they don't collide. And I'm assuming they're going to
be
restrict airspace for certain people, not commercial airlines, because those guys fly at like 40,000 feet, so they're okay. But the helicopters are going to stay rather low, just to let the other assets get above them. And that's what they're doing right now, so that's probably why they're moving around a little bit before he comes back, and you're going to see him hover very low. And if Skyforce is authorized, or if they were asked to be here, which it's likely, I'm going to find out now. Can you ask, was Skyforce asked to come in the chat? I'm going to find out for you guys. I'm going to find out if Skyforce is here to assist. That's what I'm asking, to see if they're coming in for help, because they're not going to be able to fly low. They're going to have to stay above, probably above 5,000 to 7,000 feet to 7,500 feet if they're not involved.
Getting tongue-tied. This is exciting. Okay, so he's at Longwood Road.
So we have assets coming in. And these assets weren't going to be utilized until sunset. And the fact that they're coming in right now, about 4 hours early, that shows that this was not this is not a routine sweep. They're bringing in the assets and the resources right now to assist, and they're minutes away.
Okay, so
those
thank you.
assets weren't
I'm being told I
expected
have
until nightfall.
the positions mixed up.
coming.
Longwood Road is down here at the bottom, and that's where we see Nick. Nick's at an intersection with Longwood.
It's not encouraged that you go looking for him yourself. I know a lot of the guys. No, the asset. What's here? I'm talking about other assets that aren't here yet, and we'll see them when they're here. Maybe we'll see them. They're very
elusive.
They're kind of, well, it's daytime, so we might see them actually rather well. For those of you guys that are meeting at like Ace Hardware, it's not encouraged that you guys take things in your own hand. This guy is dangerous, and I understand if there's like a lot of you, it's not a concern for safety, but you don't want to contaminate anything, you know, so make sure if you guys are going anywhere, you stay out of the perimeter. At the very least, don't go in the perimeter. Obviously, it's fair game if you're outside of it. But if you're going, just stay safe and don't go in the perimeter. You don't want to get in trouble. You don't want to get hurt by accident. If there's gunfire, you don't want to be caught in the middle of it. So stay safe and make sure you're not in the perimeter, you know. And that's obviously your choice to go or not. But if you do go, exercise caution and don't get it.
And just note, this is mostly private
or hurt.
property. You need permission from the landowner.
That's what the police are
to
here
do this.
for. Let me see what he just said. Let's say it's on its way. So yeah, I don't think the news helicopter, if it comes here, it's because it's part of the search, because they've asked everybody to clear the air. And I don't think they need their help right now because they have the state police, so you might see NBC turn around or get out of the area. Okay, good. There's nothing going on at Ace. Good, guys. Let's not take things into our own hands. That's what these guys are here for, and they're good. They're good at what they do. It's just a hard job when you have a terrain that's so difficult and covered.
Another chopper inbound. N20 TV, probably by the call sign, it's probably a television news camera. This is a new chopper that hasn't been here before.
So once I see the other assets coming, I'll get out of the car so I can show you guys them a little better. But for right now, I'm going to sit in here.
Around by Croydon.
It's hot out, and the air is on. But I'm waiting. Is that Skyforce, or is that another trooper? Can you guys check?
Let's see if I can tell Nick.
So they have like this area and that area covered. So there's one here and there's one right there that's hovering. So it looks like they have something. Possibly they might have them cornered.
Tear gas is an option if they needed to, but that's generally not very effective in open areas, or not as effective in open areas.
Yeah, so how low is that? So it looks like that is a news helicopter. But I don't think it can come in the direct airspace. It's going to have to stay a little further out.
Skyforce 10 is here. Another news chopper is inbound as well. We still have the two police choppers. The first one, the close one's right here. The one who's been here all morning.
So it looks
is probably going to have to leave soon to refuel. Honestly,
that looks like
we have seen occasional pings from what we think are a drone over the area. Not that guy.
Staying out. All right, guys. See, so yeah, like I said, they're being asked to restrict the airspace out of a courtesy, and they're listening.
Skype Force 10 is out at a distance. They're keeping a little space
So there's
away.
two
It could be a
Pennsylvania State
very
Police
small window
choppers
they've
and
been asked to
one,
keep out. I don't
news
think it's an
chopper.
FAA restriction. It's just a common
There's
courtesy.
a very low. That's like I said. They're gonna be. You're about to see them get very low, and I told you guys that a few minutes ago. You're gonna notice they're gonna drop down dramatically or drastically. They're gonna drop, and other assets are gonna appear rather soon, and you'll see them showing up. So I'm gonna try to see if I can. I don't know if this is Longwood property or not.
Amanda, it's gotten probably the most intense it's been
Skyforce is
all
likely helping
week
with the
right
search.
now.
Cameras are off.
I wouldn't say cameras are off, but they're probably using their equipment to help with the search.
So they're not filming it. Because that became a little bit of an issue before.
I don't think that's the case.
They are respecting that request.
They'll hold short of the area
And
like
not
they do
filming.
You know, when a police
This
chase
isn't
goes
something
into
for
airspace around
television.
the
It's
airport.
Them trying to get the guy and end this nightmare once and for all. And guys, we're on day 9, and like I was saying, maybe number 9 is the lucky number. The guys that are involved in this search also found Michael Burham on day 9 in the woods, which would be ironic. And the woods were very close to the prison that he was that he escaped from. The jail. It wasn't a prison either. It was a county jail. I don't know if there have been any, in recent history at least, any prison breaks from a state prison in Pennsylvania, with the exception of like a low security place with no fencing. Oh my God. Sorry, I was looking at a text. But so.
We do appreciate JLR for allowing us to use the stream. His stream is coming in the top left-hand corner. JLR investigates
Force
another
is
YouTube
authorized, and that might be how this ends.
content
We
creator.
might hear lethal force.
We appreciate the fact that he's on the ground, gone to the work to get this video. We're just taking his video today.
They're going to ask
and
him to
appreciate him
surrender.
giving us
The
another
state police
perspective. On the
aren't
right,
going to just
Nick,
shoot him right off the bat.
Nick the Hat from
But
Twitter
if they
is
have
also
a
providing
line of sight
live feed.
and a shot, they'll take it if he doesn't clearly surrender.
So Nick the Hat is on the right-hand side. He's providing a live feed from a different vantage point of the same thing. Sometimes we're looking at the same helicopter just from different sides. But JLR is up here on top, giving us a little bit of a street-level view where we see clearly the FBI is involved. There's heavy law enforcement, a lot of long guns out, where previously we've had officers who sort of had them in their car or were just standing around by their cars. Now they're very much actively watching for an opportunity.
But the most activity we've seen during the day, this is it.
We do have the scanner silent right now because it's not giving tactical. It's not giving tactical updates, and where we have him cornered,
I've never been to that.
We're not going to be hearing reports from residents saying, "Hey, he's in my yard." This property is owned by Longwood Gardens, and the area they're closely monitoring is owned by them, and there's no other houses in there. So we're not going to be getting any benefit right now from the scanner from the outside area, outside the perimeter.
Something is happening.
We have heard that there's a confirmed sighting. That I'll show you here again. This helicopter that's going very slowly, hovering over the trees, low and slow,
We're gonna try to go
is using thermal downward imaging,
I'm
trying to
told
see
that-
through the gaps in the trees to look for a little spark of heat.
So we're gonna try. Give me 1 second.
If they can find anything, they think clearly that he's in here. I've never seen them cover an area quite this closely, this densely, as they're going
you
back
guys
and
want
forth,
us to stay here, or do you want us to
mapping
go
the entire area.
on? That's why the comments. This is terrible. You guys want us to go to? You guys want us to go? I don't know how they got through. I mean, if anybody else gets through, I have my eyes peeled right now, and if they do you guys want us to go up the road and make that left?
If we zoom out a little bit, we can see that we have 2 state police helicopters that are on the scene. This one that's doing the imaging now, we've got 4 choppers on the screen now. The one that's doing the imaging now, hovering over those that treed area.
I'm waiting.
This previous one was flying all morning, close circles around this. We have 2 news choppers, both Skyforce 10 and this N20 TV.
That CO was fired. So somebody did go down that way. So do you guys want us to go up here and make a right? It looks like they let a few people.
Here's that little ping. This is what I'm talking about. This is the drone that is occasionally pinging on the map. The flight pattern indicates that this is an unmanned drone coming in around 700 feet. Might be higher than that.
From the locals to see what they think, because they know the area rather well, and they'll let me know if it's possible to get, if they think this is a better spot. Yeah, I saw that one. So far, one local said to stay here.
So the news cameras are sort of staying out of the area.
Like a wild goose chase. Like, you can get lucky, and like we've gotten pretty lucky for like 5 nights in a row where we're filming, and then we get stuck. Okay, yeah, everybody's saying stay here, and we get stuck in the perimeter because it turns out to become something. And it's good to have different angles. Like, I did see Channel 6 go down that road, so that means they're gonna have that angle covered, you know. So that's good. So that way we have multiple different, in case the guy runs out this way, you never know where he's gonna head. And we want as many angles, I guess, as possible to see what's going on. We don't want to have the same feed going around. And it's good to see different angles of what's happening, like one that's close, one that's around the bend, because this guy's been managing to evade. There's another one over there. This guy's been managing to evade them for so long, and you never know, maybe he'll come running out this way. So it's just unpredictable. This guy's very unpredictable, and every time people predict what he's gonna do, he does the opposite. So look, there's 4 helicopters. This guy's coming in. I just got told to stand by. I was told stand by. Go back to the group chat. I'm told stand by, and I asked if he's been apprehended, and I'm told stand by. Okay, I'm gonna get out of the car because this might become something. So I was just told to stand by law enforcement for a response on if he's captured. I guess they're trying, maybe, I don't know. I'm not gonna speculate, but I was told stand by. Refresh the feed if the sound is gone.
So all we're seeing right now.
These guys are everywhere. So Skyforce is authorized, guys, to come on and assist. They're here to assist.
Four choppers in the air.
Prepare something to tweet just in case. Give me a sec. Let me see that.
This is the closest we've come to having a resolution here.
5th chopper en route.
The skies are crowded here. This is crazy. We have not seen action like this all week long as far as the air traffic.
Give me 1 second, guys. I know you're not seeing much of anything, but I'm just shooting a text.
I'm not seeing the 5th chopper, but we've got 4 right here.
Give me a second. And if he's captured, you guys are going to hear it here first, most likely. I'm literally texting. We're all in a group at this point. There's a few group chats. I have 3 of them.
Sorry, just had lightning strike right outside my house. Did not lose power, luckily. Scared the daylights out of me.
On what's going on. I was told to stand by a few minutes ago. CERT is going in. So CERT is going in. So that's confirmed. CERT is moving in.
So
I'm about to get a better view. I'm going to get out in a second. Let me just get this prepped.
they might have him pinned down. I wonder if he tries to make a run for it out of these trees. What is CERT? CERT is a special, like an emergency response team.
CERT is heading into the woods.
Somebody help me with the acronym. I cannot remember what the S is for. Not that kind of CERT, not CERT. It starts with an S. The scanner has nothing. Special Response Team. Thank you very much. SRT.
Sorry, guys. Let me just finish this text message.
Rena Mar, we are hopeful that right now is the last few moments of Danelo's freedom that they're about to capture him. We've had what we heard. Here's a confirmed sighting right here on the map. If you look here, this is right above. If I can show you where we're at. Turn this down just a tiny bit. We are right above Longwood Gardens. This is right here. This is Longwood Gardens, and we're on their property, right? And we had confirmed sightings here.
Tactical teams are in the woods.
Tactical teams in the woods right here. This is the woods they're looking for. This little group of trees. That's what we have going on.
CERT. Federal agents, FBI, U.S. Marshals, just about every agency. They're in the woods. The tactical agents are in the woods. I'm about to, 1 second, guys.
4 choppers in the air, possibly more. We're getting sporadic signals from other aircraft.
All right, guys, I'm back. CERT and tactical units are in the woods. And they are stationary all over the woods. They're stationed and positioned. They're awaiting for any movement. I was told a few minutes ago to stand by, so it's certainly panning out to become something. Other assets have arrived. I'm trying to spot them in the sky, but I can't. And I know they're here. I can't see them. They're very good at... Let me see if I can see them on my other side. But there are other assets right now that are overhead, and you can't even see them. These guys are that good. So you can see the helicopters are flying at a certain altitude. That's because other assets are above them several thousand feet, and you can't see them. You're not able to see those assets. but they're there. Those assets.
JLR is
are
down in the bottom corner.
us.
We appreciate him allowing us to use his
No,
feed.
okay, so
thank you very much, JLR,
they're
doing some
very
great
good
work down there, getting that video
hiding.
for us. The audio you're hearing is on the right-hand channel. The vertical video, that is
broad daylight, so I
that
thought I
is
would
Nick.
see them. And
Nick
it's
the Hat.
multiple
From
assets,
Twitter.
it's not just one. Let me get back in. Are you guys able to hear now? That's come up now. Okay. It's because I got out of the car and the Wi-Fi's in the car, so. CERT and tactical units are in the woods. They're waiting. Nobody has been apprehended. They see something for them to be descending that quickly. And on the way here, I tweeted about the sighting, and then I received another text for another sighting. I believe that's in like the vicinity of this somewhat. The first one I tweeted about, I'm not sure how.
Okay, Weather
if
Watch.
That was within the hour.
Weather Watch.
Or
Let
if
me just say really quickly. There are blue skies overhead, completely blue, and we have lightning striking all over in our neighborhood. There's no clouds. Can somebody explain what is happening? Unless this is like Judgment Day, I have no idea. But we'll go back to the search here. Hopefully, I don't lose power.
And there are multiple other assets that are in the sky right now that you can't see, and that's very intriguing, because you would think in broad daylight you can see them.
It's talking about drones. They're painted to blend into the sky,
But you can't. And these are large assets, so it's weird how we can't see them. They're flying overhead of the helicopters. They're not on the radar. They have that turned off, but I can't see them. And they're there, like for a fact.
It is about 90 degrees here.
Those are here, guys. Drones are here, and that's another asset I'm talking about that we can't see. They're here, and they're the size of a Mini Cooper. They're very large, and photos of them aren't even available online. It's proprietary info, like the designs and stuff. They're custom. So those drones that they use, you can't. There's no photos of the ones they have here at the actual scene, and I confirmed that yesterday with somebody that's working on the investigation, that those are custom made, and that individual did show me a photo of it, and it was rather cool. What he says is that if I was to hold on to it while it's taking off, it would lift me and it would take me with it. And I joked that maybe we should hover with me hanging, and if we see him, I'll drop down and end this thing once and for all. And it was a way to get some humor out of it. It's been a very stressful 9 days for not just the community, but for law enforcement and everybody that's involved in the case and the investigation, and the community, obviously, that's been on high alert. In the university, Westchester University, the students there have been reaching out, and they're also very anxious. And they've been anxious because they don't know what this guy, they know what he's capable of, and they don't know if he's in their area, and it appears that he's not.
Lots of activity on JLR's feed.
But drones are in the sky, and these are some wild
That's
drones.
state police.
Again, I saw one in person, and they're the definition of state of the art. I mean, these things are massive. And I mean, the propellers can they can decapitate you.
Police are moving around the area.
And like I said, they have.
They may be driving away from the cameraman.
Me
It doesn't mean they're driving away from the situation.
Fly.
Let's see what happens here. Can you imagine how much it would cost for all the body camera footage?
So we're seeing, again, like they keep coming to that general area where you guys saw earlier. I think it was about 10 minutes that we were here, where it was hovering in place. I'm just told to stand by. So he's not apprehended, but I guess they're waiting to see if they have something clear. He's not apprehended yet. That's for sure. He's not in custody. So make sure that there are no.
If they do take him into
custody,
custody, there's no way I could.
And last
there's
night
no way
you
they
guys
could
saw
keep that
50 cop
secret
cars
until there was a
flying by,
press
so that doesn't
conference.
mean anything. Well, in this situation it does, because they're obviously there's a lot of activity and there's a confirmed sighting. But yesterday we counted 24, and then another resident said about 50 police cars. This is a confirmed sighting right now. And before this, the last confirmed sighting was Wednesday night, overnight at Longwood Gardens on a camera. I'm not sure if it's surveillance footage or if it's one of the cameras placed by officials. But what else I learned about these cameras are a lot of them are old school. So that's why they're not getting the information real time. What they're doing is going to the fields and they have to pull the SD card and upload the footage. So by the time, I'm sorry, that text came in. By the time they get that, it could be, I mean, they're routinely checking, but
I think they're cellular.
Yesterday, what happened was
the sighting today is basically right now in this
on
group
the trail
of trees.
Cam, shortly after 5, and I was live when I was telling you guys that they have the confirmed sighting for Wednesday overnight. They found the footage, and it was about maybe 5:30 p.m. and now
Another chopper inbound. This is ABC 6.
I received the information because once I received it, you guys saw them evacuate Longwood Gardens, and it wasn't because of a sighting. We'll find out.
We'll use this feed. Just this circles the area pretty well.
Sighting, that they were
the other chopper will be here in just a minute. But we've got four choppers on scene. We're going to have a fifth one in just a minute. That's crowded airspace.
Sorry, guys. So yeah, so tactical teams are in there. They're moving in. They've moved in. Hold on, guys.
Okay, the person who's talking is Nick from Nick the Hat on Twitter. He's given us permission to use his feed. It's on the right-hand side of your screen. It's a vertical format. He's watching from nearby, from one side of this clearing. The other feed that's sort of behind me that's moving around a lot right now, that is JLR Investigates. He's also given us permission to use his feed.
Getting the guy,
we appreciate both of them for doing this and
when they
getting us
capture, I'm on
on-ground
Schoolhouse
footage.
in East Street. When they capture him, if he's alive, they'll photograph him on the scene and send it over. And the fifth asset is arriving right now. So yeah, ABC is here to help. ABC is here to help. NBC is here to help. They're not supposed to be filming, from my understanding, is there's no filming, but they're here to help.
Okay, 5 choppers in rotation around the same area. We have not seen activity like this all week since this search started. Where is Nick located? He's just outside. I think he's on Schoolhouse Road, which is right here. This is very similar to where he was before last night. I think JLR Investigates is down here on this end, a little bit closer, got a different angle of that. Closer to the perimeter.
Trying to stay on top of these texts. I'm sorry, I'm a little quiet. I'm just trying to confirm some stuff. I haven't been told anything about anybody getting captured.
And no official word yet. And most likely...
No. They're not on standby. I was
might
told
get first word.
I asked for an update, and I was told stand by. Fox 29 is live. That's interesting. I'm gonna text and let them know that they're being.
Yeah, the news cameras are all live. They're supposed to be live. They're not going to be out here just to help.
All right, so I'm waiting for an update. Somebody said, are they in the airspace? Is Fox 29 in the airspace, guys?
Yes, they are. They're in the airspace, and we do have a live feed from the chopper. We can't take that right now.
Can somebody confirm that they're...
And all you see are trees. There's no activity. They don't have any action they're filming. It's just looking down in the forest. But it's green, so you see the courthouse through it. That didn't work very well. Just a ton of stuff going on here. This plane's at 5,000 feet flying over. We've got some drones that keep popping up on the radar in the TRP-5. Just interesting little signatures, and they disappear again. We've got ABC-6 out here. The state chopper just branched way out, moved out. The other one is still close by, hovering over those trees. Over here we have, let's see, another news chopper. This one's fairly new. We haven't watched that one very much. And then we have Skyforce 10 also on the scene. So 3. There's the okay. 5 choppers in the air. I think this chopper might have to land soon. He's been up for quite a while. This morning, he's might need to refuel.
All right, guys. Yeah, I'm trying to find out if that's it. Maybe that area is allowed to be filmed. I'm asking.
Chris Dunn, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. I love that you have Velveeta in your profile picture. Big fan. Thank you, Michelle. We're trying to get information out now. That's how we're combining efforts, and that's our purpose. And I appreciate both Nick and JLR for allowing me to work with them this way.
No update as of yet. I just shot over another few text messages, but and when she sends you the link,
we do have officers on horses on the ground
over to the group chat.
in some of the heavy brush areas that are hard to walk through.
Yeah, so they were asked not to film unless they're filming in an area that isn't specifically relevant to this. Maybe they're doing that. Let's hope so, because I wouldn't...
Sorry, we just lost a feed there. My bad. We're seeing a advertisement.
We're standing by for updates. There's no update right now. That's why I said stand by. It looks like they're waiting to see. We'll know in a few if there's something.
The two state choppers
he just said stand
are
by,
headed away.
And that is it. I'm going to speculate, but what I take that as is wait a few. Perhaps they're onto him. Yeah, but in something like this, it takes a little bit of time. So he's not captured yet, but we're making sure that everything is confirmed before I say anything. But standby can mean that hold on just in case, because we're onto something and stuff to that effect. So it is what it is. Anyway, guys, we're here on Schoolhouse Road and East Street Road. The helicopters, oh, I think that's a bird, seem to have moved around a little bit.
We're seeing
so
that's what we're seeing here. Let me switch these around
got a little higher now.
Just want to show you a picture. It's just another view from the sky right now. There's not a lot to see. We did have 2 cops on horses. Interesting that this chopper way over here.
So I'm gonna find out what's going on.
Is a state chopper, and it's completely out of the area. This chopper over here has moved out of the area as well, as if they are no longer needed. They're flying wide patterns.
Not for fuel. There's only one here.
It's like something's already happened.
So about to find out.
Look how heavy that is. That's crazy.
So it got rather quiet. Okay, so there's 2. There's still 2 choppers. They might be, yeah, so they're filming from unrestricted airspace. So the stuff that they're filming isn't restricted airspace, so it's fine. And it's not gonna interfere with anything. They're just having a hard time narrowing it down. But he was confirmed. It was a confirmed sighting in the woods by a construction site.
I believe that was part of the construction site. Now I think we're looking at part of the gardens.
I'm just sending a screenshot to somebody to see. I just shot another text to see what's up with a few rumors.
After they were so focused on the area, it seems strange that they would leave, and now the news remains hovering around that area. So unless they cleared those woods,
they're back.
There's nothing there. They haven't found him, or
so we're
a
on day
takedown
9
occurred.
for the escaped murderer, and
It just doesn't make
this is
sense.
a sign of good luck in a way, because Michael Burham was caught on day 9, and we're seeing some early activity, and he was caught during the day too. Michael Burham, he was caught during the day. If somebody wants to look up what time he was caught, because it was broad daylight. Can you screenshot what just came in and send that to the group chat? Yeah, I'm asking about the shirtless man right now. I'm asking if that's a fact. I should have hopped on the back of that four-wheeler with the
farmer.
The farmer.
Tactical farmer.
Maybe, and I would have been able to go in with him. I don't know where he went. So let's see what's gonna happen here.
Last search suited alarm.
And I asked about the shirtless guy.
Uniform 1265, copy has the accident. All ramp, eastbound 30 to northbound 100. Eastbound 261, copy your route, Rosedale, Road, Bayard Road.
Yeah, and we're on Schoolhouse and East Street Road.
Hold on, I'm out here with that subject. It's not going to be the same. I am going to be doing encouraged transport.
3 copy the southbound Route 100 edge. Will be
And I'm not sure whose property this is. This is Longwood property, and I don't see any like private property signs, so I'm not sure whose it is. And it's it's the same terrain as we see everywhere. I mean, look. Yesterday we went into the cornfield and we showed you guys how easy it is to hide in there. We had a cool resident who was ducking down for you guys and then getting up.
30-year-old male, please come. 55.
Okay, we're listening on the scanner to see if anything comes across there. I have not seen anything.
Ask that guy, is that a good angle and can we go? Is that a good angle? And can we go? Do we have permission? So I'm asking a resident who's heading to a spot if that's a good. So yeah, there's no so they're actively pushing the woods in both directions. They're actively pushing through the woods in all directions, not both, all. North, south, east, west, and we have agents of the FBI, U.S. Marshals, the Fugitive Task Force, who I didn't even know were involved. That's a new one. So there's a lot of agencies that are there. So they're all moving in every direction of the woods, of these woods. Every direction they're moving in. So this isn't our typical push. This is like a different sort of push. This is a push with a lot more.
This guy came flying in with something on his roof.
Movement.
Pulled it down.
They would move in like a certain area, but right now they're moving in all directions, all four, north, south, east, west. Yeah, that is kind of, but I mean, they have to do what they have to do to get this guy. If they come from one direction, he's been managing to get out. So at this point, they're done with this. They're simply done. They're not gonna let him slither away time and time again. And they want him. They want him captured or dead.
2845 East Avenue.
2845 copy. It's going to be at Route 10 and Route 340. Property damage accident. Traffic trailer versus wall blocking.
And officers are ready to fire. They're prepared. And they're operating on a private channel right now. But they're ready. They're locked and loaded and ready to go, from what I just saw.
Tactical Farmer is here. I love it. The artist formerly known as Nurglerot. The name was too cool to pass up. Eric, that's a good one. We'll call you Tactical Farmer from now on. Sometimes you change your name on YouTube and you get stuck with it for a couple months, but it's a nice one. Okay, so that officer just flew up to this intersection, unloaded a bunch of cones, and blocked off the street. This is going to be a no entrance zone for now. The state choppers are still outside the area. Well, let's see. Here's one right here.
At Lee, TRONDON.
The other one's landing. This is the guy who's been up here all morning. He's going to get fuel.
Yeah, Rob, who's a resident, if you're listening, I can't respond to you, but yeah, I'll be here. Go to maybe message requests. At Lee. Or go to, here, let me see.
If they needed the airspace for drones, they would ask the news helicopters to clear out as well, and they have not. It sounds like they don't need those helicopters, the assets they have right now, which is mostly going to be cameras or thermal imagery.
62 to 61, two priority.
Sorry guys, I'm just sending a text.
1501. Can you attach the file and tag when you're ready?
Alright guys, so we're waiting for an update. Officers
Kilo Romeo Sam,
and tactical teams are ready to go. I've been told they're locked and loaded.
Copy.
So they're ready to either end this thing peacefully or with lethal force, whichever the fugitive chooses. The option is his. He has the option to come out of this thing alive, and he has the option to come out of this thing and go to the morgue. It's really up to him. But let's hope that they get him. Let's hope that this is it. And if it is, that's a lucky number, number 9. That would make it the second manhunt in a matter of months that ended on the 9th day.
There's our mounted officers right there. Stationary, not searching, just keeping a perimeter. We've heard that the number of officers on the ground is upwards of 300.
Just put in the Eagle service. Let's contact for
Keep an eye out for a response. And then, hold it in and make it.
3343, you can turn it.
Sorry, I had a delayed video there. Thanks for telling me.
Okay. 56, go ahead.
Hold on, guys, I'm just responding.
203 on call. SUV. Heavy damage.
So we've got FBI here taking holding a position on the perimeter here by JLR. Fox 29 is overhead, looking at other officers who are maintaining a perimeter as well.
And tell them to do a group chat. So, again, they're waiting for him. Whether he gets caught dead or alive, it's up to him. No, there's no updates except what I said just recently, that they're moving in every direction of the woods right now and doing a larger push than they have done before. This push is coming in from basically all directions rather than 2 directions or 3 or 1, limiting his ability to evade them. And it's very hot. Yes, he was seen today 100%. It's 93 degrees out here, guys. So it's hot. So if he's not near water or something, or in the water, I'm not sure.
Look at that perimeter.
I know it was next to a construction site. I gave the information earlier in the stream, and I even tweeted. I don't have it off the top of my head, but we're here at a confirmed sighting. I'm not sure. They didn't get into specifics, but it was confirmed. And every time they tell me a confirmed sighting, it pans out to be, it's been on point every time. So I find no reason to disbelieve it. I'm sure I'll get more details. If he somehow evades again, they'll let me know. If it was, what kind of a sighting it was.
Steph, they have had other similar responses, but never with so much
And
air
there's
power.
school buses going by, guys. Like, kids are coming home. So they don't want to be... The last thing they want is to open fire, and they want this to end peacefully. That's the goal here. The state police want this to be a peaceful ending for both the community and the fugitive. But if he doesn't adhere to their demands to surrender, it's not going to end peacefully for him. And the number one goal here is to capture him, dead or alive, and keep the community safe, put them at ease, let them go back to sleep. They're never going to forget this experience. A lot, like I mentioned in my early morning tweet, that was an end of day recap, but it was the next morning. They're never going to forget this. The people that are local, they're going to remember this for the rest of their lives.
Unit 510, Unit 41, travel time push.
Say we'll find out. So yeah,
Thank you. Always confused. Appreciate the super chat. Just happy to be able to get some
so I'm going
information.
to actually find out. Somebody else in the group is asking the same thing that you guys just asked. Somebody that's on their way to the search or the manhunt. They asked for clarity on the percentage, like how certain are they that he is there. So we'll find out. But he was spotted. So we're gonna. Somebody else asked, not in here. Somebody asked in a group chat who's on the way to the scene, how far or what's the percentage?
Thank you, 15 drugs.
That he's here.
Our units is a team security for EMS.
I believe there were 5 at one point. I know that there are massive drones and other assets in the sky. We can't see them.
Okay.
All two again.
So
Copy. Unit 4548, copy yourself.
they have assets that they weren't going to there was some law enforcement that are passing by in a Suburban. So they have some assets
FedEx.
that they
UPS
weren't
is
going to
delivering right
utilize
there. Look at
until
that. It's like, hey, I've got a
sundown.
package. I don't care.
But they deployed them.
What a stud.
Already.
This guy deserves a
just
tip.
now. Or not just now.
Look at this.
When I told you that they're in the air. So it's been a little bit that they deployed those assets, and
I don't care if the road's
they
closed.
are
This guy
in
ordered
the
on
air,
Amazon. He's
not
going to
the
get his 2-day
helicopters.
delivery.
They're in the air about 4 hours earlier than they were scheduled to be in the air. No, so all of the people that I'm communicating with are outraged at the show and tell. They're not too thrilled at a time like this. The focus isn't really to show off or show technology.
Yes, we
to
are.
The public.
We're
That
over
isn't really,
Longwood Gardens.
Stuff like that could be used to the advantage of others that are going to do this in the future. So I'm sure that they didn't show them everything, but when you have reporters and stuff, I've covered stuff where they say don't film, but a lot of the times
Okay,
they
somebody
will film it just for their
somebody
personal,
snap this guy's picture and make him
just to
famous.
have it, and that's
What a stud.
Always dangerous. You don't want people, the public, having information about the type of technology that the government utilizes in manhunts or searches and stuff, because that gives the people a heads up on
that's awesome
researching and finding out how to evade those assets and that technology.
Jen, the sighting was
So the other
this
assets,
morning.
they must
About
be
the time Nick
hidden
came live is where we
the,
got confirmation of that.
Prior
to
I
that,
don't see them.
we had
And they
seen some
are
helicopters
like
hovering very
over,
closely
like
around this area.
3,500, maybe up to 5,000 feet. So they're above the helicopters. That's why the helicopters are told to be this low. It's a safety measure, because if the helicopter hits one of those drones, it's the same thing as hitting a small car. So they can easily crash. Not the drone, the helicopter can crash, which is why they're flying so low right now. The last thing they need is another accident, and there was an accident last night with a scissor lift right near us, and we heard a loud bang, and some neighbors said, was that a gunshot? Was that? And other neighbors that know what gunshots sound like from hunting, they said no. It was that loud. Yeah, so if you guys see a helicopter going above 3,000 feet, let me know if it's in this exact area. But I don't think we're going to see that in this immediate area. They're not going to go over 3,000 feet. Well, they shouldn't be going over. And I'm sure, obviously, they know that. In the immediate area, though.
How many times you with an Apple, all you with Apple Watches have got alerts that your heart rate's high and you haven't been moving today?
Yeah, sir.
Let me see if I'm going to text it. Another person.
Unit 08 Adam 2. 708 West 8th Ave, 708 West 8th Ave. Ambulance being dispatched after number 2.
Copy.
Okay, so
when you're available.
one of our news choppers is
accident at 785 Gaffney Fort Pike.
One of our news choppers are headed out right now. They've got their footage. They're gone. State chopper still hovering in the area. Another one is up at Brandywine Airport, right up here, refueling. It might be a little bit before they get back in the air, and they may return or they may go stage. We've got two more news choppers who are staying. We've got ABC 6 HD right there, and of course our good old trusty Skyforce 10, which has been a constant here throughout the week, still flying around. We do have these occasional pings from what we believe are drones. I say drone because what other airplane leaves that pattern in the sky? You don't see that anywhere else unless it's a robot that's controlling that thing. So that is an unmanned drone, and it's got a transponder on it that's periodically being reported.
No, we're good. Oh, there. Our resident just blew up, guys, but I'm shooting a text to somebody to find out what's going on.
Copy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stay safe.
It's nice to hear the residents giving Nick props for what he's doing. He's providing information that they haven't been able to get locally, definitely not through the press conferences. So many local people are watching this just to find out what's happening in their own neighborhood. And Nick and JLR have both been great at providing that. And thanks, big props to both of them. Appreciate them.
Unit 41 Tom 86, copying route to the erratic.
Yeah, what press conferences? They were not. One of them had a lot of questions, but they got scared to death. I think that scared them off from other ones.
Drive, eastbound Lincoln Highway, east of Walnut Drive. For the ride driver, it's going to be a white Chevy pickup, Pennsylvania registration, Zulu, Papa, Kilo, 2848.
All right, guys, so we're still here.
Road rage.
I'm sending some texts out.
Operator is going to be a white male, elderly. Callers no longer bother. 1215 check MDT for report specific. Unit 41 Tom 86, copying route to the erratic.
Okay.
Unit 41 Tom 86, passing mile marker 283.7. Colors now in front of the vehicle in a black location.
Okay. 86, I'm not in the area. You can clear it out.
Look at this picture Brianne sent over.
Sorry for the silence.
Sorry, let me fix this really quickly. Just one
Unit
second.
41 1256.
Here's Impulse. I'm out on Fort Force Crash. We're going to need fire police closing at Highland.
So it got quiet, and that's what we've been seeing. They do that, and they're still there. Not the choppers, but the teams are still in there. But they do that. They go quiet when something happens, and you guys have seen that day and day again, where when they have, like when they spotted him on the ground, the choppers move out sometimes. So let's hope that's the case here.
Okay, Brianne sent me a picture. I'm trying to get that pulled up for you right now. That's a possible sharpshooter setup. Let me just zoom in right here.
It's like
Thank you, Brianne, for this.
Before the storm, you know, that's kind of what we're
looking here on the bridge.
Experiencing.
These are
right
police
now.
cars.
And it would be great to
parked along the road.
Start the weekend off with.
And we've got guys that look like they have possibly some long arms, long rifles
to put everybody
set
at
up on
ease
this
and
bridge, looking down the
go
road
back
here.
to their lives as usual. In this area, there's
Brianne, thank you
no
for that.
crime, very low crime, and it's usually like high school stuff or like domestics and stuff like that. It's not an escaped murderer. It's not. There are homicides here and there, but it's domestic related homicides. Road rage incidents. There was one of them that made national headlines in Chester County. So I mean, I can almost count on one hand.
Sharon, thank you so much. Welcome.
How many times I've been in Chester County for something, some kind of a story, and it wasn't much compared to other areas of the immediate surrounding areas. And especially, I've never been to one out here in Kennett or Longwood area or Pocopson or what, like I guess Westchester kind of counts sort of for one of them, but it wasn't. It's typically domestic violence or the one-off road rage homicide where the guy got an unlucky shot, and he claimed that he was aiming for somebody's tire, but he struck a young girl who just graduated high school in the head right before she was about to go to college. And that's one of the last major stories that I covered out in.
There's another view of the snipers.
Can you give me that? So I'm being told there are sharpshooters on an overpass at Longwood right now. I'm gonna put a photo up in a minute. I'll show you guys. It's gonna be on my Twitter, but I'll also give you guys a photo on here.
Yeah, they're not playing around.
It's the quiet before the storm.
Dodie, I don't know how to answer your question. I don't know.
Time and time again, so let's hope that this time it's gonna go down and they capture him. It's not the law enforcement.
JLR's battery's down. Hopefully he can get a feedback here shortly.
So
He's doing a
finding
great
out.
job. Holly, Nick cannot hear me directly. He's streaming on his phone, so he can't monitor me. A lot of people that are watching me and him are transferring messages back and forth. And so if I say, hey, can you tell Nick this? We've got you guys that are posting that to him so he can read it. And it's very quick, but it's not direct. And I appreciate you guys who are helping out that communication.
Sorry, so trying to text and keep you guys updated. And here are the images I'm referring to. Those are the sharpshooters that are on the overpass.
We're waiting for JLR's feed to come back up. I'm not showing it live yet. Hopefully it returns quickly here. Do I feel like Ryan Hall? All y'all.
One second, guys.
No. My hero. He and Weatherwatch, the two come together. I guess Ryan Hall, y'all, is like what you get when you mix Weatherwatch and me together.
So it's very quiet.
And then you magnify it by like 100.
And another school bus. So like, there's a. I'm assuming that these are. I guess we saw elementary, middle school, and high school at this point.
So yeah, we've got the Fox 29 helicopter is headed out. They're out of here. Let's see who else is around. It's an Air Med. That's nothing.
Nothing yet, guys.
Skyforce 10 is headed home. Let's check out the Reading Airport. No helicopter taking off there. We've got one state trooper parked up, or one state helicopter parked up there. This is the guy who's still hovering, standing by. He's probably got another hour, 2 hour of flight time here.
Nothing yet.
This is one of our drones.
I sent a little message in the group chat, and I said, if you see this message, fire once, so I know you're all right. But we're waiting to see if they have any updates. As of right now, I haven't seen anything. And a lot of black SUVs are apparently going toward the back of Longwood. That's not from law enforcement. That's from people that are texting me. I'll make clear if it's from law enforcement or if it's from people that are texting me.
Stovetop Sioux, we have a confirmed sighting this morning back in the treed area behind Longwood Gardens. The largest response of aerial units to date took place. We had 2 state helicopters. We've got drones in the air, 3 news choppers all in the air at the same time. And the state helicopters were very, very close to the ground. We're talking 600 feet, which is low for a helicopter. They were moving very slowly, almost hovering in place, just meticulously. Imagine mowing the lawn with a helicopter in the sky. They were making passes back and forth over this treed area, just at a very slow pace. Obviously, they're using thermal imagery, trying to see something through the trees as they peek around through there. Massive foot response as well, with officers horseback. The perimeter, everyone has moved around this as well.
So
it's just been crazy. We just haven't had word of anything that happened.
So
about
when we
30 minutes
ago,
ago,
a neighborhood where the FBI was searching, and as we were driving down this road, there was a helicopter just hovering.
About 30 minutes ago, the 2 state choppers just left. They just pulled away, and one went off and got refueled. The other's just doing this loop off here, off to the right, sort of just lazily enjoying the afternoon, not really doing anything that looks like it's specifically related to the flight pattern, when they were so carefully right here, going back and forth on the trees, just for an hour or more. And now they've left. The news cameras have left. We just have not heard word about anything yet.
A lot of networks are making a right at that stop sign, but if they're already there, that means that that's covered, so. And this guy's known to slip out of different areas. Yeah, that's what I figured. I don't think I'm missing anything at all, so.
The other chopper did just take off from the Brandywine Regional Airport. It's probably refueled and is headed back to this area. Well, let's see, this guy might be headed out to refuel. Let's see.
Yeah.
They seem to be making
for those of you guys that are texting me
bigger,
where the
bigger
media
loops.
is stationed, we're not going to go to the same spot. Like, if there's 15 cameras each facing the same direction, that's great, but we're going to find unique spots just in case.
Is Dr. G in the house?
And we've gotten pretty lucky in the past.
Dr. G!
In the past 9 days where we
Welcome.
chose another spot that wasn't covered,
Let me,
and it ended up becoming a...
Dr. G is a good friend of the program, an amazing YouTuber, a clinical psychologist. We've had him on for a couple interviews, and we need to do another for sure. It's long overdue. Heard you're under the weather. Hope you're feeling better, Dr. G. Good to have you here. It's crazy. I think we could spend some time talking to you, diagnosing us and why we're sitting here watching this and why we're so intrigued with it. But hope you're feeling better, and good luck with the video that's not getting made right now.
So that person says we can pull up right next to him, behind one. Yeah, I'm not going to challenge my law enforcement sources. That's how you lose your sources. So, again, we're sitting here waiting for something to happen, in case it doesn't, and if they end up clearing it, we'll know.
Good to hear. But we have to connect here soon.
First,
realize today's your day off.
This, you've witnessed this firsthand.
Let's let you make your videos.
We find out rather early when something is happening from the surveillance and whatnot. So
we have seen the pictures, the images, the still images of sharpshooters on the overpass at Longwood Gardens.
So
that's part of the perimeter
maybe he'll pop
that they're
out,
maintaining.
that'd be funny. And of relief.
I realize chat is a little crazy right now. Guys, we've got a big crowd here.
Almost as quiet.
I would ask you to please be respectful, treat people the way you want to be treated.
There's clouds.
We are a fun, loving community. We're like family. We can disagree with each other and still be friends at the end of the day.
They like that.
Just ask that there's no name calling and be respectful of other people, especially of the other. The other creators that are assisting us in this.
In the same
we appreciate
spot that
them
we've been for
very much. That was very generous of them to allow us to use their video.
Waiting for something to go on. We saw activity in the woods. And again, I'm getting like a lot of DMs and stuff from the locals. So the haters that pop up are fine. They're not from around here. I don't think any of them are from around here, with the exception of maybe like one out of a couple.
I'm triggered as well.
Thousand.
I think it's his hazard lights, actually.
That's
I think
cool.
it's hazard lights that we're hearing. I'm going to challenge Ryan Holyall to a live stream contest, not for viewers because he'll beat me 6 ways till Wednesday. But I will challenge him to see who can be on air the longest without a break.
Do you
I could win.
have Hong's number?
I could win. Can somebody make that happen?
If not, can you DM me real quick and like just say Rob and Cap, like capital letters, and Hong's going to send you his number.
Henrique, great question here. Do you think the police have spent more money this search when compared to the amount of years he would have spent in jail? I think this search has cost more than it will cost to keep him in jail for the rest of his life and provide all the appeals and everything else that he's afforded in our system. This search has been ridiculously expensive. And wait till we see the bills. We're going to see the bills. Those numbers are going to be released eventually because they have to be. They're paid for by public agencies, and somebody has to turn over those books at some point.
On the chat or on the live because Rob
it's going to be ridiculous.
That was directed to Rob.
350 people on the ground who are earning a reasonable salary. That's a lot. What is TRP5 doing on Flight Tracker? TRP5 is... Let's see, is this guy? Yeah. Thanks for calling that out. This is the drone headed back home. We know he's a drone. Why do you say? Because we've been watching planes and helicopters fly all week long on the radar, and this is the flight path that the drone leaves.
How many different
from point to
schools
point
are in
and
this
then makes
area?
sharp
Because that's
turns.
how many buses are going to drop kids off at the same location? Let's see. Okay, he's not dropping kids off. He's driving by.
Yeah, it's headed out of there. This drone is most likely a full-size unmanned aircraft.
No,
Think Predator, Reaper, that sort of thing, but without the missiles. A camera version of those.
Yeah, how about calm and say what's up? So, again, we're just waiting in case something happens.
JLR said he was really dizzy. Oh, man. He's been out in the heat. Hopefully that guy is... hopefully he's all right. I mean, we saw what happened with the dog earlier that was out in the heat. It gets very dangerous.
There are a lot of schools. Okay.
And he's been running and gunning, getting us all the video. Nick does have his emergency flashers on.
Hopefully it comes to an end and we don't go through the weekend again. We can all use some sleep, especially the community law enforcement.
Grizzly saying their confirmation shots were fired.
We've been here.
I want to get more on this. I appreciate the heads up. We don't. That's unconfirmed at this point.
Dropped
Unconfirmed.
everything just to come and give you guys updates on what's going on for the community, specifically for the community. And I've been trying to get some questions answered for those of you who aren't from here, that are following the manhunt and that are respectfully following it, you know, without invading the privacy of residents or criticizing the community or law enforcement. So it's not just the community, it's also some of people from around the country and the world that are like in Canada and the Netherlands and stuff in areas far, far away. Brazil has been a very... I can't text back. Whoever just texted me, you're gonna have to text Hong. Brazil, like the Brazilian networks, have been extremely kind. They're based out of New York, and they're out here too. And I've been in contact with those guys, and they're great. And it's a big story for them because the escapee is Brazilian, and he's wanted for murder out there too.
I'm looking for some sort of confirmation. I don't see anything publicly yet about shots being fired. She might have a source that's helping her there, but it has not been revealed publicly.
Can you reverse that way?
What we are going to watch right now, keep an eye on the Pennsylvania State Police, PA State Police on Facebook page. Look if they have any updates specifically about a press conference. That would be very telling because there wasn't one scheduled right now, and they might announce one. Also keep an eye on the Chester County District Attorney's Facebook page, because they've been the venue that's been airing a lot of those press conferences, and if information does get released at this point,
I'm asking somebody to send me a picture of what they see now. Look at this maneuver.
JLR is back.
Look at this maneuver that this helicopter is doing. He's out of our sight now. So he went around that tree and he's out of our sight, line of sight.
You guys, I'm not seeing JLR's feedback up.
I'm
not seeing
a local who's nearby to send me a photograph of what he sees in case it's a better vantage point. And if it is, we're going to go backwards. It's not too far. It's like about a few hundred yards.
Kelly, give me their number. I'll make a call. We can fix it. But you might not have work when I'm done with the call. I'm not sure if you want that outcome or not. We do have an item of merchandise that we sell on the channel because this is all I do to make money. How I pay for my living with my family. We do sell merchandise on this channel, and one of the items is a prison escape hoodie that works very well for a Halloween costume. On the front it says, "This is my prison escape hoodie." On the back it says Recovery Addict and has our courthouses, our channel icons.
I think everybody wants to...
and thank you, Samantha Terry, for putting that link in chat there.
Have a cold one after this is
Hope
done.
you guys enjoy it. It's a fun one.
So here he is again. Look at that maneuver.
Thank you, Daisy Love. Appreciate the kind words. It's always important to remember that. Who is the bottom left feed? Bottom left feed, this is actually a map, a dynamic map that Sean and Andrew have been making for us, and they're here in chat occasionally. They might be popping up and say something. But they've been tracking every single event that occurred since this chase began, and mapping it on a Google page that just helps us visualize what's happening as far as the search areas, as far as where the police are, the different calls that have come in, as far as suspicious sightings, things like that. And it's been extremely useful.
And then I'll tell you what I'm going to find out. But there's no update yet. They're still in the woods. They're ready to go. They're moving like they've been pushing. It's a very large wooded area, so it takes time.
They ship from the UK as well. We ship from the US and from the UK, Sarah. So it should be reasonable for you.
The breeze is coming.
Unfortunately, we don't have a shipper in Canada
yet. It should start
yet.
raining soon.
We're waiting. We're watching for JLR to get his feedback up. I know he's been putting in some serious work, and hopefully he can get that back up here shortly. And also, if there are any locals that are by JLR, can you just make sure he's got a little bit of water? The guy's out in the heat.
Now, I don't hear them playing the mother's message. Maybe they're playing it like we didn't hear it the first time they played it, and we were rather close. We heard it once live while we were filming. But I haven't heard it since that first time.
Yes, my girl.
He
has his hazards on as he's pulled off to the side of the road for safety as traffic is going by right next to him.
I want to say at this point, guys, I'm like losing track. The state police said there were 8 sightings yesterday at the press conference, and that wasn't including the other one on surveillance. So that's 9. Send that over to them and see if that's true. That looks like another rumor's going around about shots being fired. I'm about to.
Yeah, we have not got any confirmation on that.
That's true.
And I'm hearing that
of right now, it's a rumor.
Other people who are watching Grizzly say she didn't say that.
Trying to ease the spread.
So we'll see.
Of rumors, because there's lives at risk in a situation like this. Lives of law enforcement, lives of civilians, I mean the general public. So it's important not to spread and fuel misinformation.
100%.
Clarify on that and say, is this true? Okay.
Okay, we're gonna see. There might have been.
Cut the H in Chad's for it.
There might have been something here on the scanner that we want to listen to. Give us just 1 second. 3 minutes ago.
Unit 33, Tom 86. Just received an accident. UPS store. Front parking lot at the Heritage Center.
Well, now I'm not having the transport 20. You can clear that medical.
Send that down to me. And just hold this start assignment, please.
1215, send me that.
Unit 3845, copy your stop, 1400 block of Brook Street.
3845, I'm fine.
I'm not seeing this.
Unit 33, Tom 86. Just received an accident. UPS store. Front parking lot.
I'm not seeing the call on the scanner at all about another sighting. I think that might be more misinformation.
Unit 2842 status.
And say, let us know if you see anything.
Chopper's back.
Copy.
Back.
941 call 62, check their MDC for lockout.
Call 60, copy.
Hi, Adam 1.
Years, and I think they would know by now that we're not. I remember that. You're far enough off the road. Yeah. Okay.
See if I can get this fixed right. Give me just 1 second here, guys.
Unit 65, Adam 1. Media is coming up at that intersection, and do not let them through.
Don't let the media in. Trying to make this a little bit easier to read for you.
Okay, they were here before we arrived. We'll stop anybody else.
Six-zero, call 10.
Unit 60, call 10.
There we go.
3 call 10. Can I get fire police and head out for a tree?
Oh, I hear either sounds like a helicopter or a plane. Or both.
Unit 3, call 10.
2.3 cars before.
I'm waiting for it to get in our line of sight.
Copy.
It's above the clouds.
Unit 60, call 10. Copy. Where do you want fire police to respond after?
And yeah, guys, let's hope that this guy does pop out. Since there's no police presence per se right here, it's not a far-fetched theory that he can crawl into the corn like you guys saw yesterday, how we got down on the ground in the corn. It's not far-fetched. And here's a photo of how police are literally stationed around. So we'll find out.
You know, once it's 12:30.
They got you one.
Copy.
What I really appreciate about Nick is that he knows where all the news are, and he knows where he could get a image that looks really cool, and he's willing to take a chance and follow things on his own and say, I want to get something different and more information. He's doing a great job. David Vincent, thank you very much. Appreciate the super sticker. Dr. G says, I cannot overstate how dangerous he would be on day 9. Overtime stress, exhaustion, and the constant fear of capture can lead to erratic or increasingly desperate behavior. This guy escaped the long arm of the law once previously in Pennsylvania, and got all the way to Virginia before, and that was after he committed murder in Pennsylvania, and they dragged him back up there and tried him for that. That's where he was in prison, as a matter of fact. The jury found him guilty after 20 minutes of deliberation and sentenced him to life in prison. And he was basically in a holding prison before being moved to this long-term prison, and that's where he escaped from.
I don't see it. So it's in the clouds. And it looks like the clouds kind of cleared up a little bit. So I'm wondering if the rain... And shots were not fired, guys. That's a rumor.
Agreed. I think what happened is somebody saw the picture of the snipers
fired, so that's a rumor.
and just assumed something.
Okay, one.
Yes, he's also wanted for murder in Brazil.
Copy.
He shot someone that owed him some money, I believe in the town hall, town center, out in public.
I can't even see this guy. Oh, okay, he's right above us. Give me a second. See if he moves up a little bit, but he's hovering over top.
Do you know what address is correct?
It's hard to give you guys an angle.
Yeah, that's a brown.
Give me a minute without losing service.
WeatherWatch did tell us that the storms in the area are the reason why a lot of the helicopters left. Thank you very much, Aunt Candy and WeatherWatch, for that update. Is there any knowledge whether this inmate has had employment in the U.S.? I'm not familiar with that. I believe his status was as of the questionable nature. Vicky, are you talking about... Let's see, your helicopter showing further along that path.
It
just depends when the app updates. I'm not sure if we all are exactly simultaneous.
Messages and DMs. We're looking through DMs in case any residents are texting us that are nearby.
Hopefully, I have everything attached.
Messaging us. Sorry.
Do you mind faxing the warrant to Chester County Prison?
I had a question about the map here, and while I do that, let me go ahead and refresh and see what else we have as far as
this area is certainly becoming.
Also, I copy.
It's been a point of interest.
So,
it's the perimeter bounces back and forth, almost as much as he evades them back and forth.
Let me show you this map here really quickly.
So let's hope that this comes to an end once and for all. And you guys can see there's...
For those that are curious, this star right up here at the top, this is the prison he escaped from. And then the first day, he moved right down into here, into this area. That was the perimeter. The second day... or the third day, and this is sort of stretches on. He moves down over here, then he moved over here, and then up here, and then over here, and then it's just the areas have fluctuated and moved. Where we're at right now is within many of the areas. This is the garden right here.
Unit 3055, 101 Elmwood Drive, 101 Elmwood. Fire department's being dispatched out for a fire alarm.
Copy.
Hang on. Let's see what's happening here.
Not 100% sure, but I just tweeted a photo that I showed you guys of an officer kind of like kneeling by the cornfield that we were at yesterday, the one that we went through. That's where that exactly is at. It's right in that vicinity, in front of the corn that we took you guys into.
Yeah, 6010. Unit 17443. West Pottsboro just called. They're requesting if you could stop back out. They need a
I should hop on the back with him.
You can advise them to the driveway.
I don't know if he knows if there's like maybe
11
he's.
Newark Road.
For all we know, this guy could be like an undercover of some sort, but I doubt it. I mean, I don't know, but he's going directly like toward the search area or in its like general vicinity.
Spicy farmer.
Screenshot that and send it to the group chat. So whenever we get like a tip from residents, we screenshot it and we send it to like a group chat with some law enforcement to see if it's true and what's going on, if it is. But you guys can see everybody's remaining vigilant. No shots are fired, guys. Again, that's a rumor. He might have so he might be in a construction site just outside of the perimeter. That's what I'm being told. He might
Terry,
be in a
we don't know.
construction
We're waiting
site
for an
just
update right now.
outside of the perimeter.
Christy, if that farmer owns that land, the police have limited ability to get him to leave, especially if they're not actively doing something in that area.
Yeah, so I'm hearing that he might have broken the perimeter and he might be at a construction site just outside of it. Well, that's what authorities are looking at right now. They're heading, like, they're there. So that's the latest on this sighting. They're looking through a construction site immediately kind of outside of the perimeter.
The only construction site we have there is on Conservatory Road. It is part of the garden facility. It's being built here. That's the only construction site I can see. Now this image might not be up to date. There might be something else along this road that we can't see. This is an older image. But if that's true and this dude got away, we might as well just give him the gold medal for escapism. The dude's accomplished it. I'm not ignoring anybody. Unique detail. I'm just trying to keep the comments that are most applicable to what we're here watching. We're trying to focus on those. Yeah, and here we have the weekend coming. No scheduled news conference.
So yeah, guys, the suspect might have broken the perimeter, but not by far, and might be on a construction site nearby, just outside of the perimeter. Sorry. Something just came in. So yeah, there's a possibility that he did breach it and go into a construction site, which is being searched.
If this is true, this dude is a weasel. Modern Harry Houdini. It's almost 5 o'clock. We've got sunset in 2 hours, or basically 2.5 hours. The horse is in the same location. I don't know. We don't have a live feed from any of the news stations. The choppers are not overhead. Fox 29 showed us some horses previously. I don't know if they're there now. Eddie, I think they're talking about the same construction site. That's this one that I'm showing you here on the map, right here. So this is, if we zoom out just a little bit, we'll get rid of, let's see, we'll keep that helicopter on there. This is the garden right here. This is the Longwood Gardens. This has sort of been a major focal point several times during the manhunt, and they've seen him here. They searched these trees heavily, and they think he's escaped the trees and think he might be in a construction site. Well, here's a huge construction site that's going on right there. You can see all sorts of equipment. It's pretty good size. There are probably a billion places to hide, especially among all the pipes and hardware and everything else. It's all over the place. So that might be where they're looking. I don't know of any other construction site that they would have to search for more than just a couple minutes.
He possibly breached the perimeter and entered a construction site. That's a possibility. Law enforcement is checking it out.
Second helicopters in
law enforcement, so
in the area now.
The construction site is immediately outside. It's a conservatory road where this possible sighting was, or conservation road, or conservatory. I'm sorry.
This is Conservatory Road right here with the construction site. Thank you, Heidi, for the kind words. Appreciate that.
So, guys, I'm hearing that the visual... So, the sighting was from law enforcement. It was a law enforcement sighting.
Only the second law enforcement sighting we've heard about officially.
Unit 4744. Unit 4744, disregard.
Simply read, one in Brazil and one here in PA. His ex-girlfriend brutally stabbed her 30 plus 38 times in front of her children.
Anxiously.
Mushroom Festival, I believe starts tomorrow. Good to hear that JLR's all right. Charging his phone. He should be back here shortly. Carrie, like the movie says, this is from PA State Trooper that pulled me over a couple hours ago north of Pittsburgh. Saw my iPad screen streaming you. Is also a fan.
It is Friday, so in 5 o'clock.
Carrie, I'm sorry you got pulled over. Hopefully that common connection you had with the trooper might have got you off with just a warning, maybe. But thank you very much.
Nothing much.
Somebody's pulling over to talk to him a little bit.
You know, 17443.
Show him this. Tell him you're going to come up to him. But let me just add him.
443.
A resident came up, but we're just going to... I'm trying to find out some updates. Tell him. Hop out. Open him.
You know, 17443, just advising. We have 7 total traffic hazards for trees in the road. Different location.
Copy, I'll be clearing here soon.
Copy.
7 trees in the road. Let's see. Just make a good movie. Only if we have a good ending to it. Right now, it's been like episode 16, and it's just stretching on with the same story over and over. Okay, it looks like we lost Nick's feed there just for a minute. Let's see if we can get him back.
Unit 3845.
3845.
Operator route to the well-being check. 420 London Drive. 420 London Drive. Apartment number 2 well-being check. On a Byron farmer due to his alcoholism. He is 65 years old, a cancer patient, and has been not accepting treatment. Also unhealthy living conditions. The caller is the VA. 17, and when your clarified apartment is going out to 1092 East Schuylkill Road, 1092 East Schuylkill, for a branch laying on wires and smoke and smart. Unit 1 call 43, just advising we have 7 total traffic hazards for
3845, okay.
Copy, you can clear me, I guess. Send me that one first.
copy. You have 47 call 4 status.
47 call 4, my status will be fine.
47 call 4, okay.
Nick's feed is down right now. We're trying to get it back up. And there it is. Sort of. We see he has a charger. That's about it. The signal's really bad right now. Scanner's pretty quiet. Not a lot happening there. We do have 2 police helicopters in the air. This one right here has been drawing the pretty pictures for us. The other one just barely arrived back from the refueling. He's just done a couple little loops here. Just showed up. But they're back in the area. And not really in a specific area. So, you're saying that Nick tweeted something that his Fed saw him on the construction site. Let's see. This is the construction site we've been showing you right here. Right there, the very same one. Nick's still struggling with the connection. Fox said he's on a construction site. Fox has a crew. They're doing a live hit from the ground. Let's see if we can hear anything from that. Oh, nope, they just cut off. They're done. JLR is not up. He's still charging his batteries. This is all we've got right now, guys. Just 2 choppers in the air. And a very quiet police scanner. Let's go back and listen to this one from 447.
We have those seen at 6171. Present location was running southwest towards a construction site.
6145.
So, running southwest towards a construction site.
6171. Present location was running southwest towards a construction site.
And that
6-1-50 over.
that particular audio comes from patch 65151 on the Chester County Emergency Services trunked system, which has been used exclusively for tracking this manhunt. So let's see what else we have from the scene.
Sam 40. What is that with it? Gordon Urban, 61. You copy?
Paul? Command goes to last 6-1 unit. I copied, but the transmission didn't come through clearly.
Apologies, I thought someone was calling.
Negative.
Gordon Urban, I'm just checking a good channel. You got me all right?
Unit 4744.
Command goes, copy that radio.
Unit 4744.
My apologies. 200 block of the highway. That's this one.
Copy.
Got Nick back.
I'm working to find out about that campsite. Right now it's a rumor. It's not confirmed. But it's circulating rather quickly. Just like the one where shots were being fired. That circulated very quickly. And it was that was a rumor. And it's important to stop misinformation. Maybe some residents like hear something fall and they think that it's a gunshot. I don't think that came from a resident. I think that was from somebody else. Sorry, I just got a text. Looks like it's somebody that's farther. So I confirmed the sighting today was from the FBI. It wasn't a resident. So the FBI spotted Cavalcante, which is why the reaction here was so fast. I'm going to put that in the comments.
Can you also
waiting to find out about any potential campsite.
It's going to be poll number 584.
Copy.
So that must be frustrating for the FBI to have eyes on the prize and then lose it.
This guy is. But again, there was a confirmed sighting.
AB801, thank you very much.
Agents. So the chances are getting a lot better that he'll be captured today. I mean, we have every branch of the government out here, from Homeland Security to Customs and Border Control to the FBI, U.S. Marshals, State Police, and a lot of others. And again, that might be a rumor that they lost him. Right now, I haven't heard anything about him being, of them losing him. So what we know is that Cavalcante was spotted by the FBI or federal agents. It was the FBI earlier when we tweeted that update, and it was nearby a construction site in the area. And there was no campsite. That's a rumor too. So guys, just look how quick these rumors are flying. They're going everywhere, and you can feel free, Honk, to show him the group chat. So we're sharing information with members of the community and like that pass us in person more so than we are sharing some of these details on the stream, because I'm not going to broadcast to the world what's going on specifically, but these guys live in these backyards. It's their backyards, you know, so they really want to know, are they safe? What's the latest? And I've been giving you guys at least the important information, like sightings or debunking rumors and stuff like that. Obviously, if he's captured, we're going to hear about it right away. Or if they shoot, we'll hear about it, or we'll hear the shots. But a lot of information just can't be shared for obvious reasons. It's a manhunt, and the purpose of a manhunt is to limit the amount of information, and I believe that we've been doing pretty well at filtering out information that we're providing. Information for public safety we've been providing, but other than that, we've been very thorough on making sure we're not giving out too much, and just enough to keep the residents at ease about what's going on here and in their backyards here at home. They deserve to know. They have children here. They have parents here that are elderly. They live here. and they're the ones that need the answers first, not the world. But anyway, we're waiting for some more information about
Unit 3, Baltimore,
what's going on, the activity.
Unit 3, Stand 1.
Right now, they're focused on a construction site just outside of the perimeter, and this is the first time we've seen activity during
Unit 3,
the
Stand
day
133,
like this.
Sport,
Typically, we see the activity at night
Sport
and
for
not
property damage accident.
in broad daylight.
The callers Gray, Hyundai, along reverse 3 mailboxes, now blocking.
I don't think they're still looking at this construction site. I think that information has
We're waiting for some
expired a little bit.
updates, but there really are none. I gave you guys the
We'll turn Nick off just for a second so we can talk. How did the FBI not get him? Just because the FBI spotted him does not mean there was FBI individual like eyeballs to eyeballs looking at the suspect. It might have been through a drone, and then they tried to relay the information, and by the time people got there, they lost him. Let's see. DBH PHL. Dub hole Phil. I don't know how to say that. DBH PHL. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Appreciate you joining as a member. Look at this. Arbauer 25. Seeing how rumors are flying. Let's add one. He's held up in my house. Just kidding, of course. But love you all, chat, and you're amazing, brother. Thank you very much. One of the locals there coming in, sharing, and a very generous supporter as well. Thank you, Arbauer.
3, 4, 5.
Appreciate that. Dogs do work in the situation, but they have not been very effective for some reason. We don't know why. Maybe it's just really, really rough for them to get through the undergrowth. Okay.
Dispatch BLS to our location for a 65-year-old male with a laceration to his foot.
Copy.
That day. And remember, I mean, you've got a community here that's they paused their lives essentially. You've got kids that want to play. You've got families that want to go out. You've got people that had to cancel plans for the holiday weekend, and it's a shame. You know, it's not just it's affecting them personally, and obviously an escaped murderer is something very important. So it's understandable why they're remaining vigilant and not going out. And they want to make sure that their families are safe, their kids are safe. People aren't used to crime in this area, and they're not used to them. I mean, I don't think anywhere in the United States you're really used to a convicted murderer breaking loose from a minimum security jail where they shouldn't really go. Perhaps they should start considering, if somebody's accused of murder, to have them held in a state facility, you know, because that's where they're going to end up if they're convicted. And the conviction rate is rather high for murder. It's not impossible
like
to be falsely accused of murder. It happens and people are exonerated, but a vast majority of those who are accused of murder are convicted. The ratio is overwhelming. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head.
I think it's 75 to 80%.
There's a very low wrongful conviction rate compared to actual murderers who are a threat to society and need to be put away, and put away for good.
Thank you, ICU.
In a
Savas Gun, 5 more memberships. Thank you very much.
A facility
Appreciate your
that can handle it.
generosity.
And Chester County Jail isn't a minimum security. I'm told it could house maximum security offenders, but those offenders shouldn't be able to be in the yard with people that have a DUI, with people that are there for a domestic, with people that are there for a drug possession or drug sales. They shouldn't be able to interact with those people, and they shouldn't be in the mix. Exactly, and that's the thing. So they shouldn't be able to go to the yard, especially not in their. They should, if they do go to the yard, it should be with people of their own classification. If you're in like a red prison outfit, there is you should have yard time with others in red, and they should have to wear that color to the yard. You know,
there was a sighting by the mushroom company.
Distinguish who's who, and the guard tower can understand, okay, we have a violent offender on the yard, let's keep our eyes peeled because he might be a threat to other inmates, or he might make a run for it, and it's stuff like that, you know. So it's bizarre that they let really what I would call a monster out to the yard with other inmates who are there for very short periods of time. Some people are there for a day, a week, a month, a few months, but not several years. I mean, no more than, I don't believe they would be there for more than 2 years. So those kind of guys need to be on a tighter leash. They need to
He'd been in that prison less than 30
more heavily
days.
monitored
Less
and
than
stay
30.
around people with the same classification.
Heather, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you so much.
Okay, but tell them not to say anything. And okay, so again, it's unusual that they would let somebody do something like that. That is so dangerous that he would be out in a yard with other inmates.
Neighbors are standing
in
around and they're
regular,
getting frustrated. You can tell.
It looks like commissary clothing. He had the white tee. I'm sure maybe those are issued by the jail, but like shorts and sweatpants and sneakers, those are things that he would have to purchase. But he should have to wear that red color at the very least if he's going to be in the yard. And I don't know of any other jails that would let a murderer in the yard, except state prisons, obviously. They're safer. But I don't know any county jails that would just let prisoners or people that face a life sentence go to the yard and interact with others who are there for such short periods of time. Now, at the state prison, that's a whole different story. That's its own breed, a state prison, and they're more secure.
Why do we just get an alert for a plane in Edinburgh?
They're more heavily guarded. They're more alert.
Does anybody know why
the
this
state
is?
prisons are an entirely different breed of people. Those guys undergo major training. County jails don't have that much training. And again, guys, these teams, let me get off topic real quick and go back to the search. They're still in the woods. They do not have him right now. They're in the woods. That's all I can say. That agents of all levels of government are in the woods still, closing in. So these are some massive woods. So for them to close in, it's not going to take 15, 20, 30 minutes, an hour. It's going to take a good amount of time. And they are moving in heavily in there, and they're stationed. It's not like when they move in here and there, some of them they stay stationary in case Cavalcante pops out after they pass by, you know. So they're in there, and there's a heavy presence in there. And now you can see that the helicopters are essentially gone, with the exception of the state police one coming now and then. But keep in mind, there are drones deployed. There are other things that have eyes.
Hey, Joe, you definitely can have an opinion. We just ask that you don't knock other creators on here. We think people are trying. They're doing a great job. We appreciate both JLR and Nick for what they're offering to us, and appreciate that. Thank you very much for sharing it respectfully. KT gifted a membership. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if I'm tired or if I'm just astounded that we still don't have him captured right now. I can't believe it came to this. We were so close. They had eyes on him. They knew where he was, and nothing.
And successfully, they've captured them, especially with the Pennsylvania State Police, and then you have marshals, the FBI, Homeland Security. It's almost an embarrassment, not to just the county or the state or any local officials, for the country, when you have federal resources here. So they're doing what they can, and they want to bring this to an end.
Marissa,
thank
thank you.
Of it just as much as the
Thank you so
community
much.
is, and they want to put this guy
Welcome.
either behind bars or 6 feet under. And those are the two options that he has. It's really no in between. If he manages to finesse himself in and out, which he has, he's gotten like we just said earlier, he apparently got out of the perimeter again, but not by far. He's essentially spitting distance from the perimeter where he breached, you know. So he does manage to get around, and he might have been underestimated at the beginning, but that's since changed. They now understand what they're dealing with, and it's not your average escapee. It's a guy that's very good at hiding. He came from Brazil, which is like the rainforest area, the Amazonian. And don't apologize, you're fine. And this guy...
well, Nick's talking about that. Yes, the warrant that has been issued for his arrest is a federal warrant, and there is authority to shoot on sight if needed. So police already have sort of that authority granted to them in the right situation, and if they have to, they'll shoot him. They want to take him in custody without shooting him. At this point, it seems unlikely because how sneaky he is, like a little slippery little eel. He's very driven to not go to prison. Chile gifted a membership. Thank you so much.
Copy.
Alicia, thanks for being here. I wish we had a conclusion. I wish you could wrap up this and say we look forward to being in court next week and following the court case like we normally do. But here we are, still day 9 with nothing. We'll see. I don't know if we're going to be doing this tomorrow or not. We might have to. Joe, timed out for expression and opinion. Forget this. As long as there wasn't a name called, that might have been an accident. I apologize. I didn't see the timeout happening, Joe. I did read your last message as well, and thanked you for it. But I appreciate it. See, I'm not shocked he got through. No need to brag about the tools and the toys they brought in. Beach life, please. Yes, that was a little weird. The show and tell they had this morning where they're just like, oh, by the way, check out all our cool toys and here, walk through our command center and let me show you all the ways we have not caught him. When at the same time the residents in the area have been saying, please give us some information. What's going on? Are we in danger? What's the plan? What's going to happen next? And we've heard nothing. And the only thing they've done is canceled the press conference for today. Carol, no, the search will not stop at dark. They are continuing at night as well. See, Reload says thousands. All right, we should have thousands of people in that area, not hundreds, thousands. PA has 18,500 National Guards. Agree or disagree?
Can you have our police head out to South Hanover Street and Route 100?
Yeah.
Large tree on the roadway. They're going to need to shut down that section of South Hanover.
Love all these trees falling down. That's crazy. I would say there's a point when there's too many Indians, or too many chiefs and too many Indians. There's a point where just the danger of crossfire makes it impossible to use the tools you have because of how many people are there. Yes, it would, mathematically, if you had one person every square foot in that area, we would find him because we'd be standing on him. But it just doesn't work out that way, I don't think. I think they've probably got a good number, but they need to do better here on the response. They need to get better information. They need to move in faster. I think there will be some lessons learned on this, and maybe on the tabletop discussion about this after the fact. Let's see what Nick's talking about here.
What they were saying yesterday, and it was probably because I was half asleep while they were talking. It's been a rough 9 days for everybody. So there is a helicopter somewhere.
Beautiful Messy Ball, we are asking that you don't throw shade at some of the people that are helping us right now. We'd appreciate that. I'm not here to judge anyone's past. I'm definitely not the right person to do that. so thank you for just being generous to those who are helping us here on this feed today.
Other news vans, I guess, they kind of come to see if they can get an interview with any of the neighbors. But at a time like this, I mean, a lot of neighbors don't want to be televised. They don't want to be put out there for the world to see. They are obviously scared. They are obviously annoyed. They are obviously irritated with what's going on. Yeah. And that's a fact, And a lot of these people don't want to be on national television speaking. Every resident that we went to, and they gave us their permission to film on their yard, we didn't film their homes, and you guys saw that. We weren't filming any personal information. So yeah, the DuPont family did build the gardens. but it's a nonprofit. But again, residents here want their lives to go back to normal. They're not used to this becoming a spectacle for the world to watch.
Yeah, nobody wants
especially
this.
in their own backyard, and they're not the kind of community that wants to get publicity out of this, especially this kind of publicity. It's not something good, but it's not their fault either. It's something that happened, and now that it happened, they have to capture the guy, and that's really the only absolution for them. Is once they get this guy, dead or alive, that's when it'll be that's when they'll get some closure, you know. But you guys can see, and I want to make sure you guys aren't overhearing conversations, because those are a little bit more private. So again, we're at the scene where there's activity in the woods and at a nearby construction site not too far from here. It's actually not far at all. And
yes,
there's a police presence
Head to the
at
Mushroom
the
Festival
cornfield we were at yesterday going through. And we showed you guys how easy it is for him to lay low. However, if there's somebody standing there, they'll notice unless he's very, very quiet. And there's still snipers that are positioned on overpasses in this immediate area by Longwood. Sorry, I have the hiccups. By Longwood Gardens. Sharpshooters that are still there. And you guys have seen this
JLR is
firsthand,
not back up. I just
over
checked.
and over again. Every
Sorry.
time it looks quiet, it's actually very busy. And then when it looks loud,
Lisa, is it Lisa
it's
Johnson?
iffy, you know?
Thank you
It's
very much.
almost as
Welcome
if
to the
they're
gallery.
throwing them off a little bit.
And Blackbird
But
Speaks.
we've only
Been watching
heard
for days and
police
hours with you and wanted to ask, is there
on
anything other than ice cream
3
sandwiches I should be
occasions.
feeding the kids for
2 of them
dinner?
were,
No, you're
sightings.
good,
Sirens
Blackbird Speaks.
shut off once they got
You're good.
closer. You can hear them way off in the distance, and then about 5 minutes later or so, maybe a little bit shorter than that, that's when they showed up with their sirens off. And the other time was when troopers were driving down Lenape in Parkersville, and the trooper that was stationed there, he wasn't visible, so he was in the car and they didn't see him, so they wailed the siren just for to make sure the trooper was okay and that he was there and not hurt in any way. So again, like last night, we saw 24 at least police cars, troopers flying towards Longwood Gardens while we were at the cornfield, and other residents are counting upwards of 50. So that was in response to him
Thank you
being
for the
in
super
the
chat.
area as of Wednesday night when they captured him on surveillance. And Trooper Grumpy it turned out to be the one that
17443. Notify Verizon. Address is 234 River. Their
told all the
utility
media
line
that we have to go, and we did. And he was rather angry. The guy's a very angry man. I thought it was just a one-off day for him, but it turns out to be, I think that's his personality. He's a little grumpy. So that's fine.
It's not his off day. That's just him.
But we're waiting for anything to pop off, and the only updates I have are what I've shared with you guys, that they are stationed. They're going through the woods in every direction, and they're ready to fire if need be. They're sharpshooters. The perimeter keeps expanding, then closing, and then expanding, and then closing. And he does not have a firearm, so that's not a thing. If he did, they would know. So the homes that he was burglarizing and in that area, those individuals have their guns registered. They're not like straw purchased firearms. So they're going to report their guns stolen. And he hasn't left this area. You know, he hasn't gotten far from this area. We're not too far from the prison. And he's managed to stay within the area but slip out of the perimeter several times. I think so far maybe 3 So it was once today, again yesterday, the night before that when he was spotted at Longwood from the surveillance the next day. So while they were set up at another location, he returned to Longwood Gardens. When they were at Water Glen, he went to Longwood. When they went to Longwood, he went to another area. So he's managed to kind of hop from perimeter to perimeter. This time he didn't get too far off from the perimeter. Spitting distance is what I was told. So it's not like he made it too far out. And they're already onto him, so they know that he got out of the perimeter, and they're not wasting their time anymore. These guys have an immense amount of support from all levels of government. And I mean, we're talking about teams that are flying in, and you've got.
I'm going to turn Nick down for a bit and turn the scanner up for just a second. This is super frustrating. It's like he's able to move at will anywhere he wants, and no perimeter has been able to hold him yet. I mean, we've got him literally pinned down to the trees. We've got a helicopter parked on top of him. FBI seen him, have seen him visual, confirmed he's there. All the resources rushed to the area, and we walk through and cannot find him, and he's gone. I mean, I don't know if this guy has a ghillie suit that is just incredible, and he's able to just lay down and people can walk over him and not see him. Clearly, a dog would find him, but are we sure he can't teleport or shapeshift? There's a chance. You're saying there's a chance. Longwood is a non-profit, still private property, though, right? Is it non-profit or not-for-profit?
740.
740.
Dakota, I'm not sure. We don't know exactly how thoroughly they went through those trees.
22, at 116 Walnut Street with an injured person.
Copy, any response?
Do you think he just took to the trees and zips up to the top? Then nobody can find him? Going all Tarzan up between the branches? Lady in Gray, they have not told us. They haven't They haven't answered that question directly. If whether he's got family members that are helping.
Negative. They don't need a response.
Let me see if I can limit some of these chatter. I'm going to take.
Copy, clear, nothing.
No, I need those guys in here.
Copy that.
Yeah, I need all these guys. We can't cut them out, sorry. We know there was some gang
and like
connections.
You just said, he's been spotted in the trees. That's what's weird. And this guy could be compared to Tarzan, you know? It's almost like he's mocking them, looking down as they're walking by. And that was just once that happened. And it was within the 8-day period. So within the first 8 days. So it would have been, it wasn't yesterday. So really within the first week is when they saw him in the trees. And I'm thinking it was actually within the first couple of days that happened. It was either by a helicopter or a drone. That's I'm not sure. But that just shows you that this guy is able. I mean, you saw how he climbed out of how he scaled his way out of the prison. So climbing a tree when you're running from police who are trying to take you in isn't unrealistic. You know, this guy has a crazy amount of adrenaline that's going to run every time he sees choppers, every time he hears something, or if he sees lights or hears stuff in the woods, he's gonna.
Got a police minivan here.
You know.
You're not the cool officer if you have to drive the police minivan.
So yeah, guys, no updates yet, except it's a very active scene. Although it doesn't look like it, it's very active in there. And not just in there, also at the construction site. So now they have the resources to respond to these sightings in force.
There's the water boy too.
To like, they can likely
police
go to
water
4
boy
or 5
minivan.
sightings with the same amount of force that they can do. You know, at first they weren't able to do that. So
They
now
are
that's
using thermal
obviously
imagery,
changed,
yes.
and they're making it more of a
You don't want big phone ID, NBC check for an animal complaint.
So we're making sure that I don't want people to be overheard, just because they're having conversations that may or may not be related to this. But anyway.
Jared Grubb says, I run that stop
That's really
sign
what we know,
every
guys.
morning at
I don't know what
5:30
to
in the
say.
morning.
I don't want to keep repeating myself.
Jared, this
you
is
guys
your
have been on
neighborhood.
here since the beginning, so you know what we've seen for the most part. I wish the comments
We are still
worked
doing the
so I
podcast
can
tonight. It will start
answer some
at 8
questions,
o'clock tonight on this channel.
But
We might
they're
just
not working.
make sure we're monitoring a little bit
And I do
if
have a
something's
support ticket
happening.
in.
But
Hopefully,
usually,
by the time they
usually
get
something
that
goes down
support
during the
ticket,
podcast.
this
So that might be
manhunt
it.
be dead and gone. It's over with by then, but maybe not.
Can I have one from our uncle too?
Heather, I think that was probably officials
A lot of people's aren't.
because they were using flashing red and blues, which usually are limited to sworn officers, police officers.
Yeah, right. It would be a.
See, check out
in its
Piper.
first month by the time they fix the problem.
841
Because I think what they're doing is they see the amount of new users that have signed up for Twitter just for this stream. So I guess they're trying to monetize off of that. And don't pay for that Twitter Blue just so you can comment. If you're local, I'm trying my best to get back to most of you guys, but there are thousands of you that are DMing me. So it's like when I get hongs going through them through the day, we're trying to keep in contact with law enforcement on literally a 24-hour rotation to see what's going on. And the little free time that I do have, which is usually, I can't read that text. I'm gonna have to ask Hong to check the phone.
You did great. I
Give me
want
a
to see the
second,
travel
but,
time for playing.
Yeah, give me a second. I gotta make sure it's nothing.
Okay, this plane flying over, it's a weird design. Don't think it's part of the search.
What? Let me see your phone. What just came in?
It's a private owner.
Don't say it, but just in case.
See if we have an update here. Longwood is non-profit. The difference between a non-profit and a not-for-profit is one of them, they cannot turn a profit.
It's just
and the other one
unrelated.
is
okay.
They don't intend to turn a profit, but they might.
Here,
Vicky Horton.
17-1243.
Vicky Horton, I'll butcher this, but Yakarika Snakenorsk. Nearly midnight here, but cannot stop watching. Vicky, good to have you here. We've got family that's Norwegian. From Larvik, just outside of Oslo. And I've even been there, Vicky. I've been there. I've fished in the fjords.
I realize you're busy.
Welcome. Good to have you here,
From
Vicky.
Fireboard, there was a fire personnel, unknown company, advising that 10 knot would be needed for South Hanover and Route 100. Your pleasure.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind sending them. That's my big concern right now. Traffic's backed up both ways.
Funny.
You know, once it's
And there he goes
12:30.
again into the cornfield. So we saw this yesterday, which is kind of funny. So we
road
did
crew
this
heading out.
yesterday where he went in and he popped out. He went in and he popped out. Now this is a much, the corn here is a much less, it's not as tall. The infamous cornfield guy. So it's not as heavy. But you can see I can't, if I go out there, the service is going to drop. So I'm not going to do that. I'm connected to the Wi-Fi in the truck. I don't want to lose you guys. But I guess I can probably try to go and see. Let me know if the service gets bad. Tell me to turn back. I'll do that. Okay.
Okay,
So,
turn back.
let
The
me know.
service is bad. I'm just saying.
Who's able to comment real quick so you guys can confirm, so that I have somebody that's gonna comment if it goes bad.
I literally paid for the blue check
there
mark
it is.
just so I could comment, and Twitter has not given me my blue check mark yet. I guess they take forever.
That's the community, literally. I mean, they're trying to have some humor out of this, and you have to have a little bit of humor.
Don't do that.
Given the
Don't
amount
do
of
that.
stress over the past 9 days, it's becoming kind of comical. I put up a map earlier that one of my friends drew. One of my friends that's actually trolling another one of my friends that's involved in the search. He sent him the map, and he said, "Here, I'll help you guys find him." And he hand drew a map that says search area, and then he said feds, and he pointed outside of the map. So then he did another one, and he put perimeter, and then he put Cavalcante outside of it, and he says, "Here, this is going to help you guys navigate." And it's one of our friends from high school who's talking, and it's funny that he sends that map to troll. But again, the community has to have a little bit of humor to get a little laughter out of it. But I can try walking. So hold on, guys. Hong. Show them that text and see how far that is. The only one. The group chat. Show them the group chat. How far is that? So there's a possible sighting. There's a possible sighting right by, actually, I think we're on the road. I think we're on the road of the sighting. Give me a second. I'm trying to confirm with the residents right here. Where's that at? How far up? Not too far, is it?
Remember where you were last night?
Yeah.
That road.
Okay. So where we were last night, there's a potential, I mean, there's a male seen ducking in the cornfields.
There's also a bunch of dumb idiots out standing next to the field right
And there's also a bunch of dumb idiots that are standing in the field, according to a resident. So it could be something, it could be nothing.
No. We're good. We're good. Thank you.
And like he just said, he just did the same thing. So you never know.
I think they're
had
gonna.
people come out with a scissor lift and get people hurt last night. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody ran into the field.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Can I see the text?
that might be a cop. Because I remember the photo.
You know, like this. This was my backyard this morning.
Can I show it? So this is his. Let's see if I can focus. Is that? Oh, so
can you see him?
Right there. There's like a guy in tactical gear, guys. You see that? And these guys are blending in very good.
And then they had a state trooper following behind them, knocking on everybody's door that had a Ring camera.
Oh yeah.
And asking for the footage.
Okay. So yeah, here comes the chopper again. So the sighting, guys, is on Schoolhouse Road, ducking into the cornfields. It was the spot we were at last night. I don't have anything more than that. So, or ducking into the corn. Reported male ducking into cornfields on Schoolhouse.
The helicopter's flying over it right now. This is literally, it's making circles. Right
Sorry,
here
I
is
heard
where
a bee,
where
and I
Nick
don't
was
like
last
bees.
night. He actually walked
Find
into
out.
these fields last night a little bit, and now that's where the sighting is.
He said, oh God.
Before you say anything, that is a beautiful motorcycle.
Look at this. This guy is funny. Let me close the door. Make sure I don't share the group chat by accident.
I think how this is going to end is Nick, while traveling from one location to another, is going to strike him with the car. And that's how the end's going to happen. I mean, at this point, nothing the feds can do, nothing the state can do is bringing about this any conclusion. We're going to have to depend on Nick to make this happen.
Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to.
And that's how I met your mother. That would be an epic ending. No, Hong's the driver. Sorry, Nick is the passenger. He'll be a witness. Small town girl. Nick's platform is Twitter. That's what he likes using. It works for him, and it's very hard to get your community to switch from one platform to another. And so he's just, it's easiest to use that and continue the way he's doing it.
You guys were broadcasting last night over there, right? Yeah, I was hanging out. Andrew, these were the guys that were on Mike's lawn last night.
So okay, guys. So we're still here.
These are the guys that were on Mike's lawn last night.
I'm waiting for any updates.
JLR is live again. Let's see if we can get a feed. I think it just barely came live. It's black. It showed live, but I've got no connection. Oh, we're waiting. This is what we're seeing. Right here. It shows live right now. But it just spins. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if that pops up. Oh, there we go. He just had a bad connection. Oh, and it's gone again. As soon as I cut to it, it disappears. All right, so hopefully he's back. There it is. It's bad connection. Very, very bad. It should clear up as he gets into a better signal area.
So yeah, guys, we're still here. He's spotted not too far. I mean, I don't. So he was confirmed. It was a confirmed sighting, the one that we spoke of earlier at the construction site, and then the other confirmed sighting at the construction site immediately outside of the perimeter. This one on Schoolhouse is not a confirmed sighting of Cavalcante, but it's a sighting of a male in the corn popping up and down. And we were doing that yesterday too, to show you guys what the corn is like. And you just saw it again right here with the same guy who I followed into the. These guys have like bikes, they're ready to go. But it was the same concept, and he's quite the character. You saw him with his water gun, or well, a water bottle turned gun. But again, we're in a pretty safe area, and it's cool that whenever we show up, a lot of locals show up too, in case stuff hits the fan. And I don't know what Twitter is like with curse words. That's why I'm very careful with like stuff, or instead of saying other words. So and there are probably, I'm not sure, I don't think younger people are watching, but I don't know. My nephew is like,
everybody's watching.
Most of my nephews,
everybody's watching.
Toddlers.
It was sorghum, not corn.
iPads, so you never know who's watching. But we're here, waiting for any updates. The last update is that somebody was popping their heads out of the woods. Unknown if it's him. It could be a local, but we don't know yet. We don't know yet. We'll find out. Once they know, we'll know.
The feed keeps dropping. JLR, we'll keep an eye on JLR and see if we can possibly get a little better connection there.
So we're waiting.
Still two choppers, both state choppers in the air.
So they don't have like police lights, but they have authority over Longwood's property. Let me close this so people can't hear conversations outside. Again, we don't want to globalize residents that are speaking and put them on a platform that everybody's watching, not on X, but various like YouTube channels and others that are keeping up.
Yeah.
We don't want to invade their privacy over here.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
Unless they ask, like the guy
that makes it easier
that went into the corn
for us.
He doesn't mind being on camera. So, yeah. But you can see that there's a good amount of us out here now.
Yeah, flamethrowers. We're going to add flamethrowers to the list of things we're not going to use to find the dude. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Yes, it would work. No, we won't use them. Similicious OG. Yes, we're all praying that this comes to a rapid conclusion. We wanted this to be over 3 days ago. That was already too long. I don't know, Jill. He says, I would not be trampling around the woods or cornfields at this point if I were a local. At this point, they're getting frustrated. The tension's really high. I think some of them are trying to joke about it a little bit just to deal with it. And they're there with a bunch of other people. It looks like a cornfield from here, but there's a whole community there just playing right there next to the road. This isn't somebody that's going to get, going off to the woods alone or getting shot, and they're away from the search area as well. Fox29 just said that at one time the FBI was chasing him and he managed to get away. We did hear that communication that they saw him going into the construction zone area, running southwest. If that pole does anything, we're going to see it, Monica. We've been keeping a close eye on that pole. Flamethrower, make popcorn.
For the tree down South Hanover and Kemp, just giving us the trees halfway onto the house, halfway on the road, fires on their way out here.
Ralph, if you're a true crime fan and you've ever dealt with some of the cases that involve stabbings, oftentimes when you have multiple gunshots, like excessive gunshots in a murder or excessive stabbing, it's a crime of passion. So a crime of passion happened here. It's usually the suspect knows the victim in those cases.
Unit 41, call 65, 1413 East Woodbank Way, 1413 East Woodbank Way. Medics going out, respiratory difficulties.
65 pounds.
CN10XV chopper is on its way. Let's take a look out here. I'm going to dismiss. I'm not sure why I'm getting these alerts in the middle of the screen that take me over to Scotland. It's cool and all, but there's Skyforce 10. We'll be coming back. This looks like a search pattern right here. And this looks like a pilot who's just lazily circling in the sky. Tilted Tierra, has he been spotted today? Please update. Yes, he has, by the FBI. They had eyes on him, and he got away. He got away. My ancestral lands are calling me to check out the planes flying overhead. Beth, I have no words to explain why we're still searching for him when we have all these resources, when we literally have eyes on him and he's able to slip past our perimeter. I don't even understand how that happens. Thank you, Sonny Tanner. Appreciate the kind words. Thanks for being here. Sorghum is a cereal grain crop. Are you saying this is where we get our Lucky Charms? because we're already out hunting for the leprechaun in the field. So he's 5 foot tall, weighs 120 pounds. JLR is live. I'm just seeing his feed is very, very shaky. It keeps dropping and kicking me off to another feed, and I don't want to risk that. I do appreciate JLR for giving us permission to view and restream his broadcast. So a big props out to him, and thank you very much. A big festival is planned. Yes, Pez starts tomorrow. Starts tomorrow right here.
Let's see if we can see him.
In Kennett Square. That sound cut off, and he didn't know it because he was plugged into his AirPlay charging his phone.
Is there sound?
There's sound now, yes.
Do you guys have sound? Text me. So this helicopter right here, is that the state police?
Yes, it is. State police. And it's flying a tight search pattern.
Did you ask?
At least a very repetitive search pattern.
Ask if they know where.
Hey, now I'm only 5'1". I'm not insulting short people. It's just we were talking about Lucky Charms, and he's 5'0". I don't know. I'm just tired. We went there. I apologize. So the audio we're hearing right here, that is Nick the Hat from Twitter. He's on the right-hand side of the screen. He's the one we're getting audio from. Thank you very much to him. He's given us permission to restream this live stream, and that's helping us get some views on the ground of what's happening up there in Pennsylvania in this manhunt. The Brandywine Blogger. Welcome, Brandywine Blogger. Is that home for you? Is that home? It looks like you got a picture of a reenactment of the battle at Brandywine. Is that the right term?
See where this guy's going.
Thank you very much.
You want to drop a pin here and send it to that group chat and say, is it anywhere near here? And you guys can see, maybe, like, where's the coin? He's not there. But it appears that they have him, they have eyes. I'm waiting to...
Unit 17443. When you're available, we have EMS went after an accident on the southbound side of 100 at Lemon Crossing. 100 Lemon Crossing. Two vehicles. 50-year-old male bleeding from chest. Control.
And guys, look at just like, I mean, look at the area. So,
you want me to clear your left?
It's surrounded in trees and cornfields and hills. So hiding.
Thank you, Chuck.
Is easy, of course, but
your current traffic complaint?
You just, if he's moving.
For you.
I'm trying to see where that helicopter is. So it's right by the sun. Sorry, I can't look that way because it's too bright. So they have some sort of a sighting again within this general vicinity. All of these, for the past few hours that we've been here, the sightings have been in this general vicinity. Sorry, I'm not laughing at the situation. There's a few group chats up.
On the edge of the property of the extra space storage.
We're in
4600 Edges Mill Road for suspicious condition. Caller was advised that there's
like 6 more
standing
cars.
that should not be there. Unknown is occupied.
We're going to re-listen to this call really quickly.
Unit 3945. On the edge of the property of the extra space storage, 4600 Edges Mill Road for suspicious condition. Caller was advised that there's a pitched tent standing that should not be there. Unknown is occupied.
Okay, so that's not going to be our... There's no way he's sitting there in a tent.
Unit 0844.
Moving in.
Unit 0844. 212 Grant Street, 212 Grant Street.
Never at this time, though. They've never moved in like this at this hour.
044 copy. Unit 14 I copy your stop, 400 block Washington Street.
Actually, 844 hours one.
Copy that, I'll put it back on it.
So apparently he's about a half a mile from us, where we are right now. So the site that they see him at, according to the residents, because we shared with them the intersection.
This is available. I'll be holding a well-being check on Diamond Street.
Show them. Oh, okay. All right, so they're about a half a mile from us.
30 echo.
At that construction site. But we're gonna remain here because this guy has been good at popping out. And what's interesting is if these residents see him, I can guarantee you they're going to probably make chase, because this isn't part of the perimeter, so it's not a restricted area. And there's a lot of them here, so he's better off running into like the marshals than running into one of these guys. Especially if he lunges, I would assume. But let's hope not. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's hope he's approached and apprehended by law enforcement. But the scene you see here is kind of the same, almost everywhere around the area of interest. Residents are gathered. They gathered. They're tired of this, and they want this to come to an end, so they can go back to their normal lives. Like it was 9 days ago before the escape.
I think he's on Schoolhouse Road. What Nick's talking about is there's a Facebook page just for residents, or a text group that's just for residents. Nick is on that, and he's seen that, or he's communicating with them, and people are saying they think they saw him. And I don't know why we're not hearing police response to that, but the residents are supposedly saying they've got visual on him. It seems a little bizarre. The helicopter is going overhead, so that might be keeping an eye on him. Maybe everyone's going to come running here in a minute, but I just don't think so.
Let me know if I get out, if you guys are still going to be able to hear and see.
Nick's headed up to the sorghum field. Yes, we can.
Somebody that's watching, shoot me a text and let me know if it's okay, it's probably because I stepped out. So I'm gonna head back. Was that sound an issue for only one person, or was it for everybody? So you were able to see and hear? Okay, well, let me... All right. Oh, Joe, you're watching. Thanks for the text. Let me know if you aren't able to hear or see me anymore.
If that helicopter is flying directly overhead, I'm thinking Nick's about to be moved back and the perimeter's going to move.
So he's according...
This helicopter is what we're watching.
Like a half a mile distance. And look, guys, there's literally residents everywhere gearing up and showing up, ready for this to come to an end. And this isn't your regular bad guy. This guy is very well versed with all kinds of stuff when it comes to survival.
Unit
He's worked
11441.
on farms. He came from a country that has some extreme weather conditions, and he's within a half a mile, according to law enforcement, from where we are. I sent a pin of my location, and that area of interest is not too far. It's pretty close.
Unit 11441.
And you can see how like thick it is.
Park at 399 Lincoln Ave, 399 Lincoln Ave.
Yeah. Nick, right now, based on where the helicopter was.
His car there was like it's covering the windows.
underneath it.
Unknown
See that
tag.
helicopter? Right under that is the construction, one of the construction sites, right under that.
And then
Copy
where
that.
those huge sets of trees are, after the biggest trees you see, just after that, there's a field, and in that field there's more construction.
Okay.
So there's two sites.
So we're within like a mile, probably.
From here, by the straight line, easily a mile, not even.
Okay.
Maybe not even a half
Unit
mile.
16190.
Okay. You guys heard that, and that's from a local who's lived here essentially his entire life.
Copy that.
Yeah, his entire life. Yeah, he has lived here. So he knows the area way better than a lot
So
of
Nick's
us.
on Schoolhouse
other
Road.
than other locals that have lived here for that long.
Probably about right here.
But look, I mean, you've got
Longview Lane and Schoolhouse Road.
a decent amount of cars that are parked up, and it goes from literally from up there all the way down to out here.
I copy your stop.
And the fields are like, they're vast. And
Three
there's
nine four
forest, and there are not forests,
Unit
there's
3945.
woods, cornfields. And at this point, I think we've all become rather familiar with the or the helicopter. We've become rather familiar with the terrain. So the helicopter's over the second construction site right now. So I'm not sure which construction site they're referencing that they're spotting him at, but they're both in that vicinity. So this helicopter is above the one, and then the other one is above the other, like it was hovering around it. And now that one is taking off rather rapidly. Look at this.
So you've got one site right here. Possibly one over here. That is news.
Yeah.
Skyforce 10.
Yeah, that's a news helicopter above us. That's likely Skyforce.
Yep. Thank you, Paige, for the kind words and for the super chat. I'm sorry, I'm not showing you the map. I apologize, guys. It's been a long day. The news has flown in. They're sort of between two choppers. We have one over here.
I mean, if you were to go in here.
And one over here. Those are the two state choppers. The news is right in the middle between the two of them.
Hide and not get detected in these things.
Nick's channel is on Twitter only. And you can find him right here at Nick the Hat on Twitter. That's a direct link to his channel. Thank you, Samantha, for that.
That's a state police heading towards us.
That's the one that's been doing the rounds this whole time. He's been coming down this same exact route this entire time we've been here.
Interesting. It's kind of hard to focus to grab this guy, but he's I don't know. He's right over us. I think it's the clouds are.
Yeah, I think it's mad.
So he's right here. That's the chopper that just flew over him.
Vehicles occupied. Customers no longer occupied by Cody or Corey Baker.
And there's
Regent Slowly.
6 drones up too. We can't even see them.
They're so tiny.
Yeah. Let me show you the picture.
I don't think it's not. It's sketchy.
Yeah.
16131.
Yes, we are going to have a break before we begin the podcast tonight. That starts at 8 p.m. right here on this channel. It's a lighthearted kickoff to the weekend. We'll probably talk a little bit about this, and we'll keep our eye on this in case something develops that needs to be shared, but it's going to be a lighthearted lighthearted time together. Weather Watch and I,
Yeah, it's
Thomas,
the clouds.
one of our
It's
great
kinda hard
mods,
to
good
focus.
friend, host of the podcast.
The clouds are kind of
It'll be good. If you need a break, it's something we highly recommend.
And you guys can see all the bugs that are flying around.
Helicopter's hovering again.
Where do you want to go?
Available 03 car.
Hold it.
All right, guys, again, there's a confirmed sighting over farmland. There's another helicopter coming over here. It might be the same one, the state police.
There's someone available
making its rounds.
65 Sam 1 at 926
You just never know.
Road.
Oh, I mean, that you know. It's on flight radar. I'm sorry. I'm so used to saying that at this point. But there's one straight ahead. There's one overhead. And it's... I mean, the sky looks wild tonight. Or today.
Unit 0946.
The helicopter overhead that he's looking at is most likely this helicopter right here, which is a news helicopter at 1,500 feet.
And you can see every time I point up,
Unit 0946.
the clouds on this side are hard. If it was like that, so there we go. I can get that.
There is some new home construction in the area. There's also some commercial construction near the gardens.
And look at that. I mean, so that looks pretty cool.
Unit 1690 status.
Literally, I think we're in the middle of it again. And we've been having that luck. I'm going to call it luck, where we're in the middle of what's going on. And literally, you have everybody and their mothers out.
Got a feed right now from JLR.
They're ready for this to finally come to an end.
Also looking at the same helicopter.
Hoping for is that this is over with, and they can go back to life as usual. Let me grab a drink.
Nick, you need to clean out your car, bud. You've been living in there in a week for a week. Is that a Red Bull? Did he grab a Red Bull? Oh, man. He's running on caffeine at this point. JD, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you, my friend. We're hoping, fingers crossed, that maybe now, finally, this could be the end.
It's hard to see. But sound is working, right? You guys can hear?
Sound is working.
It's gonna cook. Okay, cool. And again, for everybody that's, I mean, I think you've all been on since we started, but we're on day 9 of the manhunt, and I'm not laughing at the manhunt, I'm laughing at messages that are coming in. We're on day 9, and we're hoping that number 9 is lucky. I said that overnight, that the other manhunt ended on day 9 in Pennsylvania, and it's the same crew that's here, with the exception of the media. That's a different media market, so I'm sure they had their media markets over there. But let me try to hop across the road, see if service remains. Let me give you guys an idea of what's going on. I mean, look how many residents
So
show up.
this is JLR's feed right here.
Like I said, it
I
turns into
don't
sort of
know
like a
quite where he
party,
is. I'll keep an eye on that,
a
see if we can
manhunt
pick out
party.
where he is.
And it's Friday, which is a good night to celebrate if they catch this guy. And sorry if I showed your license plate. There's just a lot of you guys here, so it's kind of hard to avoid. You got guys standing and waiting for something to happen.
6-5, PD needs to do shift change, and they are currently at 926 and Northbrook Road. They just need someone to relieve them while they do shift change.
Looks like a mushroom cloud from the right angle. Sort of crazy.
And again, we're gonna find out if he's captured from a text message. Hey, how are you?
Can we get a picture with you? We followed you here. Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks for keeping us
Of course, and stay safe. Hang out. I mean,
Our next,
Okay.
our next suspicious spot. Let's see where else we are.
Sounds good.
Oh, unless they're meeting us here. They keep us home.
I think I'm going to change.
I don't know if it's because of my Wi-Fi.
If I can,
I guess not, because I'm kind of far out. From
It'll
the
be easier
Wi-Fi,
to switch
but,
between different feeds if I run my
I mean, the guy can maybe even slither into one of these little.
my switcher from that's a tiny
birdhouses. I don't
birdhouse.
know if that's a birdhouse.
My switcher from my phone. There's a
I'm not
construction
used to-
site that JLR is showing
There
us.
is like this, but we have a helicopter here, we have a helicopter there, and they have eyes on that construction site. It looks like this one is watching that construction site, that one is watching that one. So I'm wondering if the sightings were at two construction sites or one specific. I'm not sure of that yet. I'm asking for some clarity, but keep in mind that the guys that I'm asking are very busy, so I'm the least of their concern. What they're going to do, obviously, is if he's captured, I'm going to get a text. And that's going to be an easy text. It'll be one word, captured, and that's it. You know, so that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for that one word that I've seen before on like the Michael Burham capture. And it's a very powerful word. When that comes through, I'm going to read it out, and you guys are going to hear it in real time. And I'm hoping
it's not going to make a huge difference.
At least one of the dozen.
The equipment's good enough that they'll be able to tell
Law enforcement officials in the group chat
separate him from his surroundings.
Are able to relay that message to us, that one-word message that we're all dying to hear, which is captured. That's what we've been waiting to hear. It's not. He's not yet, but it appears that they are zeroing in on him rather rapidly compared to other days, and that one word is going to put the community at ease. More than anything right now, captured or killed, you know, those two words, that's all they want to hear. They don't want any commentary. They don't want any media hype. They don't want any more BS. They just want to hear one of two words, captured or killed, and that's it.
Okay, give me just 1 second. We're going to have some duplicate audio if I'm not careful. So,
and in this situation, there is no in-between. There's not going to be there's really nothing, there's no other option. It's going to be captured or killed. I mean, there's always that slight chance that he gets away, but that chance it's slight. Like yesterday, we lost hope for a little bit late at night when I wasn't responding to you guys or I wasn't live.
Okay,
that's because
switch from here to here.
When I wasn't responding to you guys or I wasn't live, that's because I was trying to get more information about that cell phone, because that was an alarming thing to hear. If it's a smartphone, it's obviously easier to track once it's turned on, but if it's one of the older phones, which it possibly could be, depending on which residence it was taken from, if it was taken from the residence with the older homeowners, it could be an older model cell phone. And I imagine that the police don't want that resident to deactivate the phone, because if he does, or she, then if anything, that phone can help them. Not by much. If it's not a smartphone, it'll triangulate to the nearest tower. Now look at this helicopter turning. It'll triangulate to the nearest tower, but it won't give an exact location. Now if it's a smartphone, it will. And I'm sure this guy is well versed with technology, and we're not going to underestimate him again. So we just don't know what kind of phone it was.
A little bit
We
better
just know
there.
it was a cell phone, and that's what I was working on last night. Was trying to figure out the credibility of that information. I wanted to make sure that it was something legitimate, because that's a big deal. The tri-state and even other parts of the United States rather easily. Oh. So we have residents out here, guys. You guys can see.
Hey, Nick.
Hey, what's going on?
What can we do? Where can we go? We'll be your eyes and ears.
I don't know. We're hanging out here.
You're just gonna hang out here for now?
For a little bit, because it's so the sighting that's confirmed by FBI agents is at a construction site.
Right in there.
Yeah.
So you guys were over there last night,
Yeah.
right? By the cornfields?
Mhm.
All right. So this is pretty much the same area than what you saw.
Yeah.
All right.
And Han can share with you a group chat, so you might be more familiar with the
we're
area.
locals, so we know the area around here.
So I'm going to let him show you because there's information on there that we're not broadcasting,
Is that better?
obviously. So.
Got it.
Yeah, so
All right.
show him the group chat and see. Show him the most recent.
Nice to meet you too. Been listening to them. Great work. So, no.
This is still Nick's audio, yes.
You guys can see the helicopters are really zeroing in on the construction zones that he's believed to have been spotted at by FBI agents today.
Yeah, we have some buffering. Let's see, Fox 29 says they'll be right back. We don't have a live feed from them. JLR investigates. He's talking right now on camera. We're waiting for a view of the area. He's near a construction site. He's been looking at that. We're going to check the sky really quickly and see what's up with our air traffic. And I see 1, 2, 3 helicopters over the area, and they're the two state choppers, which we've had before. They've been flying these two routes, almost like they've divided up the search area and are sort of covering half of it each. And then in the middle, we have the Skyforce 10, which is really just hovering in place and watching between the two to see what happens. Other than that, it looks like the drones are gone. The other 2 news cameras are gone. It's sort of quiet. We haven't heard anything about the activity on the ground or anything for quite a while, but it's approaching that evening time when we have this big push, when they try to find him, and everybody scrambles around. Shannon K says, RA, thank you so much for following all these sources, helping those of us who live in the area, and also our info junkies. Shannon, thank you. Glad we could help you. Thank you for your support. We're trying to support you, and you're turning around supporting us. Thank you so much. Nick has a new feed. I'm going to bring that up. Just 1 second. Let's see what we got here. Why is it not refreshing? There's his feed.
Nothing yet, guys. We're waiting on an update. I'm going to make sure Hong knows to come up to me immediately if something... keep your eyes on the group chat, because my phone's on Do Not Disturb, and that group chat's going to be the first one that says if he's captured. So if you see that, like, holler as loud as you can, so that way we
might have something.
come over, because I have to throw it on.
There's an excitement in the air. Hang on.
You guys heard me. I asked Hong to make sure he keeps his eyes laser focused on that group chat, so we can make sure that when we see that word captured come in, if we see it come in, you guys are first to hear it. You've been with us since the first day, and a lot of you are local. So as soon as we hear that one, or we see that word come on the group chat, we're going to relay it. And when that word comes through to us, that is a 150% confirmation, which is what we want. We don't want speculation. We don't want rumors. We don't want anything like that, especially with something as powerful as a capture or him being killed. We want that to be 100%. And the only place we're going to get that 100% is on that group chat. I'm not going to rely on other news sources and stuff like that. Where we are in the right channel of communication to find out the second he's captured. I mean, give or take 3 minutes, just so they can take his photograph first. What they typically do is when they capture somebody, if he's captured alive, what they'll do is handcuff him and then make him face a camera, typically an iPhone, and they're going to photograph him. And generally, they'll send me a copy of that photograph right away, and that's a photograph I can share with you, because that's going to be a photograph that they're going to give to everybody eventually within a matter of 30 minutes after they take it. So as soon as we get that photo of him in handcuffs, I'm going to share it right off the bat on the live. If he's killed, they're not going to show us a photo. I mean, if they do show us a photograph, that's not something we're going to put out, because that's not something that's public. But if he's arrested,
let me show you this really quickly.
We'll have a photograph. If he's killed, we'll...
This Michelle on Twitter posts this. This is the picture. I said, take this guy's picture. This is the UPS driver. He says, this pro has been our UPS guy for over 10 years. Today he chose to park outside the roadblocked perimeter and walk packages back and forth to residents inside the search zone. Absolutely legend. That is just so cool. Thank you so much for that, Michelle.
An individual from Homeland, an individual from Marshals, an individual from the state police. It's a dozen guys and girls that are from various different agencies that are either local police or state police. So they all want the answer too immediately. And that's right now, the way we had it for Michael Burham was when he was captured, we learned about it right away through a text message that I missed, because I was, I don't know why, I don't remember, but I missed the thing. And we got the text message 45 minutes before it was really, before I put it out, at least, that he was captured. And then about 5 or 10 minutes later, other agencies reported that he was captured. But you see the time delay, it was about an hour. So we're hoping it's the same for this, where when we get that confirmation, it's in real time, and that's what we're banking on. And that information isn't coming to us because we're journalists or anything. It's coming to us because we're in the group chat, trying to coordinate and keep the community updated of what's going on. And they don't share strategic information. They share only information that is critical for public safety. That's the information that they share. And if it's a matter of public safety, that's fair game. So we're hoping that this comes to a resolution today, and it's looking positive, but I don't want to have any high hopes. Again, we've had high hopes over the past 9 days with these sightings and with these chases and with them zeroing in. But this actually is the most fluid, not just response during the daytime, it's the most fluid communication in a group chat that we've had in a situation like this. So that's really the update. Again, those of you that are just joining us, we're on Schoolhouse Road, and
JLR's back up here briefly. Beautiful sunset there.
And that's exactly what this guy's doing. He's popping up, popping down, popping up, popping down. He's got a shovel. He's ready to bury him. So, guys, again, the residents they have a good morale going. I guess the stream kind of helped them laugh a little bit and add some humor to the mix. But they're bringing everything from shovels and hatchets just in case this dude runs out. I'm sure some of these people are armed. There are a lot of people out here. I mean,
I bet almost everybody out there is.
You guys can see it goes from up there straight down, all the way up the road.
Gigi says, I saw the UPS guy on JLR when he was delivering. He said the people are home, so I have to deliver. That's awesome.
Again, they're zeroing in on that construction site. So people are not encouraged to go and look. So they're watching. Nobody's going to enter the area for obvious reasons. They don't want to interfere with law enforcement. They want to let law enforcement do their job and capture or kill this man without any interference. We won't. That's the goal, and the community shares that.
Walter,
same.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Goal
Thank you for being
here. They all
here.
want this to come to an end. And
hopefully this ends soon.
Yeah, they do. But the problem is it is a little bit hot out, and that could interfere with thermal. But I don't believe that the sighting was thermal sighting today. It was a thermal can see. So that's not 100%. So
Thank you,
it can
Vicky.
see through.
Thank you.
It can it depends how heavy it is, and if it rained, which it has now, it's obviously dry, so it'll be able to, if it cools down, it'll see in there. But like yesterday, when we went through the corn, I came out soaking wet and cool. It was very cold almost. When I got in, I had to put the heated seat on, so your body temperature drops.
It's a first world problem right
drastically.
there. I had to.
When
it was so cold, I had to
when you're
turn on the
cooled
heated
off.
seat.
Yes, you're right. It can't go through the water. But I don't know if they gave chase.
Kim
when they
Newton,
spotted
thank you so
him.
much for
I
gifting a
believe
membership.
So there were two sightings. One sighting is from the Pennsylvania State Police helicopter, and the other sighting is from the FBI. So keep in mind, these woods are flooded with law enforcement from around the country. You have resources on all levels. So they have flooded the woods. They are closing in from the north, south, east, and west. So let's hope that they bring this to an end today.
We did see that. The prison did fire the guard that was
really
in the tower.
The goal.
18 to 20 year
Obviously,
veteran.
I guess that's not the goal. That's not the goal for everybody. People that are out streaming or trying to get numbers and whatnot. But our goal is that this comes to an end. We can care less if there are 50 people watching or thousands. It's just
We do have
it's time to put
podcasts
this
coming up
thing
in an hour and a half.
behind everybody. And
right here on this channel.
on,
Weather
you
Watch
know?
is my podcast co-host. Really, he carries the massive shoulder of the burden there.
if he runs out, I mean, I'm gonna have my phone out, so I'll get it on a live stream and, I mean, look around. So somebody's going to charge at him, So it's good. So we'll have it on camera. My job's gonna be
Thank you, Mandy.
to live stream it, and they'll take them down. I'm not really giving chase to anybody. I'm not running. Those of you that know me personally, you guys know I'm not really going to be running anywhere. And if we see them running and we miss them, that would be I mean, there's enough of you watching that you guys will see them coming your way. So if you live in the area, obviously be on the lookout. But there's a lot of us here that are ready for it. They're actually hoping he comes out, not for the money, but they want to take him down or let the authorities take him down. But if he's seen here, if he comes out of these woods, I can assure you that obviously they're going to call 911, but somebody's going to likely give chase to him. Somebody, a resident from the community that's here with us, they're tired of it, and that's fair game. If he comes out of the woods, that's fair game to obviously give chase. Nobody's going to go into the woods, I would hope, looking for him. And nobody here is going to go anywhere near the woods. These guys are all using their common sense.
I appreciate all the kind words. Thank you, guys. Trying to answer questions for any locals if they have any. Nick is also on the ground helping out locals as much as he can. I have the most comfortable pair of headphones. The best headphones $34 can buy. But after how many days of 12+ hour streams, they're not as comfortable
Yeah, guys, there
anymore.
are 2 choppers. Are you? One of the choppers is that we have a Delaware resident here. One of the choppers is a news helicopter, but like I said earlier, the news was asked to come and help. And one of the helicopters is the state police. I'm not sure what that was, if that's a news van or if that's some sort of agency. But
we do have 3 choppers in the area right now, 2 state police and 1 news vehicle.
Up. And that's been the weird luck that we've had, is stumbling upon something out of nowhere and watching it unravel, whether it was fruitful or not.
KD214, thank you very much for gifting a membership.
Several times, which is why I think a lot of you guys also don't have high hopes. And I'm with you on that. I don't have high hopes either. I mean, I do have faith.
It is 6:40 p.m.
The law enforcement that's here, I know a lot of them. They're great. They're great girls and guys from various different
Probably
levels
because she's
of law enforcement.
there's a good chance she has a firearm in that purse.
So,
Lois,
let's hope that this is it. Let's hope that this finally comes to an end and they can move on with their lives and go back to their normal routines. Get their kids back to school. Some parents are keeping their kids home. Some schools were closed. Longwood Gardens, they've been closed. That Carco gas station, they just reopened, but they were closed for 5 days. And for you guys that are small business owners, you guys know how detrimental one day could be. You know, closing your business up for a day can hurt, let alone 5.
Frank,
and
those Sennheisers are really nice.
Very kind, and what he wanted was this to come to an end too. So it wasn't, although they're not reimbursing him, he's not concerned about that. What he's concerned about is the community and those who have come to support his business for years, and that's also a priority of his. He wants this thing to be over and done with, just like everybody else, and he gave up his business for that's funny.
Laura, thank you very much. We are family here.
One of our agents just drove by.
My wife brought me something, and I'm going to try to say it. She says it's
Yo, Hong, you saw who drove by, right?
Rancheros or something like that. It's it's food. I know there's salsa, there's guac, there's eggs, there's beans, and on a tortilla.
Saw who drove by. Phone. No, he has it off.
Good.
So they'll get a signal when he turns it on.
You could drive a shitty Honda Civic home and have a good time.
And we don't know if it's a smartphone or they didn't tell us any of that. So if it's an older resident, it might be an older phone. You know what I mean?
Nana Geek, thank you so much.
Not to shut
Appreciate your continued support of the channel. Love having you here.
Somehow they can triangulate it to make sure he's in the area at least.
Huevos.
But let's hope that they get him today.
Huevos rancheros. She says they're. I've never had these in my life. I thought she just made something up and said a word. I didn't know what it meant, but I'm going to give it a try. That pronunciation game is strong. It is a game, and I've lost almost every single time.
So again, guys, we're on Schoolhouse and East or something Street Road or something up there. I'm sorry, I'm not in the car, so I can't see the GPS.
Steph, we'll be monitoring that after the podcast. If there's,
but those of you that are local, you know where we are.
Things happening, action that may be useful.
You guys know this area.
I'll try to go live again.
We're right
tonight,
by Longwood Gardens.
But we'll just play that by ear. It sounds like it's confirmed that he possibly stole a cell phone from one of the houses. Whether or not he still has it or is using it, we don't know. Red pen.
Oh, here we.
Do I have to drag you back onto the podcast?
About relationship over here, relationship advice, which is funny. So again, you guys can see just how thick this entire region is like this. And we showed you guys, I mean, throughout that past 9 days, many of you guys that aren't from here have also realized by this point how hard it is and also how hot. So when you're wearing all that gear and you're going in into the woods in this heat, they had to pull out at one point because the guys were borderline dehydrated after being in the woods for so long, where they had to come out and get water. I guess they ran out when they were in the woods on Water Glen. They had to pull out for water. They weren't risking any heat strokes or dehydration. And obviously when they were looking at that vicinity, he was over here at Longwood Gardens. And like we said, there's they found a chunk of the wall, which we were planning to take you guys to so we can show you that chunk that's missing. And it's not related to the other incident where a police officer accidentally hit the wall. Somehow, I saw a photo of that. It's not something I can share, but it's a very strange way to, I don't know how we got up there. It's one of those really funny kind of car accidents where you just see like a car almost like on the side of a house, you know, but on the second floor. It was kind of funny. I don't know how he wedged himself up on that wall and hit it, but that's not the same side or chunk that was bagged for evidence. They believe that Cavalcante was climbing that wall to get onto the property of Longwood Gardens and gain entry into the property. It's not like a crazy wall. It's literally probably up to, stupid bugs everywhere. It's like up to here, to put it in perspective, like maybe up to the headlight right here. So that's like essentially what he was leaping on. So it's not like he was scaling some massive wall. It's like about this height. And we were going to take you guys there, but on the way here, Longwood Gardens again became an area of extreme interest to law enforcement after the FBI spotted him and the state police. So the helicopters, except NBC is still in the area, it's over there. And keep in mind, NBC isn't there to film. They're not here to televise what's going on. They're here to help law enforcement. They've been asked to come here. They're not being paid to come here. They're using their own money to fuel their helicopter, to staff their pilot, to pay their pilot, and have them come out here. And that's the kind of support that law enforcement needs sometimes, extra eyes in the sky. And also Channel 6 did that, I believe, today too. They came to assist. I'm not 100% sure on the Fox 29 one, but if it was streaming, then it wasn't assisting. So, but it wasn't interfering either because it was outside of the perimeter. Though some of you think it was inside the perimeter, it wasn't. I confirmed with individuals who are monitoring the airspace at the command center, and they said that footage that we sent them over the link, and I'm sure they already had it, they were watching likely, they said, yeah, no, that's not in our way. That helicopter is not in our way, and it's not going to be able to capture anything from that distance. That's not possible. So they weren't interfering or anything, but Channel 6 and Channel 10, they were here to help. Channel 10 for sure. I believe Channel 6 as well. I'm just not positive on that one. But I do know that Skyforce, which I believe Skyforce is NBC 10, they were here to help. And that's what I was told was Skyforce. So I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that's NBC 10. But you guys can see, I mean, there's a pretty clear line of viewpoint here if there is any movement. But right now it's just quiet. So I'm told.
All right, dinner was delicious.
That they lost eyes. Let me confirm. Hold on, let me see. I'm told that they lost him, guys.
Again?
Let me. They appear to have lost him. And that's what I was saying. That's why we're not getting our hopes up anymore, because stuff does happen. It gets fluid. Now that's not to say that they're not gonna have a sighting again, but it appears that they lost him.
Danny, let me show you where we think this is. I'm not dropping a pin, but this helicopter you're hearing come right over him.
So that just shows how
it's right here.
Like this guy's like a snake.
It's flying over right now
in the grass. He's able to.
He's right by this
away.
cornfield. This is on Schoolhouse Road, probably about halfway down.
Wow. So again, I'm not too speechless about this one because
that's directly west of the gardens. So we think he's right over here near where he was before.
All right, guys. So that's the latest. They lost visual. Yeah. So, yep, they lost him again. Yeah, they lost him. You could. So, but they're gonna. Yourself. So yeah, guys, they lost sight of him.
This
again,
is embarrassing.
But again, so Twitter has this new feature where they only let you see a certain amount of posts. But if you create another free account, like just another one, you should be right back in. Yeah. So if you guys get limited on
I've already been able to see it.
yeah. If you guys get some, like a resident just showed me that he was limited on his post count, so he can't see any more posts. If that happens to you, just create another account and you'll be able to monitor the posts again. I think the limit is like 600 posts for regular accounts. So if you run into that, just sign up for another account. It takes maybe a minute or two, and that's the best way around that. And especially since a lot of you guys just sign up for Twitter only to monitor this, you can create another account and then forget about the old one. You know what I mean? Yeah, they lost eyes. They lost him. So he got away again. For right now, they lost sight. He managed to evade them once more.
He could be anywhere right now.
And guys, we've been used to this. We've been seeing them get him, lose him, get him, lose him. They're playing whack-a-mole with this guy.
Only they haven't hit him once.
And everybody gets their hopes up. But we're getting used to this. We're getting used to getting our hopes up and then being let down. Almost like finding coal in like a stocking for on Christmas. You know, that's kind of what these guys are doing. They think they're full of gifts, but his last known location is the construction sites at Longwood. So there's one in this direction and there's one in this direction, about half a mile.
I would guess that when it comes to
So yeah, guys, again, they lost them. Honk. You can show them the text.
I would guess that when it comes to police dogs on the ground, search dogs, that is probably one of their rarest assets that they have on the scene. Those are, you know,
so yeah, that's the update.
They don't have as many of those as they have
Once
officers,
more,
and you can't just work those dogs 24/7.
But
so
it's nothing new that happens.
They've probably got them rotated on
point,
shifts and traveling around back and forth, searching, getting them back in the car. You know, they have to schedule it. I don't know how many they've got. I wish they'd tell us, but not enough for sure. Tammy, no press conference has been announced. Let me check Facebook again just to see. PA State Police have said nothing since they told us about the dog that was doing much better after having some heat.
So yeah, that's the update, guys. So they had him spotted.
Distress.
The FBI spotted him, and so did the Pennsylvania State Police. and he evaded them once more. Now, they're not backing down, obviously.
Chester
They're
County
still
also
searching,
has nothing.
but the tactical teams have come up with nothing. So, as of right now, that's the update. And you guys were seeing rumors circulating about a camping site, about him being captured, about shots fired. And that's why it's important to ease the spread of this information.
No press conference. Tammy, I think they've got to have a press conference before the weekend. That is just wrong. Going into, they've got a huge festival nearby that's going to bring 100,000
And in areas
people.
like this, I mean, put yourself in their shoes. This is just one section of the area. The area is flooded with this. But it's good that they at least know he's in the area, and that's 100%. That he's definitely in the area. It's just he keeps managing to evade them. And like I said, they brought in resources that they were waiting to bring in until dusk. So those resources are going to go back up at dusk to look for him. And those resources are going to be of great value to the investigation. These resources weren't here before. And I mean, some of them were, but not all of them. So when nightfall comes, it's going to be easier to utilize these resources. So it's good that they have an idea of where he is. And though he keeps slipping the perimeter, now that they know that, there are police scattered just about everywhere. I haven't driven through Waterglen today, or the prison area. We came straight up by Longwood. So I'm not sure if there's any presence over there. But obviously remain vigilant, because whenever he's here... No, so it's actually...
The festival will be
easier,
less than 2 miles from here.
In some cases, especially with the sort of technology
maybe
that they
3.
have, they're going to...
I haven't measured on the map, but it's really
get
close.
more use out of
just
it
on the
when
other
it's
side
dark.
of State Road 1.
And they're more stealthy when it's dark. So you can't tell the difference between these drones and the stars. Even though the drone is the size of like a Mini Cooper, it's quiet and it's so high up that you don't hear it, and it just looks like and you can see police activity straight ahead.
How do they have this is funny. How do they have a presser after saying, "Look at all our cool toys. We had eyes on him. We chased him, but he got away."
That black car has police lights activated. Well, it did.
They
So
might
at
be
night,
bringing the
and if
perimeter.
I mean, the rain also helps. So, and you can see there's more. Now you can see the lights. And I understand that the locals are definitely frustrated at this point. Everybody is, especially the local community, the law enforcement agencies. They all have the same goal, and they want this guy. So that's 2 officers up there. I'm not sure what they're doing. So that was interesting. They closed that road just recently. Earlier it was open. So that, I'm assuming now that they are just surrounding various parts of the perimeter, whatever perimeter they have, and I use that word lightly now because the perimeter has expanded, it's shrunk like a...
There's no perimeter.
I mean, the perimeter is going back and forth like an accordion at this point.
Imagine a lot of people will show up and not know anything about this, honestly. Maybe they just don't care or just aren't connected that way. Maybe they're from another part of town and it doesn't matter to them.
There's police activity.
But there will be people there if they're going to hold it.
Something's going on up here, guys.
We're headed back to the polls.
So if you look up at that hill, straight ahead, you're going to see some unusual movement. So there's 2 law enforcement officers there. There were just 3.
Let me show you on the
There was another
map.
one that made a U-turn as well.
When you're talking about the festival and how
not
far away it
sure.
is. Nick's right here under this holding pattern, okay? And the festival is right here. So literally, it's right here.
Everybody is remaining hopeful.
There are a couple very
Again,
energetic plants that
we've seen
seem to be
this
growing much faster than the
happen
rest.
time and time again. We're on the 9th day, and if it goes into its 10th, it's gonna go past the Michael Burham manhunt, which was in an area that's a lot different than, it's in rural Pennsylvania too, but this is very, very rural compared to the other parts where that guy was, at least. So keep that in mind when forming your opinion on what's going on, especially the locals. But I think the locals, for the most part, they see what's going on in real life. They see it in real time.
Every time they use the word perimeter from now on, just replace it with loosely placed net. That's what they mean by perimeter. Loosely placed net.
Bring this guy in.
How many you got? Really? Are you giving them a tour of the corn? Here, look.
Yeah.
You can educate your people.
All right.
Give them a tour of the corn.
There we go. We got ourselves a host.
This is corn. You can tell that it's corn because of the way that it is.
So you have to add some humor and stuff like this, guys. At this point, it's becoming funny.
But actually, you can. There is a difference between people corn and cow corn. I just don't remember. One has 2 ears of corn, the other has 1 ear, but I can't remember which one's which, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Interesting.
People are really watching you. eat corn.
Literally.
What are you telling them?
I'm repeating myself over and over again, but I know if I end the stream, you guys are going to get a little bit angry, so I'm going to keep it going. Even though there's no update, we're going to, and they're saying you're hilarious. I'm on Schoolhouse Road and
926.
926.
It's right here.
But
about a quarter mile off 926 on Schoolhouse.
You heard that, guys.
It's right here.
And people are agreeing with you on the corn.
It's essentially that, like, everybody who's standing around here is just standing around but on the phone.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. We're all standing around here doing absolutely nothing, but they just happen to be looking at a screen.
Yeah.
Standing in the field.
I guess it makes you guys feel like you're here, so we'll keep it going just so you feel like you're part of the party and the manhunt.
Like, I want to walk down there so badly.
Let's take a little walk, not too far, and let me know when I start losing you guys. As like if I lose sound or
If I
something.
get shot, tell my mama said bye.
Oh my God, let's hope that doesn't happen. But
You gotta give, like, the cattail call.
He's making a whistle. That's the
I mean,
noise.
literally, this manhunt's becoming kind of comical, especially around.
I don't want to piss that guy off. Is what I don't want to do.
Is that NBC or is that
No,
a
that's
police?
a cop.
Okay. Well, we'll stand right here. But you guys can see. He's trying to do a cat call or something to get the guy to come out. Can you imagine? He thinks it's some kind of signal that he's waiting for, and he comes out, and he comes running. I know the police are up the street that way, and they're in both directions.
I came at, if you want to call off there, give me just 1 second. You got the burner number? And can you tell me what prefix area code you're going to be calling from?
No.
You never done a class whistle?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
What? I can make it work, dude. I suck. Don't film me doing this. It's terrible.
Yeah. Oh man.
Okay, we're gonna give them just a little minute here to watch. I'm gonna take a call here off the air from KMETS 863. Sounds good. I'll listen for you right here. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute and I'm gonna turn him back.
Like if there weren't helicopters in the sky, I would feel a lot more comfortable walking over there.
And I know that the drones overhead know who we are, so we won't get mistaken by them. But the helicopter, I don't know that guy. Unless it's
I don't need to find out the names of several U.S. Marshals. I don't need to know that. They can stay over there.
Let's see. Literally, guys, like, wouldn't it be something we could find his like towel or something in this area, or his sneakers or something that he brought, or maybe something from his backpack? But if we find his towel, that would definitely be interesting. And what we'll do is, if probably light the field up if it gets dark for a little while, the way we did last night. The state police asked us to light up the field or the trees.
Put that light stand like right here.
Yeah, we'll back up. Oh shit, we can't because it's closed, but we could probably run the extension cord.
Fence.
Who owns this?
This is Longwood.
This is Long. Okay.
Everything from the corner 926 and Schoolhouse down there to even past it, but to give you an idea from that. Did you show them the picture of where the helicopters are flying?
Yeah.
So you can see there's Observatory Road, which runs over there. And this is Schoolhouse. So everything from the corner 926 of Schoolhouse to the corner of Longwood and Observatory, which is just this one giant piece of land with no roads in between it, is Longwood.
Okay, they have a lot of land.
And then they go all the way over to the bridge where they initially saw them, way past that. A couple fields past that.
And I know that they're cutting their corn and stuff.
Which is this. So they'll be cutting this eventually. I mean, there's no reason to cut this, it's too low.
Yeah. Yeah, over here. But yeah, you guys see it go from 0 to 100 back to 0, and we'll see it.
I don't know how many acres they own officially.
Yeah, that would be cool. So
it's DuPont.
It's a non-profit now, but DuPont opened it.
Non-profit.
Yeah.
It's DuPont.
Yeah.
The DuPont family is absurd.
And they own a lot of different.
Supposedly, on Google search, it says it's 1,083 acres.
You guys heard that? So Longwood is 1,083 acres,
Supposedly.
Approximate, somewhere around there. That's a lot. That's like the size of a little town of its own. So this guy's got a lot of places to hide. Now he's been a little bit sloppy.
And the amount of greenhouses and just pure vegetation he has at his disposal.
And probably fruits and stuff too. Can you get to the?
It's not that season right now, but if it was, he could have.
Can you get to like any vegetables or stuff like that, or no?
He would
maybe on surrounding farms.
He would be seen immediately if he got to the vegetable garden in Longwood. It's right in the middle of everything.
So it's like on camera.
Okay, I haven't been listening to Nick here. Just got a great call from KMETS. Some great information.
And it's just like this road, how it's just bare. It's like that.
Without quoting the source, let me just share that just the local law enforcement, we're not talking helicopters, not talking FBI, not talking the Border Patrol, anybody else, just local, is $350,000 a day.
But that's past the prison.
On the other
Cha-ching.
On this side, I don't think there's anything really that he can even. Like, there's not even homes from here to that bridge that he was spotted on. There's no houses from here to there.
Wow.
Other than employee housing, which is up on 926, which he wouldn't go near because that's cameras.
Yeah, just crazy.
So I mean, like, he's got. I try to think of what he could get for food.
Corn. But how long can you live on that stuff? Not this corn.
There's no corn.
Well, how about the really
This is
tall
the
stuff
cornfield.
that we saw?
There's no corn on that.
There's none.
No, it's not in the season yet.
So yeah, that's weird.
Think about what happens when you go for a hayride. What do they just cut down?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because around October into November, right, is like harvest season.
We're still kind of like.
When is harvest season?
3/4 of the way through the
harvest season. I think it's like towards the end of September into November.
End of September, yeah.
Yeah. So he's living up. But what we did hear,
we've got like
FAA
discussions
now, this
going
is
on
not
here.
confirmed, But there
Future
might have been
Farmers
a
of
third
America.
burglary where food was stolen, either 2 nights ago, I believe it was. I'm going to find out tonight. I'll get that answer. But it appears that there might have been a third home invasion where food was taken. So the guys breaking into houses to eat.
They just turned the lights on up there.
Yeah, they were. There were like 4 of them earlier. I was zooming in.
They had them off the whole time. Now they're back on.
Yeah, so there were 4 of them that pulled up, and you guys can see the lights through the trees.
Well, my friend's mom's texted me saying I'm saying the wrong words. It's Conservatory Road, not Observatory Road.
Okay.
My bad.
All right, you heard that. The correction.
Mrs. Appleton, I didn't mean to say that wrong.
But you guys can see how many people have gathered. And this is like an everyday thing now for the past few days. It's like a manhunt block party.
That's just local.
Pretty soon, I mean, if this goes into the 10th day, I'm sure somebody's going to bring a grill.
Like, what are they even doing at this point? 1,000 circles in the same spot. Yeah.
We just have one helicopter there right now, it looks like.
And it's ridiculous. It's on the part.
Let me tell you, we're gonna have a little break here tonight. We have a podcast on the same channel.
They're
that
good at what they
begins
do,
in
but
less
it's
than an
hard
hour.
in a
About 50
situation like
minutes.
this. They have to rely heavily on residents. That's one thing. So in the group chat, I was told that they are relying heavily on you guys, your tips, your information, any surveillance.
Almost
suspicious
entirely
activity.
on the locals for that.
You guys are really key to this investigation. Those of you that are in the immediate area, you play a major role in this, in reporting stuff, in calling the police and reporting anything, whether it's a tree branch snapping. Call if you see a towel on the side of the road. Call. Obviously not if you're outside of the immediate search area, but when I say immediate, I mean give or take a realistic radius. A county over is sort of a realistic, it depends where.
Yeah, we can give you an extreme. It's
realistic.
over on
The border of
Twitter, so
Delaware
you'll
County
need
is
a
realistic.
Twitter account, I
Bucks
believe,
County
to
not
watch.
so much. Philadelphia not so much, and it would be easier
Or
to
actually, you
catch
might be able to
him
watch
in
without a Twitter account.
Philadelphia than it would be to catch him in a field like this, is what they're saying. And you guys can see that there's it looks like, so what they've been doing for the past 9 days is delivering food and water.
Just ready for Longwood guy to come yell at us.
No, they saw us parking up and he waved, so I'm not sure if they're watching the
Yeah, but
stream.
that's previous to us being in the middle of their field.
Yeah, are they angry?
don't
Are they
take
angry people?
kindly to that.
Well, there's a lot of us now, so. So yeah, guys. Again,
No, I want you in.
Come on, get in.
All right. Thanks.
Hey,
Stay in touch.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I'll see you guys
See ya.
sometime. Good luck.
Thank you. Stay safe. And you guys see they're obviously still watching and hoping to see something. Sorghum. Sorry guys, I might not know the terminology. So this is I wish the comments were on because I can't really, I'm gonna butcher it, sorghum or something like that.
Sorghum, not corn. There we go. The link to Nick's stream, I think it's going to be...
And I'm no nature expert, or I can hardly tell the difference between a dandelion.
let me switch
tell
to
the difference between a dandelion and a rose.
JLR's audio just for a minute.
As far as my knowledge goes, when it comes to anything.
Oh, it's just got the camera set up.
You can lay down for a while, especially over there.
It's just getting road noise there.
You go down, you come up. You go down, you come up. And that's what he's been doing. He's been spotted over a dozen, more than maybe even 24 times from the eye in the sky, doing that, popping his head up, going down. And that's what it has turned into. It's like whack-a-mole. As soon as he sees something, he goes back down and whether it's in a body of water or if it's in a field, he goes down.
Okay. Just putting the pieces in place for the podcast tonight. Hold on just 1 second. Hope Hate Fear, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much for being here. We are hoping that we have a resolution to this. I'm still surprised that it's gone this long. It's, as Sage Lake says, it's almost comical at this point.
So there's really no updates, and I don't want to repeat myself over and over. I think all of you guys have been on the stream since we got started. So when anything new pops up, I'll let you know, but I'll stay live until as long as we're here, and it'll be later. Obviously, it doesn't matter whether it's a Monday or a Friday. We've been here at the same time, whether it's until, well, recently, I think we haven't been getting home till closer to 4 in the morning.
It's getting like 6 hours of sleep tops.
But we've noticed the activity is not so fluid during those morning hours. I'm talking like 5 a.m. until about noon. There's like no activity, if any. So you guys are seeing exactly what's going on. And if he is resting during the day, he's becoming restless by them waking him up with helicopters and stuff like that, which they have to do, otherwise they're not going to see him.
Yeah, he could very easily be in the trees and branches, and these forests. There are plenty of places to hide above and even possibly below ground.
You can literally duck down anywhere and have no problem.
Nick might know. Okay.
Hong, you want to switch?
Okay, we do have the on this channel. There is now a placeholder open for the next show. We're gonna have a break because at 8 o'clock we're gonna start a podcast.
We'll run into the woods,
a lighthearted
see what we
thing.
can find.
It's going to be live, just like this. You're welcome to come and participate and talk with us. Weather Watch, you'll get to see him. He's been one of our mods here today. You'll get to see what he looks like and see how amazing he is.
No, if you guys see anything,
but we'll be here for a little bit longer. Here's what we're going to do after the podcast. We're going to take a quick look at what's going on here, what's happening action-wise on the ground. If there's reports, we'll listen to the scanner a little bit, see how things are going, and we'll decide at that point if we need to do a late night stream or not. But we'll do that at that point. So I can't make that call right now, but we'll do that. So the podcast is coming up here soon. Mary Fryer, thank you. Hope he does not make it to the festival crowd for pickup. Yeah, I think if they put up a lot of posters and just notifications of the festival, I think he'll try to steer clear of that. Especially if they still know what his description looks like, if they've seen him on cameras or something. Okay. All right. Let's see. Is there anything else we need to do before we start wrapping up? We have to be done by about 7:30. To give me time to get ready for the podcast.
See the helicopter circling back.
Did we give you the feed for Nick on Twitter? Did we do that? It's Nick the Hat on Twitter. I think it was posted earlier. I can give you that if you don't have it. Matthew, that's been discussed a little bit about a harvester finding him hiding in the field because
there's a tree stand there.
It could happen. Tree stands for deer hunting. Tilted Tierra, I hope people are still taking it seriously, especially if they have cameras, if they're near this area, that they're keeping an eye on that. The police are dependent on those tips to try to find this guy.
I've been doing something all day here. Hasn't left this vicinity.
It's probably one of
that gives you a good idea how much field there is.
Yeah. Look at this, guys.
And this is the small field.
Debbie, they had what they thought was a sighting in the field not far from them, within half a mile or so, and then they got word that basically they'd lost him. I'm not sure if that was a confirmed sighting or if that was a possibility. Okay, so for those that want to listen to the scanner while we are doing the podcast, because we won't have the scanner feed going at that time, the scanner link is right there. That'll get you to the scanner for the area. The map link, thank you, Amber, is right here. That's going to be the Google dynamic map. So if anything happens on the scanner, you'll see the update on that dynamic map as that is updated, and you'll see locations there. And lastly, let's see, I think we have, let's see, Nick the Hat is right here on Twitter. If you have to scroll up to see that message a little bit in your Twitter, your chat feed, you can go watch him directly on Twitter that way if you want to watch that instead of the podcast. But you're welcome to come join us on the podcast. It will be a lot of fun. I think non-locals don't understand the weight that the Mushroom Festival holds for local businesses every year. Huge. If you've got
right over
100,000 people,
that's like a half a mile through these woods.
The economic
right here,
impact is massive.
Where the construction zone is on Longwood Gardens. I'm assuming that's what they're saying.
Helicopter's leaving. Looks like he might be getting fuel. Another couple $1,000s. When you log off, can you leave the scanner link up? I can post the link. Let me see if I can. Let's see. I can pin the link if that works. There we go. Well, I think I can pin it. There we go. One more time. So we can pin the link right there. It's at the top of the chat, if you can see that. Looks like this. Hopefully it's still clickable up there. If not, it's not that huge if you have to retype it. We didn't find out if it was really a stolen Lexus or if just the lady lost her car in the parking lot. You know, like it happens at Disneyland all the time. People lose their cars because they forget where they park.
Yeah, I mean, like, as you can see, like, residents are coming, like, looking through the woods now just to make sure the area is safe.
They are so done. They're like, look, we're going to do this ourselves. No more black sweatshirts to buy. Rolling with 7. If you refresh the page, they should be there. These are printed on demand, so they should not be running out at all. I mean, they should have oodles of them, truckloads of them available. Okay, so
the sources told that the woods are cleared, so I'm assuming you are allowed to go back in.
A little action on JLR.
I'm not sure
right
about
here,
that, but like
with people taking off together. Might be a shift change. Mary says, this does not surprise me with this type of crime he committed. Took a lot of adrenaline to stab someone 38 times. He is It was 38, not 58. He has a lot to keep running and hiding. He has a lot of incentive too, and that can do amazing things. Lots of cars moving through. The lights are not on though. Let's see if
this plane has been circled for hours.
15, 16, 17.
Just a lot of cars. We're just counting.
18.
Private owner, because it's earlier, as you can see, when there was the 2 state trooper helicopters. Once the media,
are these all state
news
police
came,
cars?
ABC and NBC, there was a private helicopter coming in to circle around as well. I guess residents are
like
starting to get
20 cars just headed there.
Tired of this situation, and like they're gonna, I mean, I would suggest not to, but like some of them are trying to take this into their own hands now and trying to look for this person and themselves.
Nick is still next to the field, the sorghum field. Shift change should be around 7, but that didn't look like one, says Badlands. As soon as I leave, we'll be caught. So
Back out onto the road
if that
now,
happens,
then
we'll
we'll
announce
go
it on the
too
podcast
deep
like we
into
did
the
with
woods,
Verdicts,
just in case.
on Verdict Watch. But so be there for that. He got a 5-star wanted level, but all the cops have glitched out.
Coming. I guess they're going to close.
Good
part of the
analogy there,
road.
Wesley. GTA analogy. Grand Theft Auto, for those that are not familiar with the game. Shift change. Basically, the people who've been working all day need to go home and sleep. And there are other people who've been sleeping all day, and they need
Now
to
you
get
got to
here and
remember,
work.
guys. Again,
So
like
they're changing
these
everybody
troopers are
out.
tired, exhausted. They've been running in and out of the woods for like doing 17 to 18-hour shifts.
The link
and
right
today
here.
I was told some of the troopers'
That's the
vehicles don't even have air conditioning, and we're sitting out in 100-degree weather without air conditioning. It gets really exhausting, even if you're
that'll kill you.
Patrolling or in the vehicle, and other than like, you know, so like if you could imagine them, the marshals and the FBI agents in the woods, the tactical teams, walking into the woods in 100-degree weather with like 100 to 80-pound tactical gear on. It's really exhausting for them.
Trying to find it here. All right, for those that are here, if you have not clicked the subscribe button, let me ask you just this one time to do this. Today only, it is completely free. It is completely free to subscribe to the channel, and look at all the benefits you get. You get to find out every time we go live by just ringing the bell button. And we're going to keep following this and keep this story updated through the conclusion, whenever that may be. There may be some other things we deviate to if the search becomes less prominent. But we're definitely going to update this when this comes to a conclusion. We might be back again tonight with additional footage. Sorry, I was getting to the Nick link and I completely spaced that. I had a squirrel moment. Just 1 second. There we go. This is the link to Nick on Twitter. Right there, Nick the Hat. It's pretty easy, and I think you can watch that without an account. But please do subscribe. We appreciate you being here and watching with us. We'd love for you to subscribe. You get to also chat when you subscribe. That's the only thing we ask you to do. The only hurdle you have to overcome to get to chat. And ringing the bell will let you know when we go live again. If you liked what you saw today, chances are you'll probably like what we do on other days as well. This is what I call the best place to watch true crime, and I think you'll see it's because of the community that's here and the people that you find here in chat. So it is 7:28, 7:29 right now. We're going to bring this to an end temporarily as we break for the podcast tonight. We're going to break for the podcast. The podcast starts at 8 o'clock. Actually, the placeholder, the thumbnail is already up on the channel, so you can go over and start chatting over there as we wait to go live if you'd like to. When we go live, we're going to have a lot of fun. You're going to meet Thomas. You're going to love him as well. He's Weather Watch here as one of our moderators, and it's going to be great. So we'll end with this. We'll just say tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again, which will be in about half an hour at the podcast. Thank you very much. We'll see you in a bit.